This is not your average Shopify tutorial. This is a full Shopify course where I'm going to show you step by step how you can set up your Shopify store, or if you already have a store, how to improve it. In this course, I'm going to cover everything from A to Z. I'm not going to keep anything I know about Shopify for myself. I'm going to share everything with you. Shopify is an amazing platform with a lot of features that most probably you don't know about. In this course, I'm going to cover everything and I will help you to discover the full potential of Shopify. To make this course more effective and valuable for you, I will add timestamps in the description below so you can jump between chapters. However, I highly recommend you to watch this full course even if you already have a store and you are familiar with Shopify, because believe me, there are so many hidden gems within Shopify that most probably you have missed. So let's start with our course. It's going to be a long one, so make sure to get your coffee ready and let's start learning. Hi, and sorry for interrupting you, but while filming the video, I noticed that it's going to be better and easier for you to follow along if there was a guide that you can come back to when needed. So I created a guide that you can download with this course. In the guide, I give you a checklist of everything that you should be working on in order to launch or improve your Shopify store. And I've added all the links of the resources that I have mentioned in this course, along with my other YouTube videos, the ones that you really need, the apps that I recommend, and so much more. So make sure to get it while watching this course. It's going to greatly help you. In order to get it, just comment below guide and I will send it to you. The first thing that we are going to do is to sign up to Shopify. And for this, I will leave a link that you will find below in the description. If you use this link, you will get the best offer Shopify is giving at the moment. And also, this is an affiliate link. It means I will get a small commission. You will not be paying anything in addition. I will just get a commission for making you signing up to Shopify through my link. So feel free to use it if you like to support me. Now, when you click on the link, you will be headed to this view in here. If you are totally new, this is Shopify, welcome to it. You just need to click here on Start for free. Usually Shopify offers a free trial of 7 days or 14 days, and even it offers the first 3 months for $1 or something like this. So it's basically very cheap, and even when you start paying the full monthly amount, you will see that the payment is not that big. We are going to cover the different Shopify plans later in this course so you can know what works best for you. Now let's start with the first thing, and it is to add your email. This is going to be basically your business email. You can start with a branded email, but if you don't have one, you can simply start with a Gmail. I recommend you to use an email that you often check, because this is going to be the email that Shopify is going to use to contact you or to communicate anything to you. So for now, I will type in here my Gmail, my business Gmail, but later on, I will show you how to create a branded email address that you use for all of your communication to make your brand look more professional. So this is the Gmail I have created for this business. I will click on Continue with Email. Second, I will need to set up a password. Choose anything that you won't forget, basically. So I've entered my password and I will click on Create Shopify Account. Now Shopify will be asking you some basic questions about your account, so you need to fill them out. As you can see in here, they are telling us that we can start for free and stay for €1. You have like 3 days trial, then $1 per month for the coming 3 months, or €1 in my case, and that's it. So as you can see, it's super cheap. You can pay via a credit card or via PayPal. You just need to enter your information in here, and Shopify will start taking €1 after 3 days for the first 3 months. Then later on, it will depend on the plan that you chose within Shopify. So I will enter my payment information and meet you after this step. Once you set up your payments and you verify your payment method, Shopify is going to take you to this screen where you need to choose your Shopify plan. And in here we see 3 different plans. We have the basic, the grow, and the advanced. We still have a 4th plan, which is Shopify Plus. It's for more advanced businesses, and it's a very expensive plan for around $2,000, maybe $2,300 per month. And you might need to use Shopify Plus at some stage because it allows you to customize the Shopify checkout page. This is the only plan that allows you to do that. But again, it's for more advanced businesses at a more advanced stage. We can talk more about Shopify Plus if you want. Just leave a comment below asking me about it, and I would be more than happy happy to help you out. But for now, we have to choose between these 3 plans. And there are so many things in common between these plans and also some things that are different. And depending on your business, you might need to move from one to another. So the main difference between these plans is the card rates. So with the basic one, you're paying 1.5% on card rates for the exchanges or the things happening, the payments happening on your store. For the second one, you're paying 1.3%. And for the third one, you're paying 1.1%. So depending on how much sales you are making monthly, moving from one of these plans to another might make sense if the amount of card rates verify or justify the move from one plan to another. Also, another big difference between these plans, and this is one of the reasons why I saw so many businesses actually moving from the basic to the Grow plan, is the number of staff members. With the basic, I think you get 1 or 2. With the Grow, you get up to 5. And with the advanced, you get up to 15. So if you have a lot of people working with you and you need to give them access to Shopify and manage this access, you might need to go with a Grow plan in order to be able to give access. Although there is a work around this, and we are going to talk about it when we talk about users and permissions within Shopify settings. But for now, this is one of the main differences between these plans. You can at any point move from one plan to another and upgrade your store. Also, another big difference between these plans are the options related to global settings. So if you are selling in different markets, also this is something that we are going to discuss. These plans will be different, so you might need to go to the advanced one or to the Grow one based on this. Now there is something very important that I need to mention. If you already have a Shopify store and your store is a little bit old, most probably your plan is not any of these plans, because previously, Shopify had different plan structure. Then they moved to this plan structure and they upgraded the account randomly or using their own logic. So if you have an old account, you might be in one of these plans or in a totally different plan. So I recommend you to go into your settings, and while watching this course, check if, for example, you have the global settings or not. I've seen so many businesses in the Grow plan. They have the global settings options because they used to have an old account and Shopify upgraded this account. So again, if you've been running your Shopify store for a while, you might not be in any of these plans, so you need to check your settings and to see what kind of options Shopify allows you within your current plan. After choosing your plan, you just need to click on Try Basic like this, and Shopify will be asking you to fill your business information. This information can be changed after, but I recommend you to fill it properly in the first place from the beginning. It's also very important to note that your options will differ depending on your business location. So for example, if your business is registered in Europe, you will have Shopify payments available for you to use it. And Shopify payments allow you to do a lot of things that we are going to discuss as well. But if your business is located, for example, in the UAE or in the Middle East, you might not have Shopify payments available. And in this case, you might have some limitations that we are going also to discuss. And I'm going to show you the solutions for these problems. So I'm gonna fill this information and get back to you. Once you fill this information, you just need to click on Save Business Address. And Shopify will be asking you about your store name. So I'm gonna put my store name. Also, this can be changed after if you wish. And that's it. With these few steps, we have signed up to Shopify. Now we are going to move to the next step, and it is to discuss the things that you need to prepare before you start working on your Shopify store. Before we continue setting up your Shopify store, there is a list of things that you better prepare before we do this. And this list is actually a long one, but I will start with the most essential things. First, I would need you to prepare your brand logo, and it should be in PNG without a background. If you don't know how to do this, you can remove any background using Canva or CapCut or any of these tools. Now, using AI, this takes a second. So if you already have a logo with a colored background, you can solve this quickly. The second thing that you need to prepare is the store favicon, and the favicon is this small icon you see when you open a tab. So this is a small thing. It could be the first letter of your brand or something like this. Keep it simple. Then you need to prepare your brand colors. In order to show the world that your brand is a professional one, it's very important to always have a visually consistent identity. And you can achieve this by simply always sticking to the same style and to the same colors. So for this, I need you to prepare a list of colors that you are going to use for your brand. The colors you choose should make sense to your niche. So if you are selling something, for example, related to water, maybe you go with blues. If you are selling something related to the nature, you go with greens, and so on. Maybe you have already worked with an agency to do your branding, or maybe you have hired someone, or simply use ChatGPT to do so. ChatGPT can be amazing with this. Just come out with 4 or 5 colors that you are going to use, and make sure that the colors you are choosing are different. So you have the dark ones, you have the light ones. This is very important because while we are designing our store, we need this flexibility. We need light colors, dark colors, and we need them to contrast well. Then you need to choose your brand fonts. And in here, I want you to make sure that you are choosing fonts from the Shopify fonts library. I know that many people like to use fancy fonts, and this is very nice, but if you are using a font that doesn't exist within the Shopify fonts library, it means that you need to add more things to your store and need to do a lot of custom coding in order to add this font, and this is not something I recommend you to do. So keep it simple and stick with Shopify fonts. And when we are going to move to the theme customization part, you will see the list of fonts available in Shopify, and you can even find them online and just pick 1 or 2 that works for your brand. Also, there is something that I like to do, and it is to always double check that the font I'm choosing is also available on Canva, because most probably you are going to use Canva to create your content on social media. So staying consistent everywhere is really helpful. So make sure that the font that you are choosing within Shopify is also available in Canva, or there is something similar to it available in Canva. Now, if your brand is fancy and you must go with a fancy font, it's not the end of the world, but this needs custom coding, and in order to do this, you will need to hire a developer to do it for you. Now, after finishing with these things, I recommend you to prepare your product lists, your collection lists, the images of your products, the photos that you are going to use on your store, the About Us section, and so on. It's very nice to have all of these things prepared when we are going to start building the store, because it makes our work way easier. Now that you have an idea about the things that you need to have in order to have your store set up, let's jump to Shopify and let's continue working on your store. The first thing we are going to do at the Shopify level is to get you a little bit familiar with the Shopify dashboard. Later on, we are going to go over everything you are going to see in here step by step, but let's go like in a quick tour to get you more familiar with the platform. So first in here on the left, you have all the things that you basically need. Everything related to managing the back end of your store, but not the settings. Okay, so first you have, this is the homepage. This is where Shopify is going to communicate anything they want to communicate with you. And this is where later on you will see a summary of your sales and so on. Then you have the orders. So this is where you are going to see the orders you are receiving, and you will be able to manage them. Then you have the products. So this is where you list your products. And as you can see, under products, you will find your collections, your inventory, and the purchase orders, transfers, and gift cards. Again, we are going to go over all of these things. Then you will have your customers. So this is related to all the people you have on your store, whether they have bought from you or just signed up to your newsletter, for example. You will have their information in here. Then you have the segments if you want to segment them. Also, this is going to be covered later. Then you have the marketing, and this is where you manage things related to campaigns, automations, and so on. Then you have discounts, you have the content, and this is everything that you have uploaded to Shopify. You will find it under files. Then you will have the menus, which is also a very important topic. Then you have the blog posts. Also under content, you will find Metaobjects, and we are going to touch on this when we talk about color swatches later on. Then we have the markets, and this is where you are going to go if you want to sell internationally in different countries or in different regions. So this is also a very important topic. Then you have finance, and you have analytics. And analytics is super important, maybe not at this moment if you are just starting out, but if you already have a store or later on, it's super important. And we are going to talk a lot about it at the end of of this video. Then after that, you have the sales channel. So this is basically where you are selling. So in our case, we have online store, but later on when you link Facebook and Instagram or TikTok, you will have them in here under the sales channel. Also, if you are using Shopify shop, you will see it in here. Then we have apps, and this is all the third-party apps that you might need to download to Shopify store. And also we are going to discuss this in details. And in here in the corner, you will find the settings. And this is a very important section because basically this is where you will set up all the settings of your business. And this is what we are going to discuss next. Now we are inside your store settings. We will cover part of the settings at this stage, then later on through this course, we will cover the remaining settings, the more advanced ones, or the ones related to the after finishing setting up the store part. Let's start first with the general section. And in here, basically, you will see or you will be able to manage the general information about your business. Starting first by the store details. This information is not going to be public, but Shopify is going to use it to communicate with you, or when you send emails, for example, or notifications to your customers. So for example, your store name in here is the one that your customers are going to see when Shopify sends an order confirmation. So make sure that you name the store properly. And this store email address is the one Shopify is going to use to communicate with you. So make sure that you are using a one that you have access to, a one that you check frequently. And not only that, this is also the same email that Shopify might show to customers and contact information and so on. That's why I highly recommend you, in addition to having a Gmail, to have a branded email address for your business. So it could be, for example, hello@yourstorename.com. And finally, you have the store phone. And under it, you have the billing address. And this address is important because basically it tells Shopify where your business is located. And based on this, Shopify is going to show you different payment information or different payment options and different shipping options and so on. Also, this is going to affect the markets and so on. So make sure to choose the region where your business is registered. And as you can see in here, Shopify is asking me for the legal business name. And even later on, if I want to start collecting taxes, because for example, this business is located in France, I need to add my tax information. We're going to talk about this later on, don't worry, but I'm just giving you some general idea about this topic. Then after that, you have the store defaults, and this is where you define your store currency. So in our case, because this business is registered in France, our store currency is euros. But you can change the store currency based on the market. So if, for example, you want to sell in the USA, although your business is registered in France, you can show your customers in the USA your prices in dollars, in USA dollars, same for any other country around the world. But this requires using a special kind of payment gateway called Shopify Payments. If Shopify Payments is not available in your country or where your business is registered, there would be some limitations. Also, we're going to discuss them later. So we have first the default. So we have the currency if you want to change your store currency, or if you want to change the currency formatting, this is where you tackle that. And as you can see, Shopify is telling you can manage currencies under markets. Then we have the backup region. This is when, for example, a customer is not in any of the markets that you are selling. So this is where your store is going to land by default. All of this is going to make more sense when we talk about markets, but for now we can keep it as it is. Then you have the unit system. So I'm gonna keep kilograms because I understand it. Then when you scroll down in here, you can manage a little bit of account settings related to the time zone and so on if you wish. But let's go back in here and let's talk about order ID. So this is for later, but just so we don't forget this. This is basically how your orders are going to be numbered. If your business is too small and you don't care a lot about it, you can simply keep it like this. But if you have a very big business, or if you are doing a very big launch and you don't want people to know how many orders you have made, because basically that's how things are going to look like. So the orders are going to be numbered like this. So people will know that the number of orders that you have. So what you can do is to add a prefix in here or something in here in order to make the order number longer and maybe make it harder for people to guess how many orders you have made. So you can add, for example, in here 20. So your orders will appear like this, or you can add whatever you want. Okay, then you have some information related to the order processing. We are going to cover this later. What we are going to touch or to talk about a lot in this section is your store assets, and we are going to talk about the brand. And this is where everything that I've asked you to prepare before is going to make sense, because in this part in here we are basically defining the brand visual assets. So we are going to give Shopify a default logo, a square logo, a colors, a cover image, and so on, and Shopify is going to use them while we are customizing our store. Defining these assets in here will make your work later on easier, so I highly recommend you to do so. So basically what you need to do is to add your logo in here, your professional one, the rectangular one. Then you have a square logo that you can add in here. Then you need to define your colors. You can add a cover image, a slogan, a short description, and your social media links. I will start by adding my brand logo, so you just need to click here on plus or wherever you want and click on upload image. And this is my logo. I have a rectangular logo, I don't have a square one, so I'm gonna keep it with this one. After uploading it, you just need to click on done. Now thinking about it, for the square one, you can add your favicon, because also the favicon is usually square. So I'm gonna add my favicon in here. I will click on add files, and this is my favicon. And done. Then I will go in here and put my colors. For this brand, I have chosen a list of colors. I'm creating an activewear brand. You are going to see the products later on. So I'm going to use the colors that I have chosen for this brand. And obviously I have used ChatGPT to pick up these colors. In order to add a color, you just need to click in here on plus, and you need to type the hex of your color. Every color has a number, so basically you need to type it in here. And as you can see, once I do that, I have my primary color. Now I need to define my contrasting color, and it should be light compared to my primary one. So I will choose this one, for example, and as you can see, it contrasts very well with the primary color because one is very dark, one is light. I can also add more colors in here under secondary. So every brand usually have 4 to 5 colors. That's what you need to define in here. I will add this color as my secondary one, and I will keep the white as a contrasting color. I can add another secondary color if I wish. I have this color in mind actually. So this is my secondary color. Now I will add another color. I will choose this one. It's a light color as well that contrasts very well with this one. Really in here, all you need to do is to define your brand colors, and that's it. Once you do that, you can also add a cover image. I'm not gonna do that. And you can add a slogan if you wish, even a short description for your business. And finally, you have the social links. It's very important to add your social links to your Shopify store. So many people, when they land on a new brand store or a new brand in general, they will go and check their Instagram page. So make sure to add your links in here, at least Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and stuff like that. Once you finish defining those, and later on you will see why defining the colors in here is going to make your work easier, you click on save. After that, when we go back in here, we have under the store assets, we have the resources. This is where you will see the change log. So like the history of changes that happened on your store. You have like the Shopify help center if you want to hire someone, and you have the keyboard shortcuts. It's actually a very nice feature where you can like simply maybe just try to focus on the things that you are going to use the most, remember them, and just use shortcuts in order to move around Shopify. I'm not a very big fan of them. I don't use them. I don't use them usually, but so many people like them, and I think they are very practical. So if there is something or a repetitive tasks that you prefer to like use keyboard shortcuts to access it, you can check in here and use the ones that you want. And basically that's it for the general settings. Now, after the general settings, we have the plan, and this is where you will see your Shopify plan, and you can change it if you want. So you can simply click here on change plan and change your plan to any of the more advanced ones. And this is the plus plan I told you about before. Also, you can see a deep comparison between the different plans, so you make up your mind based on all of these features. And under the plans in here, you will find also your subscriptions. So if you have installed some third-party apps, you will see all your subscriptions in here if you are paying monthly for them or yearly, so you can manage your subscriptions from here. Okay, after this, you have billing, and this is how you are going to be billed and your past bills and everything. For now, we haven't been billed to anything because we are still on the free trial, but this is where basically you will see the Shopify payments, the apps payments, and so on. Then after billing, you have users. And this is a very important section because this is where you are going to give people permissions to access your store and to work on your store. As you can see, this is the Gmail I have used, and this is the owner of the account. Even if you are going to work with someone to set up your Shopify store, I highly recommend you to use your own email to sign up to the Shopify account. And this way you make sure that you are always the owner of this store. Store owners are the only ones that can, for example, change currencies, delete the store, and so on. So make sure that you are the owner of your own store. Under this section in here, you can also decide to add users. Because we are on the basic plan, we can't add users. So if we want to add more users, we need to go back and to upgrade to another plan. Or what we can do is to add a collaborator. Collaborators are usually people like web developers or apps that need access to your store to do something, and you can add them in here under security. You have like a collaboration code, so you give them your Shopify original domain name. I'm going to show you this later on with this code, and in this way they will be able to request access to your store, and you give them collaborators, you give them access as collaborators. This can be a workaround, so you don't need to upgrade to a more expensive Shopify plan if you want to give access to people. But in my opinion, at some point you would need more than one staff member, for sure, someone to manage the orders or so on. So you must upgrade. So let's go to plans and let's upgrade to be able to create more users, to be able to see how to manage the users. So I will click on change plan, and I will go to the grow, and I will click on subscribe. So now we have successfully upgraded to the grow plan. Let me refresh my page and try to add a new user. So in here, I will click on users and click on add users. And as you can see now, this is accessible for me. I just need to add the email address of this user. And once I do that, they will receive a staff invitation, or an invitation by email to become a staff member. So I will put the email, and then here I will assign the role. You can choose between one of the roles that are assigned in here by default, or you can create your own role. Roles are very important because they define the extent of access you are giving to people. So let's say you want some people to have access to the online store, so to like the front end, but you don't want them to have access to your sales. In this case, you can manage this through the roles in here. Or you can, for every user that you are adding, choose the exact permissions you want to give them. So let's click on add user, and in here under assign you can create a new role basically, and you name this role, you add a description, and then here you choose the permissions. Okay, so what kind of permissions you want to give them? Do you want to give them everything? Do you want to give them permissions on home, on products, on orders, on markets? You choose the exact permission you need. And if they wanted more permissions, they can ask you about it. I recommend you to be very detailed in here, not to give permissions to anyone, and to be very cautious, because it's very important to make sure that only the right people are able to access and change and modify in your store. When you give access to orders, for example, people can see your sales. So if you don't want them to see your sales, you can give them access to orders. So be cautious about the type of access you are giving, but at some point you would need to give access to people. It's fine. Just make sure that you are giving access to people that you trust. Once you do that, you click save, and they will receive an email for them to become staff members, and you can remove them at any stage because you are the main store owner. Under users, we have the other settings, which are payments, checkouts. We are going to discuss this later when we finish with setting up the store and everything, because this is going to be very important before the launch directly. But these are advanced settings, and covering them is super, super important. So if you are just starting out, or if you already have a store, don't miss the section where I talk about these advanced options. The only thing that we are going to discuss now is the domains, and this is where you can define a branded domain name to your store. When you've signed up to Shopify, by default Shopify gave your store a domain name. So in our case, it's the a store name with 6 and myshopify.com. This domain name is super important because it's your original Shopify domain name, and in so many cases you might need to use it. Like in some cases when you want to define your store or you are talking with an app support, for example, this domain is important. But it's not the domain you want your customers to see, especially that in so many cases Shopify will give it numbers sometimes. It looks so weird. So what you need to do is to buy a domain name. Actually, before doing anything, when you just decided your brand name, you should have both your domain name to make sure it is available, because otherwise it's going to be difficult to buy it if it's super expensive, for example. So in here you have different options. Either you buy the domain name directly from Shopify. So as you can see in here, you can click on buy a new domain. So you name your domain name, you click on search and buy it. And this is the simplest way, because when you do that, your domain name will be directly linked to Shopify. And as you can see, you have all the prices. Or you can buy a domain name from GoDaddy, for example, and link it to your Shopify store. It's really up to you and to what you are more familiar with. If you go with a Shopify name, you just go in here and you click buy. If you are more familiar with GoDaddy, you can buy it from GoDaddy and link it to Shopify. Also, it's very straightforward. If you both your domain from GoDaddy or from any other of these, like let's say domain providers, you just need to click on connect existing, and once you do that, you put your domain name. I'm not sure about the other providers, but if you are working with GoDaddy, if you open the GoDaddy account in another tab, you put your domain name in here, you just click next, next, next. The domain will be linked in seconds. You don't need to do anything. Okay. If you are using another platform like maybe Namecheap or something like this, they might ask you to add the DNS records within your domain name. You don't need to be scared. I'm going to show you how to do that in seconds. Here I am inside of my GoDaddy account. I have signed in. In your case, you might need to sign up, or if you already have an account, just sign in. And I will be searching for the available domain names that are similar or maybe in the same brand, in my same brand name. Let me put it in here. I think my guess is that if I can find it directly without store, it would be better, but I don't think I will find it. So I will click on search. And as you can see, lumerastore.co is available, but I prefer to have it .com because this is what people are used to, and this is what works in all domains or in all markets. Especially if you are looking to grow this brand and to make it big, it's very important to not only buy the .com, to maybe even buy the other ones, .co, .au, .uae, in order to make sure that no one else buys your domain name. So this one is not available, so I will try some alternatives. They will give me some alternatives in here. I will see what works. I'm gonna go with anything, so let's try shop, for example. That's why it's very important whenever you're choosing your brand name to make sure that it is available in terms of domains, because otherwise you will pay a lot to buy the domain name. So again, this one is not available. Let's put Lumera Activewear. Let's see. So this one is actually available. It's too long. I wouldn't recommend using it, especially that it has 2 A's. But now, for the sake of example, I'm gonna buy it. So you just need to click on make it yours. And as you can see, it's first year only with like for 0.01. And you click on looks good, keep going. And as you can see in here, you can add more protections if you want. You can like add more features. I'm not gonna do that. But if you want, for example, access to Microsoft 365, you can do that from here. This is very important if you want to use Microsoft for your email address. And finally, you click on continue to cart. And in here, all you need to do is to choose the time, so for how long you want to pay for it. So this is a 1-year payment, and as you can see in here, they have added a full domain protection. This is important. I recommend you to do it, and you just need to click on ready to check out and to buy the domain, and that's it. Once you buy your domain name, you go in here, you click on connect existing, you put your domain name, and as I told you, few steps and your GoDaddy domain name will be linked to your Shopify store. Now, if you are using a different providers and you weren't be able to do the link automatically from here, let me show you how you can do it. Regardless of where you have both your domain name, all of these providers work the same and all of them are managed in the same way almost. So I don't want you to be scared when anything asks you to update your DNS records. This is something that you might need to do along the way, not only for your domain name, but also for your sender email address. If you are linking your Klaviyo sender account to your domain name, same for Omnisend, or for any of the apps like, for example, review apps or so on. So you need to be familiar with changing the DNS records, and it's super easy. You just need to sign in to the platform where you have purchased your domain name, and in there you need to search for something called DNS records or managing your DNS. Usually it's under the settings of your domain name. So you go to the domain and after this you click on manage DNS. All you need to do is basically to follow the same instructions that are given to you. And usually all they ask you to do is to add a new record. So you click on add a record, and usually Shopify or any other tool that's requiring you to change the DNS will give you the type. So in here you will choose the type, will give you the name, you paste it in here, it will give you the value, you paste it also in here, and you click on add more records. Usually all of them require adding 3 records. You just need to add all the records and wait a little bit because it needs time in order to be updated, and that's it. So as I said before, this is something that you might need to do several times, so just don't be scared when any app or anything asks you to change DNS. It's simply managed under your domain name, DNS, and adding records in here. Now, the last thing that I'm going to discuss under settings at this stage is your policies. And this section is important because so many people leave it until the last moment, but it's something that you need to keep in mind. It's something that you must set up. And under policies in here, you will see that we have this list of policies, and recently Shopify added the return rules, which is a very nice feature because now your customers can directly issue the return within their customer account. You can in here manage it, you can in here change the settings by clicking on manage and putting your own return rules. So for example, return window, the shipping rates, and so on. Okay, but under this section also you have the other policies. So you have the privacy, the terms of service, the shipping policy, the contact information, the terms of sale, and the legal notice. Shopify is going to help you because when you click, for example, by default on this one, you can insert a template from Shopify, but you need to modify it in order to make it suitable for your brand. I highly recommend you, especially if you are selling in Europe or in the UAE or in any of these fancy countries, to double check those either with ChatGPT or with someone, with your legal advisor. These are very important. Usually the default ones are good, but they need a little bit of tweaking. If you are located in the UK, I highly recommend you to double check on the privacy policy thing because UK has different rules than any other country. So also this is something to look at. So when it comes to shipping policy, this is going to be related to your shipping. Maybe at this stage, at this moment, you are not ready to fill out the shipping policy, but later on you need to do it. This is not going to actually affect what your customers see at checkout. The shipping rates are going to be set up in a totally different place. But this is your shipping policy, like a general idea about how you are managing your shipping rates, and so on. All of these policies are super important, and we are going to link to them mainly in the footer section of your store. They are required, especially if you are going to run ads. It's important to have them in there, and having them will keep you covered legally. When it comes to shipping and return and refund policies, these policies are very important for the customer, so we might even link to them within the product page, but they must be present in the footer for sure. We are going to see later on how to link them to the footer and everything, but I wanted to cover this section and to make sure that you don't miss it. For the contact information, Shopify by default is going to, if you click on insert template, it's going to take the information that you have added as your business's general information and put it in here. So if you don't want Shopify to use them, you need to modify them from here. Also, Shopify is going to recommend you to download Shopify Inbox. It's a free app from Shopify that allows your customers to chat with you directly. If you are just starting out and your business is simple and you are not looking for something fancy or AI, you can use Shopify Inbox. It's amazing. You will have an application on your phone and you will see when someone chats with you directly, you can reply to them. You can see their history with your store, what they have ordered before. So you can initiate conversation based on history, not like just randomly talking to customers. But if you have a large catalog and your business requires a lot of education and your customers might have a lot of questions, like if you are in the cosmetic niche or skincare niche or electronics and so on. In this case, you might need something more advanced with AI features to reply to customers like Beautify, for example, or Tideo. This is also something very important that you need to keep in mind, and this is where AI can actually help you a lot. Okay, but for now, if you are just starting out and you want something very basic, Shopify Inbox can be a very good start. You just need to download the app and manage it. And that's it for the policies section. Now that we are finished with the basic settings, we are going to move to the next step, and it is to start adding products to your store. So, are you ready? Let's get there. Now we are going to see how to add a product to Shopify store. And in here, I need you to focus because there are so many things and so many information that we need to fill in. And it's very important to mention that later on, when we customize our front end, so our website, we might need to go back to our products and modify them. And this is where we are going to talk about Metafields, bulk editing, and much more. But for now, let's start with the basics. Let's start to see how we can define our products in the right way. So from your Shopify dashboard, you go in here to products. And if you have a very large catalog, you might need to import your products to Shopify. But if you have like a small catalog, adding your products one by one can be easier. Bulk editing is a little bit advanced and it requires you to be more familiar with Shopify. So I would keep this for later. So from here, you click on Add Product. And as you can see, this is the product editor. The first thing that we need to fill is the title. Once we fill in the title in here and we save, Shopify is going to create the URL for our product. So make sure that you write the title the right way, or at least if you change the title, to go back in here to the button, to this section in here, and modify or update the URL if you want. So I'm gonna start by my first product. I will fill in the title, the description, then I will have the media. So for the title, this is going to be mainly your product title, and it depends on what you are selling and your brand. Some brands like to keep this very SEO friendly, so they put a very clear title. Some brands make it more branded, so they create specific names for their products. It's really up to you. So this is my product title. And as you can see, when I click on save, by default, the URL at the button will be updated to show this within my URL. So this is my URL. That's why if at some point you decided to change the URL or to change the title, make sure that you go back in here and you fix this one. Okay, after defining the title, we need to add a description. And this is going to be something that describes your product in the best way possible. Also in here, it's very important to mention that your product description and how complicated it is or how long it is, or how much you need to diversify in here will greatly depend on the product that you are selling. If you are selling something like leggings, for example, like activewear, things can be a little bit simple. But if you are selling something that's super complicated or needs a lot of education and so on, your description might need to be more complicated. However, I recommend you to keep it anyway simple in here, and to think about the description that you are going to fill in here as the small part that you will see next to the product photos. If your product is more complicated and need more information, I will show you later how we can create a product page and fill it with information in a digestible way, in a way that people will be actually to scroll it, to read it, in a format that actually communicate the information in a more legible way. So for the description, I'm gonna paste my simple description in here. And by the way, Shopify has an AI tool, so you can click in here and generate the description from here. If you wish, you can modify the tone, give it special instructions if you wish. I prefer to use ChatGPT to do that, but if you want, you can use it from here. Then you need to upload your media. So I will click here on upload. and I will add my product photos. So I have, this is a product and it comes in 2 different colors. I will upload all the images all at once. And here, one tip I highly recommend you to keep in mind is to always have all of your product images in the same dimensions, in the same ratio. So either make all of your product images rectangular with the same ratio or all of them square. I find it easier to make them all square because square is square, so there is no way any photo will be different. And this way you make sure that your photos look aligned everywhere, like no photo is going to be cropped in a weird way or something like this. So I've uploaded the images in here, and as you can see, for this product I have 2 colors. So I want to create a variant. We're gonna do that later in a few seconds. In here, you need to define the type of this product. And for the type, I recommend you to think about the closest thing that can describe this product. We are going to use types later on in filters in our collections. So make sure that whatever you are filling in here, it's the closest description to what you are selling. So this is, for example, legging. If I have, for example, compressive leggings or other type of leggings, I might even in here precise the type. Or let's say activewear legging or yoga legging, it depends on you. But in here, you need to fill the type that's closest to this. Remember, this is gonna be reflected on your filters, on your collection filters. So this is gonna be under types. So do you want it to be leggings, bras, jumpsuits, accessories, let's say. In my case, this is what I want. So I'm going to enter in here legging. Okay, here this is the vendor, so this is my brand. In case you are selling other brands' products, in here you put the vendor name, so the brand name, so Adidas, Puma, whatever it is. And finally, you have the collection. You can manually add this product to a collection. I'm not gonna do that, but you can manually do it. By default, Shopify put all the products in the homepage collection. You can keep it. It's up to you. Then you have the tags. The tags are important because I use them to create collections, okay? So there are so many rules of how you can create collections on Shopify, and we are going to see them, but one of the rules is to use tags. I find it easier to use tags because there is no way you will get anything wrong with tags. So for example, this is a legging, and I know that I'm gonna create a collection for leggings. So basically for the tags in here, I will put leggings. I can also think that maybe I'm gonna create a collection of black leggings, let's say. So I will add a tag black leggings. So many people think about tags in here like the tags on Instagram. No, it's not like this. It's just adding a property for this product. Again, I like to use tags as a way to organize my collections. So I think always about the collections that I want to create, and I use the tags in here. When we talk about collections, this is gonna make more sense. So keep this in mind. Then we have the theme template. This is going to be a very large topic that we are going to discuss when we do the front end of your store, the theme customization, so let's keep it for later. Then in here we have the category, and this is something fairly new from Shopify, where Shopify decided the category of your product. Why it's important? Because Shopify, when defining this category, will add more fields to fill to this product based on this category. So for example, if it's makeup, it will add fields related to the makeup, so like skin type, coverage or stuff like that. If it's legging, it's gonna add different fields. So let me show you. This is now uncategorized. If you scroll down, this is the information that you can fill. There is nothing special. But if I choose legging in here and I click on suggested, which is legging, and you scroll down, you will see that this full section is now available, and it's telling me or giving me more options to fill about the product. And as you can see, by default, Shopify detected the 2 colors, which is red and navy, not 100% accurate, but very close to what I have. And also they gave me activewear clothing features, more things to fill. It's not mandatory, it's up to me, but these are in there and I can use them. And later on, we're gonna talk a lot about Metafields and how to use them and how you can improve your store using them. But this is important. Defining the category in here is important because Shopify will be opening more Metafields for you by default, helping you more. I can accept all, I can decide what I'm gonna accept or not, it's up to you. I'm gonna accept all actually. And later on, we will discuss more how to customize them. And when you scroll down here, you have the price. And this is in here a very nice section that allows you to put the price of the product. So let's say it's for 60 euros. In here you have the compare at price, and this is going to be something you use if you have discounts. So for example, if you want to make this in sale, you put in here the original price and you put in here the current price. So this is always going to be the price that your customers pay, and this could be the price that you are comparing to. So 100 euros, for example, in here, and your customers will be seeing on the product page 100 euro with a, I'm not sure what you call it, with a line next to it, 60 euros. So they see the price before and after. And in here you have, if you wish like to sell by unit, which is not the case. And in here you can enter the cost. When you do that, you basically make it easier for yourself to later on do your calculation, your audits, your margins, and so on. Basically in here you put the cost you pay for this product. So if I'm selling it for 60 euros, let's assume it's costing me 20 euros. So this is my original cost. I'm talking about cost of goods, not everything else. Then we have the inventory, and this is where you need to basically tell Shopify how much quantity you have of this product. And here you have two options. Either you decide to manage your inventory outside of Shopify, so maybe on an Excel sheet, and you simply turn this off, which is something I don't understand. Why would you do something like this? Or you turn it on, especially if you work with warehouses, and you enter your inventories in here. For now, we are seeing one location because this is the business original location. But we can have different locations if we have different warehouses. And we are going to talk about this more when we talk about warehouses. But when you assign or create more warehouses, you will see them in here and you can fill out the quantity on each warehouse. Okay, so let's say in here I have in hand 100 pieces. This is the available items. So this is how much I can actually sell. When I sell something, this number is going to be up, so it's committed, and this number is going to be down. So the first sale I do is going to show in here as 1, and this is going to become 99. The unavailable is a section that you can add. Let's say, for example, if you are holding some inventories that you don't want to open to public, or if you have some damaged items or something like this, you can add them in here so you don't lose track of them. Again, we are going to talk more about inventories later on, about warehouses, but just so you have an idea, this could be totally managed within Shopify. Then you have SKU and barcode, and those are going to be important if you are working with a warehouse, okay? Because warehouses are going to receive the orders, and in order to know which product your customers bought, they are going to use SKUs. So every product has an SKU, you just need to enter it in here. You can either enter this one, you must have one at least, yeah, either an SKU or a barcode. Most warehouses will work enough with one of these. Okay, you can even like have the same one here and here. You put the SKUs, and in this way, your warehouse will know this product is this SKU, so you make order processing way easier and accurate. And you can in here choose to continue selling when out of stock. This is really up to you and to how you are managing your business, how easy it is for you to get more inventories and so on. So you can click or unclick this option. Then we have shipping. And this is only going to make sense or to be important when you are billing your shipping based on weight. If you are not doing shipping based on weights, this is not necessary. If you are, you might fill it in here. Also, some warehouses will require to know the weight of the product, even if they are not using weight as a way to bill for shipping. So all you need to do in here is to put the product weight. So, and it's very important to keep it on, because otherwise Shopify will think that this is a digital product. So you need to turn it on to say that this is a physical product that needs shipping. So you need to put the weight in here. Let's say it's 0.25. In here you can change the unit, and that's it. In here you can add some more information if you wish. It's really related to the customs and duties if you want. Then we have the variants, and variants basically are the different options of the same product. So for example, in my case, I sell this product in two different colors, the navy one and the red one. So I have two variants based on the colors. You might have variants based on the sizes, on the colors, on the material, and so on. Actually, for my legging, I would need variants based on the sizes and on the colors, because this is a legging. So I will scroll down in here, and for variants in here, I will click on add options, and I will start with size. So I will choose a size, let's say small, as let's say medium, and large. For sure, if you are selling leggings, you would need much more than just this, but just giving this as an example. And I will click on done. So now I defined my first variant, and if I click on it, I can change the option name if I want. Second, I will click here on add an option and I will choose color. And by default, Shopify linked the variant colors in here with this Metafields in here. And as you can see, it's already existing. And when you click on the small size, you will see that I have two options. When you click on the medium, I have two options, and same for the large. Okay, and you click on done. So now I have my variants. The second thing I need to do is to add images for those variants. So I will click on the plus in here. Since the small is going to be the same thing, so it's all small, basically I just need to select any of the things. I would go in here and choose the color instead. So I will go to red and I will choose this one, let's say. And for the navy, I will do the same. And I need to do this for all of my sizes. So now I have the variant set up with the images. I can go in here and also change the prices if I want. Make sure that the quantities are okay, so you have 100 available of each variant. This is very important. And once you do that, you click on save. We will tackle or talk more on details about color swatches later in this course, because it's not always that easy, like red and navy. Sometimes you would have different colors, different patterns. We are going to see how to set up those when we talk about color swatches in details. But for now, as you can see, we have defined our product, our variants, and in here we have the SEO listing. This is how your product is going to be listed in Google. So basically you have the title, the meta description, and the URL. So if you are doing SEO, this is basically what you need to modify. Again, modifying your products is going to be also more advanced. Again, we are going to get back to this later on through this course, because we are going to update a lot of this information based on the product page layouts that we have created. But this is basically how you create a product. Now, let me show you how you create collections. And this is going to happen in here under products, collections. When you click on add a collection, by the way, by default, you have the homepage collection I told you about. You click here on add collection. The first thing you need to do is to name the collection. So let's start with leggings. And in here, you can enter a small description for the collection. You can add a small image to the collection. And the most important thing to focus on is how this collection is going to be updated. So you have two ways. You have the manual way, so where you add each product manually to the collection, or you have the smart way, where you create rules to create this collection. I like to do the smart way, and I like to use the tags. But let me show you. Under the smart way, you have these conditions. So you can create collection based on product tags. Remember the tags we have just talked about in the product section? This is what's going to happen in here. So for example, I can make a collection of all the products that are tagged leggings. So what Shopify is going to do is going to put any product with a tag leggings in this collection. And by the way, every product in Shopify can be on multiple collections. So as you can see, this product is by default directly in here. This is one of my favorite ways to create collections. I think you can never get it wrong this way, but there are also other ways to do it, to do collections. And by the way, once you save or once you create, you can never change this again, which is annoying, I know. And by the way, when you create a manual collection, you can't make it smart again and vice versa. So make sure that you are creating your collections the right way from the beginning, especially if you are considering adding more products or if you know that your catalog is going to be very large in the future. So after this in here, now other than the tags, there are so many other rules that you can use, like product type, category, vendor. So let's say you're selling other brands, you can create a collection for all products that are with a vendor Adidas. So in this case, they all come in this collection. You can also use weight, inventory stock. Let's say you want to create a collection of items that you only have 10 of. Okay, so you can use this condition. So create a collection of items that still have 10 of products that still have only 10 items in stock, and so on. You have so many options that you can choose from. You can even use Metafields, also to be discussed later, to create the collections. I'm gonna go with a tag and I will choose leggings again and click on save. So as you can see now in my list of collections, I have this collection and I can see the condition, which is product tag is equal to legging. Again, it's very important to organize your collections to have an idea about what collections you want to have in your store, because this is going to affect your overall store structure and how much user-friendly your store is. If you are going to sell a lot of products, you must double down on this work to make sure that your products are well organized. If you just have a small catalog, this is gonna be less crucial for you. I will continue adding the other products to the store. Later on, I will create the collections and show you a little bit how you can bulk edit the products in order to assign them to the collections. But first, I wanted to show you some AI tools that you can use in order to improve your product images. And this tool is actually within Shopify and you can directly use it from your dashboard. So if we go back to the product that we have defined and we choose any of the images, so let's go for example with this one. When you click on it, you will see that in here you have some tools that you can use. And let's start with the first one. With this first one, you can crop your image to any ratio you want. So let's say, for example, you uploaded your product photos and you discovered that one of the photos is not actually square or not in the right ratios. So you can come in here and just crop it. And that's it. So let's go, for example, with this option. As you can see, I just need to hit apply and the image will be cropped. Also, you can rotate, you can flip, and in here you can even resize if you have like a specific size in mind. You can even draw, so if you want to draw above this image, you can do so. And finally, and this is actually what I think is the best option in here, you can remove the background of your image and add a specific background to this image. So let's say, for example, I noticed that this image doesn't have the exact background color. Let's say I want to go with white. You can remove the background and apply the color from here. And you can decide whether to directly save it in here, so it's gonna replace your existing image, or you can save it as new. Okay, once you do this, save it as a new image will be added to your product page. Also, something else that you can do is to generate a background. So you can in here tell Shopify what background you want for this image and you can generate the background. Let's try something. So let's put, for example, outdoor garden, and see how it goes. It seems that the AI tool is now facing an issue, so it's not generating the background. But in principle, this tool in here should have generated a background for your image. I don't think this is the most advanced AI tool that you can ever use. I think Canva is even better with this. But if you want to do some quick edits on your image, like a crop or a background remove, I think you can profit from the idea that you can directly do this within Shopify. So once you finish, you just need to click here on Save as New, and the image will be added to your product. So as you can see, this is the new image. It's now added to your product images. While working on this course, Shopify made their winter edition 2026, and they have changed some stuff here and there. Actually, they have done more than change some stuff, but there are things related to the settings, to how Shopify works, changed, and I'm going to cover them now during the editing phase. The first thing I want to talk about is the image generation tool, the one that we were just talking about at the product level. Actually now this tool is much more advanced. Now you can talk to Sidekick in the same way that you talk to ChatGPT to generate images and stuff like that. I'm gonna show you an example and I'm pretty sure it's going to greatly help you. So from your Shopify dashboard, in order to access Sidekick, you need to click here on this icon. This is the Sidekick icon, and you need to you can make it large screen if you want to see everything. So in this example in here, for example, I've given Sidekick the image of drinking coffee from Starbucks, and I have, so in this conversation in here, I have given Sidekick a coffee from Starbucks and asked it to create an image of someone drinking this coffee. And as you can see, a very simple prompt, show someone drinking this coffee, and the Sidekick returned this first image, which is aesthetically is nice, but it's not logical. So I asked it to create one with someone holding the coffee in their hands, and as you can see, this is the final result. This is actually amazing because now you can create images directly within Shopify, and Sidekick is good at creating images. We're gonna create something together now so you have an idea about how to use it. I'm pretty sure you're going to benefit a lot from this feature. I'm going to start a new conversation in here. I will upload an image of also random coffee, and this time I will tell it, for example, to show someone drinking this coffee in an office. And let's say if it can generate this image. It takes a few seconds to generate the image, and you can always like change, improve, talk with AI in order to get exactly what you want. So as you can see, the image was generated and I can save this file. It's a perfect image. It doesn't look AI at all. I really like this tool and I'm pretty sure you're gonna benefit from it a lot. I started adding the products, and now I'm adding a product with some variants, some color variants. So I wanted to make a pause, make you see the process one more time, because I know that adding variants is challenging to some people. So I want to make sure that you have a very good idea about how to do it. So this product in here is basically a mat, a yoga mat. And as you can see, it comes in 3 different colors. I have added the images in here in Shopify. I named the product, added the description, and now I have under category the yoga mats. And as you can see, Shopify by default pulled out the colors from here. Well, they are not exactly my colors, so I want to change them. So I have basically dark green and dark blue. So I would go in here, and instead of black, I will go with red. And I will see if I have in here dark blue and dark green. If I don't have them, it means I need to define them. So I will click on add a new entry, and I will call it dark blue. And the best thing in here is to have the color. So to have the color hex, the number. But if you don't have it and you're just guessing, you can check it from here. I will search on Google for dark blue color actually to use it. So dark blue color hex, just for the sake of example. But you should have this in case you want to make sure that the color is going to be exactly your product color. In case you have a pattern or a different color, or you're not sure about your hex, you can always upload an image for this label in here instead of adding a hex. So let's say if you are doing skincare and you want to show the texture of your lip butter, for example, you can add an image of the texture in here, and later on I will show you how to make Shopify show the image instead of showing the color. And you click on save. Now we want to add a new entry, which is dark blue, so a dark green, so I will put dark green. And Shopify is pulling something by default, but it's not that accurate. So I will basically do the same, or I will pick something from here like this and click on save. So now I have my 3 colors in here under the category Metafields. I need in here to add my variant, which is color. And as you can see, by default it was linked to my category Metafield, which is the color. The next thing I need to do is to select the images or the image of each of these variants. So I will click on red, and I will choose this one, then dark blue and dark green. Well, I know that so many people would like on the product page to have multiple images of the same variant. And I know that so many merchants like to only show the selected color images. This is a feature that we can apply, we can use, but it's not available in all Shopify themes. Some Shopify themes, most of the professional ones, the paid ones, will allow it, but the not paid ones, the free ones, usually don't allow this feature. And depending on the theme, setting this up will be different. Okay, I will click on save now. And since I didn't put the product price in here, it wasn't updated in here, so I will put the product price in here. So let's go with, let's say 45, 45, and 45. So now we have our product and it's available in 3 different colors. Well, for sure I need to add the available quantities in here. So let me add, for example, 100, 100, and 100 as well. And click on save. Now I will go back to my products list and I will show you that I have added so many products, but the information is not 100% accurate for all the products, so I want to modify them. I can either go one by one and fix them, or I can use the bulk edit feature from Shopify. All you need to do basically is to click here and click on bulk edit. And Shopify will be taking you to this view, which is very similar to an Excel sheet. It's very user-friendly and it allows you to update things quickly. So let's say, for example, I want to start by making sure that I have the prices properly. So as you can see, for this product, I have the price. For this one as well. For this one, I don't have the price. So let me add the price in here, 85. And if I continue scrolling, I can see that I have added all the prices. So I'm good with this. Then I have the available quantity. So as you can see in here, it's 0. And if you click in here on columns, you can modify or add columns to see. So let's say I want to see if inventory, if I'm actually tracking quantity within Shopify. So I will choose this option. And as you can see, for all of these products, I'm tracking quantity. I can decide to remove in here track quantity for the products, for one or for multiples. It's up to you and to how you are managing your business. I will keep it on, but I will go in here and manage the quantities for the products where I don't have any quantity. So let's put 100. I can even scroll like this. It's like an Excel sheet. Do the same in here. Let's say, and the same in here. So now I have my quantities updated. I can save or I can continue changing stuff. Let's say I want to work on the tags because later on I want to create collections based on these tags. So I will click here on the columns and I will choose to see the tags. And let's start with the first one on here, which is the mat. So I will tag it by accessories because I want to create a collection called accessories. So I will add it like this. Then I will see in here, for example, this is a bottle, so I will tag it with the same tag. You can copy and paste if you wish. So I'm gonna tag it accessories and make sure that you've written the tag in the same way because otherwise it won't work. And then we have in here the overall, so I will call it overall. And same for this one, overall, or maybe jumpsuits, it's up to you. I can do both. So let me go in here. Okay, and then here I have black leggings. Let's go in this one to the bra and put bra. For the legging in here, I will choose leggings as well. And let's put this bras to be consistent. So bras. And in here, it's leggings. And basically that's it. I will click on save. And now I have my products tagged properly. And you can use this view in order to modify anything you want about your product. So as you can see, you have so many columns. You can decide in here what you want to keep, what you want to see, and based on this, like change or update your information. The bulk edit feature is very nice, especially if you are dealing with a lot of products. Sometimes it has some limitations, and in this case, you might need to use a third-party app that's better at bulk editing. So now, since we have our tags up, let's go back to our collections and let's create some collections. So we have the leggings, and as you can see, we have 3 products inside the leggings. Let's click on add collection and let's make it bras. And this time the simple condition is going to be tag is equal to bras, and click on save. And as you can see, this bra is already in here. Maybe we missed some products or we didn't save, but if you refresh, you will see your other collection in here. Let's go back one more time to the products to verify that we have our tags properly. So let's click in here and click on bulk edit. And one more time, let's see the tags. Maybe I didn't save. So yes, I did save. This is the bra, and this is actually, this should be in here bra. This is a problem. So I'm gonna type in here bras and click on save. Sometimes it takes few seconds for the collections to update, but it's not a problem. And I will click on add collection, and this time it's going to be accessories. And in here under smart, for tag is equal to accessories, I will click on save. And let me add one tag, which is one collection, which is the overall. So I'm gonna call it overalls. And in here, the condition will be tag is equal to overall, and I will click on save. As I told you before, whenever you are creating a collection, there are so many rules that you can use. At the beginning, using tags is the most straightforward way, but later on, over time, you might start thinking about creating collections based on prices, or categories, or weight, or variant, or inventory, and so on. It depends. Let's say if you're doing a sale, you might decide based on inventory. If you are doing for example, gift guides, you might do a collection based on price for items below $50 and so on. So you have so many options in here to use. So you have the title, the type, the category, and so on. Don't limit yourself with the tags. Using tags is an amazing way to start organizing your collections when you start, but later on, I'm pretty sure you are going to benefit from the ability to create different collections based on different conditions. Now that we have our products and collections set up, I want to start talking about filters. And filters are super important, especially if you sell a lot of products. And setting up filters in the right way from the beginning is a very smart move if you want to make sure that your products are going to stay organized in the future, your products and collections. Well, if you already have a store, this section is going to be extra important for you because it's going to help you to organize your existing catalog better. So if you don't know what filters are, I'm going to take you to Decathlon, which is for sure you know what Decathlon is. If you go to any collection in here, let's say if you go to the bottoms, you will see those in here. Those are the filters. And filters are extremely important because they make navigating your store easier. They make it easier for your customers to find what they are searching for. So let's say, for example, I'm on your store and I want directly to find the black legging or the legging made out of cotton or the legging made out of another material, whatever it is, filters are going to help me. So the first thing I need you to figure out is what type of filters will make sense to your specific products or to your specific niche. Well, Shopify default category Metafields will help you a little bit to get an idea. Let me show you. If you recall when we were adding the products, Shopify was assigning a category for every product. So if we go to this one in here, to the yoga mat, you will see that it was assigned the category of yoga mat. And when we do that, Shopify by default assign Metafields that are appropriate or related to this specific product type. So as you can see in here, you have by default a color, and if you can click more on category Metafields, you have the exercised matte material. But if you go back to, let's say, to our legging, if we go back to our leggings, for example, if you go to this one, you will see that we have a totally different list of Metafields, of category Metafields. Those can help you at least to start from somewhere. But the best thing that you can do is to go to your competitors or to big stores in your niche to see what type of filters they are using and get inspired from them. Also, it's very important to think about what your customers usually ask about, or how or different ways they might be exploring or searching for a product on your store. So as you can see in here under this section, we have age group, we have pants length type. So if I sell, for example, long or ankle ones, this is maybe type of filters people who are like searching for leggings will care about. So category Metafields will give you a nice idea about things to look at, and all of these to me makes sense, but it doesn't mean that you need to keep all of them. Okay, in order to organize or to activate filters on your store, we need to use a Shopify app. It's a free Shopify app and it's called Search and Discovery app. So this is the app I'm talking about. It's a free Shopify native app. You don't need to pay anything. You just need to install it. And we are going to use it for two things. We are going to use it for the filters and for the product recommendations. We will cover product recommendations later. So now we are going to focus on the filters. Once you add this app to your store, you will see in here that you have filters, search, recommendations. It's actually also cover search. So let's start with the filters. And by default, Shopify will start with two different types of filters, which is the availability and the price. You can remove them if you think they are not important and add your own filters. In order to add filters, all you need to do is to click here on Add Filter, and then here to select the source. And as you can see, the things you are seeing in here are basically the category metafields we have seen on the product page. And they are telling you that this is a category metafield, this is a standard, so this is the vendor or the brand, and this is also a category metafield. You can see in here which of these filters, suggestions are category metafields, which are like standard stuff and so on. Well, so let's say, for example, I want to use fabric as one of my filters. So I will choose fabric in here and click on Save. So now I want to make sure that this metafield is available for all the products where fabric makes sense. Usually by default, this is gonna be the case. But let's say for some reason it's not. In order to check for which category the fabric is actually active, you go in here to Settings, and you go in here to Metafields and Metaobjects, and you go to Products, and after that to Assign to Categories, and you will see the fabric metafield in here. You click on it, and you can see in here for which categories this metafield is applicable. Those are the categories that most probably you have used on your products. You can even edit and add more categories if you want. So let's say I'm okay, I'm gonna close this one, and now I will go back to my products and I will fill this metafields for my product. For sure, it won't make sense for the mat or for the bottle, but I can also bulk edit and change at the same time, because when I do that, you will see that this metafield, the fabric one, won't be actually active for the categories where it doesn't make sense. So for example, for the bottle, as you can see, I can't add a fabric type. Okay, for this one, I can add, which is weird, but you can simply not fill it. Then, for example, for the overall, I can in here click and choose between these type of fabrics. So I will go with Canva, for example, and you can continue filling out these materials or maybe add your own if you have something special. I'm going to simply drag this down like this, and that's it. I will click on Save. So now I have two different materials on my store. I have the canvas and I have the synthetic, and I can filter my products between these two different types. So once I go and start working on the front end, I will see a filter similar to the one in here called fabric, and under it I will see cotton or synthetic, and I will see the canvas. Okay, I can add as much values in here as I wish. I can use one of the pre-made Shopify values, or I can add my own entry. And the same product can have two different type of things. In case of fabric, maybe it's just one type, but let's say you have the same product in, let's say you're selling gold and you have the same product in white gold and gold. You can have the two entry in here at the same time. So this product is going to show under the two filters. So whether someone is filtered by the gold option or by the white option. Later on, when we set up the front end, this is gonna make more sense. But as you can see, you can use the basic category metafields in order to create the filters. Or if you want to add something totally new that doesn't exist within the category metafields, you can create your own filter. I will show you how. Now when I go, for example, to the bra in here, and I scroll down, I have the category metafield in here. These are the ones predefined by Shopify. And I have in here a section called product metafield. So let's say there is a filter that doesn't exist in any of the categories and I want to create a new one. All I need to do is to go click here on settings, and I will go one more time to Metafields and Metaobjects. I will go to products and I will add a definition, and let's call it trial filter. And in here, you need to select the type of this metafield. Okay, I want it to be a list of values because, again, let's say one product fills under two different metafields. I want to be able to do this, so I will choose list of values. If every product only is applicable for one filter, or one filter is only applicable per product, in this case, you can have it as one. But I always think that in some cases, the same product can fill under two different filters, so let's keep it list from the beginning. And under type, I will take single line text. In here, you can assign it to categories if you wish, or you can keep it open, and I will click on save. Once you do that, you just need to go back to your product, and you will see that under Metafields in here, we have a new field called trial filter. And when we go to all the products and click on bulk edit, you will see that this one is available for all of them. So because I didn't assign it to a special category, I assigned it to all products. So it should be somewhere here. As you can see, it's assigned to all the products, and I can apply it to all products. Also, if I go back to my app in here, to the search and discovery app, and I go to my filters, I can add this new Metafield as a filter. So I will click on add filter, and I will click on choose source. I can type the name, or if you scroll in here, you will find that, and you will find that the type is a product Metafield type. So in case your category Metafields were not enough, you can create your own filter. Filters are super important, especially for stores with large catalogs. So I need you to take your time and think about all the different filters that you need to include in your store, and just get your products organized. So whether it is fabric, whether it is material, if you go in here, you have category, brand, color, size, availability. We can do sports type, we can do waist style, length style, infinite options of filters. The most important thing is that those filters should make sense to your potential customers and should help them to navigate your store better and to find what they are searching for easier. Now we are almost done with the back end of the store. We're actually very far from done. We will still need to go a lot to the back end to add stuff, to modify things, to manage settings, but this is going to come later. Now we are going to start talking about the front end. And when I say front end, it means everything that your customers see. So basically your online store, how you show your brand to the world. In this section, we will focus mainly on how to choose your theme, what are the things that you need to look at while you are browsing the different Shopify themes. So just to give you a quick idea, Shopify offers a large number of free themes that you can choose from. And recently, last year, they have added more free themes. Many of them are very good actually, and you can use them if you want. However, before deciding on the theme that you want to use, there is something very important that you must keep in mind. Your Shopify theme is going to dedicate a lot how your theme or how your store is going to look like and what features you will have by default within this store. And it is a one-time choice. You can for sure later on change the theme over time, but it takes time to set up a theme and to update everything. So this decision is not a decision that you should be taking lightly or that you should be taking just thinking about this moment. You need also to think about what type of stores you want to have in the coming few years, what type of features you want to have on your store, how you want your store to look like, how you want the vibes of your brand to show, and so on. And the theme that you are going to choose is going to affect a lot this. That's why I highly recommend you to take your time choosing your Shopify theme. Think about it as something that's going to live with your brand for at least 4 or 5 years, maybe even more if you have chosen a good theme from good providers, from good developers. Stay using this theme because you can update this theme and you can continue using this theme for a very long time if it's a good one. When it comes to theme selection, I usually prefer not to work with a free theme for so many reasons, but mostly because I think paid ones are usually more luxurious, they look better, and they offer better features. And I honestly think that the price of themes is very low. It's a one-time investment, and it's usually between $100 to $400. Imagine you're paying just one time for a theme that can live with you for years. So I prefer to invest on a professional theme and start from there. That's why I take my time into choosing and into searching within the theme library in order to find my theme or the theme that works best for my store or for my clients. In order to explore your Shopify themes, basically all you need to do is from your Shopify dashboard, you can go to online store. And under themes in here, you will see the default theme. And this is the Horizon default theme. This is a free theme from Shopify. It was introduced last year. It's one of the most recommended free Shopify themes actually. And when you scroll down in here, you will see more free themes from Shopify that you can explore them as well. Or you can click here on Visit Theme Store and go to the Shopify Themes Store. And in here, you will see the filters that we have talked about before. And I invite you to use these filters to search for the theme that you want for your store. But before doing this exercise, it's very important that you, as a store owner or as a store designer, have a very good idea about what type of things you want to show in your store. So do you want to have a theme with very fancy visual effects? Or do you want to have a theme with fancy product recommendations? Or maybe do you want to have a theme with very bold design type? Or maybe you want to have a theme that shows a lot of comparison tables, maybe ingredients, maybe nutritional facts, and so on. So deciding what type of features and sections you want to have on your pages is going to affect a lot your theme choice. Well, yes, it's true. Now we have an AI feature within every theme that allows us to create any section we want basically. But this feature needs a lot of work, and sometimes it doesn't give you exactly what the result that you are looking to achieve, and sometimes it's glitchy even. So it's better to always start with a good foundation and build on it. And in order to do that, you should be aware of what you want to have in your store and what are the things that you want to see in there. Once you have this in mind, and you can't have this in mind unless you do a market research, go to your competitors, see what you liked in there, get an idea about what you want to have in your store, you go back to the Shopify theme store and you start your exploration from here. Actually, so many of these themes are very good to the point they can inspire you, because they are made based on the niche, and many of them are made by great developers, so they are actually amazing. So let's say, for example, I'm creating a cosmetic brand. I know I'm creating something different, but let's see the cosmetic now, then we will talk about the my actual niche later on. But let's say I'm creating a cosmetic store. The first thing I need you to do is to go in here to industry and choose the closest thing that reflects your industry. So in our case, it could be beauty. Let's see if there is something else. Actually, I don't think so. So basically, it's a beauty. And as you can see, Shopify in here filtered all the themes that have beauty demo stores, so you can get an idea about like what you might like. And for every theme in here, you will see the price and you will see the rating and the satisfaction. So do merchants usually like this theme or not, and so on. And when you go to the theme itself, to the theme page, you will get more information about the theme as well. But you can also, in addition to filtering by the niche in here, go a little bit deeper and filter, for example, by the catalog size. So how many products do you have? The more products you have, like in here, for example, the more you are moving toward themes that might look like Amazon or feel like Amazon, because there are so many products in here. So in large catalogs in here, for example, Shopify will be suggesting themes with very complicated search feature, for example, or with a lot of complicated menus and navigation tools, because this is what a store with 500 plus products needs. But if you have a modest catalog, so let's say between 11 to 100, you can choose this one and filter by this catalog type. Then you have the features in here. So if you have an idea, and this is what I invited you to do, you can start using this to filter out some of the themes that you don't want. So do you want age verifier? In my case, I don't, but if I'm selling alcohol or if I'm selling like cigarettes or something like this, I would need an age verification. So do I need a before and after image slider? Definitely. I'm selling cosmetics, so I want this. And you can see that just by choosing this option, I lowered my results to 51, which is good. It means that I'm getting exactly what I want. Do you want color swatches? Definitely. Do you want combined listing? Let's choose it. And as you can see, this is a very limited feature. As you can see, only 20 theme offers this option. And you can continue in here and continue doing this exercise and choose what you want. I will remove the combined listing and see if there is something else related exactly to the things a cosmetic brand would need. I don't think so. So I'm okay with it. After finishing the filtering in here, you will see all the themes in here. I will also choose the paid ones. Actually, as you can see, the free ones is 0 because most probably I have picked this one of these options that filtered the results down to only 51. Now, our job starts with exploring these different themes and finding out the one that's going, or the ones that's going to be the best choices for us. It takes time to do this exercise, but you must do it and take your time doing it because, as I said before, this is a one-time option, a one-time choice that you're going to take. So this is the first theme. It's a new one. So honestly, I won't go with a new theme unless I know the developers behind it. So this is, for example, a theme that I have used so many times before. It's called Be Yours. It's a very good theme. We're gonna go back and check it out. We have Sleek, also a very good theme. We have Wonder. I've used this theme before. It's an amazing theme. And as you scroll down in here, you will see more and more themes that basically reply to your need, exactly your niche, with the right, let's say, demo store, so you have a better idea about the store, how the store is going to look like, and so on. Let's go to page 1. And let's, for example, explore Wonder, okay? When you go to this theme in here, you will see the price and the number of, like, the satisfaction, basically. And when you scroll down, you will read more about the theme. So what are the main features and what's included in here? And I highly recommend you to read those. So for example, if you are going to make your store in Arabic as well, you need to make sure that you are choosing a theme that supports the direction from right to left in writing, which is not the common one. So you need to make sure that the theme that you are selecting supports this. As you can see in here, we can see a lot of features like before and after, mega menus, product filtering, sticky header, and so many other options that we might care about. So this is the right to left feature, for example. When you scroll down here, you will see some presets. So these are demo stores done with this same theme. So the theme name is in here, it's Wonder, and this is the demo store, and you can see in here that we have some presets made. I'm going to stick with this one because I'm in the beauty niche, but if you want to explore like different ways of how you can edit or modify or change the sections on your theme, you can do that by checking the different stores in here. And whatever you see in one demo store can be like, and what you see in demo stores can be mixed and matched. So let's say, for example, in one store of these demos, you've seen a before and after feature, and on another demo, you've seen a UGC videos feature. This means that this theme has these two sections, these two features, so you can use them, even if not all the features are in the same demo store, okay? So whatever you see in one demo store is applicable to the whole theme. Let's go back in here and to click on View Demo. When you do that, you will start viewing the demo. I like to have a full view like this, and you can scroll and start seeing the different sections, how it looks, the feeling, if it actually looks like what you have in mind. So this is a beauty theme. If you scroll down in here, you will see like it has a UGC. This is very nice. If you go to a product page, which is I think one of the most important things, you will go to a product page. You can see how the product page look like the layout, like the features. For example, in here we can add like videos within next to the product information, which is very nice to add. It helps to add social proof. And if you scroll down in here, you will see more sections provided by the theme, and you can have a feel of how close this theme is to what you have in mind. And as I said before, actually exploring these themes on Shopify can inspire you to get better ideas about things that you want to include in your product pages, because these demo stores are very, very well done. So this is, for example, the before and after section, and if you scroll, you will see more section. So what you need to do basically in here is to do the same exercise to every theme you like. I know this takes time, so what I like to do first usually is to go over the options in here, like try to filter as much as possible in here. So let's say by just choosing this option, we have lowered the number to 20. So I would go with as much filters as possible, and I will start exploring the demo stores one by one. I will just keep the ones that I liked and remove the ones that I didn't like. And after that, I will do like more deep research in every theme to make sure that like I have 3 or 2 final themes that I might choose from. So just one last time, this is what you need to do. You just need to go in here, to go to the theme, check out the demo store in here. You can first check out the features. You can even, if you scroll down in here, see other stores made by this theme. You can even see reviews, which is extremely important. Well, after choosing the theme, there is one next step that I like you to do, and it is always to look at the people behind it. So for example, who is the company behind this theme, and to go to Google and search for this company to see how legit they are, how many themes they have on the Shopify theme store, because usually companies that offer so many themes that have been on Shopify for a very long time are very professional, and using one of their themes is a very safe option. So for example, this is a theme in the beauty industry. It's called Beautify, and it is made by Clean Canvas. By the way, Clean Canvas are not sponsoring this video at all, but they are one of my favorites when it comes to Shopify themes, because they provide a very large catalog of themes. They are all very professional. They support them very well. They are always up to date, and you can make sure that you are making a very safe choice when you choose one of their themes. So for example, in here under the price, you can see that this is made by Clean Canva. When you click on their name, you can know more about them, and you can go into Google and search for them, which is something I highly recommend you to do. So you click here, for example, on all themes, and you can see all the themes provided by them, and you can click here on visit their website. All of these extra steps are important to make sure that you are choosing a theme from a good provider. And as you can see in here, you will see all their portfolio, everything about their themes and how they work. Now, going back to this theme again, we just basically need to do the same exercise, starting by verifying the company behind the theme, checking out the information in here, the features, maybe seeing some stores made with this theme, checking out the positive reviews. This is a new theme, basically, that's why it doesn't have a lot of reviews. And finally, you go in here and you check the view demo store. And I always recommend you to view the mobile, because mobile is super important. This is where most of your traffic is going to land. So make sure that the mobile preview is also nice. You can even preview it on mobile directly if this makes more sense for you. Once you have a list of like 4 or 5 themes, or maybe less, that you want to check out, what I recommend you to do is to try these themes before actually buying any one of them. And the nice thing in here is that you can try any theme for free, like try it out, play around, see how it works before actually committing to it. Just when you need to publish your theme, you need to buy it, not before. So let's say, for example, we want to try Beautify. All you need to do is to click on Try Theme. First, make sure that you have signed into the right Shopify store. You click on Try Theme. And once you do that, Shopify will be adding a free trial version of this theme on your store. It's going to be the same exact full theme, but you can't publish it. So as you can see, this is the theme now. It's being added, and you can edit the theme, you can modify it, you can even fully set it up almost before buying it or publishing it. So usually what I do with my clients, we download the free trial, we test it out a little bit, make sure that it has everything we want before hitting the buy button. Investing in a theme is not a huge investment in money, but it's an investment in time. So that's why I highly recommend you to do this before choosing or selecting your final theme. So this is Beautify in here, and as you can see, we have the latest version. If you want to modify it, you click here on Edit Theme, and you will be moved to the editor. If you have no idea about this, don't worry, we're gonna spend a lot of time within the editor later on, but just this is the editor and this is how you can edit your theme and build it up. We're gonna cover everything, don't worry, but just to give you an idea. So you can also, after downloading a theme, buying it by clicking here buy and all of your changes will be preserved. Now, a small note about how to back up your theme. So in order to back up the theme that you are working on, all you need to do is to click the three dots in here and to duplicate this theme. Once you do that, you will have a new version of this theme in here. You can name it backup or duplicate or something like this, or you can use an app to back up your themes and to make sure that the updates are going smoothly. Actually, I have a video on my YouTube channel talking about an app that does this. You can check it out in the link above. Okay, basically that's it. This is a research phase where you need to take like a day or so in order to choose your theme and make sure that you are making the right decision, or at least the best decision possible. Now, once you've selected your theme, the first thing that you need to prepare always is the coming soon page if you are just starting from scratch. So if your store is going to launch in a few days or a few weeks or until you finish working on it, actually, you need to prepare your coming soon page. And it's actually super easy to work on this page. And from here, you go to a theme that we call password. And this is basically the coming soon page, or what your customers are going to see when they land on your store. Customizing this page is similar to customizing any other page on your Shopify store. So we are going to go over this one more time when we do the full customization of the theme, but I just wanted to let you know that this is how you change the coming soon page. So we're gonna cover this later on in details. In addition to this, there is one final thing that I want to talk about before we move into the next section, and it is the theme customization part, and it is the AI feature from Shopify. So Shopify provided last year, I think, a feature that allows you to design your store in seconds. I'm not a very big fan of it. I didn't use it much, but it's an AI feature that should create the full store for you in seconds. We will try it out now together and see the results. But Shopify has so many AI features and tools within the theme customizations that I heavily use, and they are amazing. We are going to talk about them, but let's try this one first. So in here, let's go with, for example, activewear, brand, and click on generate themes. So this feature might not be available on every store. I don't see it in every store. It's available in some, but by the time you are watching this, it should be there. So as you can see, Shopify provided some themes for this store. You can click on view demo, for example, and if you like this theme, go with it, or try it out, or whatever you want. You can explore the other options in here, or you can generate again. As I said before, I'm not a very big fan of this, especially that I believe that your theme is very important. So I like to build it step by step, put time in there. Your store design is not only important because this is how you will show your brand to the world. It's actually important because you should be using it in order to convert more visitors into customers, in order to convince more people to buy your products. So when it comes to designing your store, you shouldn't only be thinking about the creative angle or about getting anything up and running. No, it's about the information, how you present them, how you make them more legible to your customers. You allow your potential customers to explore your store better and easier. So everything we are going to do now, or everything we've done so far, is not only about making your store fancy or making your brand look nice online. No, it's not only about this. It's about making sure that what you are offering to the world, the website that you are showing to the world, is good enough for them to go in there, explore your products, understand what you sell, find those products, buy them, and continue with the experience of loving your brand and buying again and again from your brand. So I need you to keep this mindset in mind while you are doing your work in here. It's not only about the appearance and the look, it's also about how functional, how user-friendly, and how full of social proof and information your store is going to be. Now that you know how to choose your theme, or what are the things that you need to be looking at, in this part of the course, we are going to see how to customize your theme. I predict that this is going to be the longest part of the video because this is where you're basically showing or working on what you are going to show to the world. For just the sake of example, I'm going to use a theme called Symmetry. It's a theme from Clean Canva, and I like this theme because it can work for so many niches, and it's very user-friendly, and it works for this specific niche product, and it works for this specific test store that I'm creating where I'm selling activewear. So this is the theme, and if you scroll down, you will see that it has multiple presets. So you have this one, and this one. Basically, since I'm selling activewear, I will stick to this one and just give you a quick tour around the view demo before we start customizing this theme. So this is the theme. It has almost everything I want in terms of like activewear. So it's a very nice theme with almost all the needed sections. And as you can see, I have the color swatches in here and so on. Later on, when we are customizing this theme, we are going to go over all the details. And here there is something very important that I need to mention. Regardless of the theme you are using, what you are going to learn in this part will still be applicable. So basically, I'm going to show you how to use the Shopify editor. Well, yes, it's true. Some things will be different from one theme to another. Some theme might have like different ways of how they manage their settings and so on. But usually these things are very small and you can easily find your way around them. And also, almost every theme on Shopify comes with help and support, so you can always ask them if you have any limitation or if there is something that you didn't know how to manage. But in general, if you follow this part of the course, if you see exactly what I'm doing, you will be able to apply everything you are seeing to your own theme. Maybe you won't find the same settings, you will find different settings, maybe less settings, maybe more settings, maybe more ability to customize, maybe less ability to customize, but the logic will remain the same. Okay, so don't be scared if you are using a different theme. You don't need to be using the same one I'm using. Just learn the process, and if you have any question, feel free to leave it in the comment section below. So as you can see, it's a theme that, in my opinion, works perfectly well for my niche. So I'm going to go in here and add the trial version on my store. So I will click on Try Theme, make sure that I'm signed to the right store. And now the theme is being added to my Shopify store. As you can see now, I have this new theme added to my store, and it is under the trial version. I don't need to purchase it. I can work and do everything, then purchase it later on. There might be one limitation when it comes to like being not forced, but when buying the theme will make a lot of sense, and it's related to when you are planning to modify the code of the theme or when you want to use product page templates. We are going to tackle this later on, but for now, for this part, you don't need to even buy the theme. Okay, you can just work with a trial, and when you buy it, you won't lose anything, any of the things that you have worked on. So from here, as you can see, this is our active theme. So this is what customers are going to see if their store is not locked. There is something I forgot to mention. By default, every Shopify store comes locked with a password. So if you go to preferences, you will see that this store is protected. So and this means that your customers, when they land on your URL, they won't be seeing anything. They will be seeing the coming soon page, which is we are going to talk about also when we customize the theme. But for now, this store is locked and no one can see it unless they have the password. Let me show you. So if I go in here and I go to the domains to copy my original store domain, so this is the one. If I copy this one and paste it on an incognito mode, because I don't want to, because here I'm already logged in. So if I paste it in here, you will see that it is in here locked. It's a coming soon page, and I can unlock it just by entering the password. And this is the same password we have seen under preferences. So as you can see in here, we have this password, and this is set by default by Shopify. Okay, so later on, when you decide to make your store live, you need to come in here and to turn this off to make sure that your store is not password protected before. Also, you can use this if you are doing early access, for example. I've done this with one of my clients. We were doing early access for people who signed up to our wait list. So we gave them the password a few hours before we launched the website to the whole world, okay, in order to get access to the products first. So let's go back one more time to our online store, and now I want you to click on edit theme, and we are changing or modifying or working on the trial version again, not on the published store. So this, what you are seeing in here, is something that you need to get familiar with, and it is the Shopify theme editor. This part is where you are going to customize everything related to the front end of your store, so to what people are going to see. Hi there, this is me again, and I want now to talk about a new feature that's going to save you a lot of time, and it's one of my favorites actually. This feature also came after the latest Shopify updates. Before, when we used to work on the theme editor, if we want to change anything like within a product, let's say the product title or description, or maybe a collection title or description, we needed to go back to the back end. So we would be in the editor, we need to leave, go back to the back end, to the products in here, for example, and modify them. Well, this is not the case anymore. Now Shopify allows us to modify things or collections, pages, products within the editor itself. So let me show you. Let's say I'm in here, and let's say I want to change something related to the collection that I have selected in here. So this is a featured collection section, and I have selected the activewear collection. I'm working, I've noticed, like, for example, maybe I want to change the rules of the collection, or I want to change the title or whatever. You click in here and you click on edit, and the collection editor pop-up will be appearing directly in front of me. So I don't need to leave and go back to the back end. I can change the collection directly from here. This same logic applies to products and pages, and this is very effective, and I'm pretty sure it's going to help you a lot in your workflow. So this is it. This is the small interruption I wanted to do in here. Well, the work in this part will be mostly here, but sometimes we will go back to the Shopify dashboard, to the back end, to maybe add information about the products, tweak things, create menus, and so on. Okay, I will give you a tour around this editor so you get a little bit familiar with it. Then we will start customizing this theme. So as you can see, first in here you have the theme name and if it's trial or not. And when you click on the three dots, you can preview, you can view the documentations of the theme, or you can use the keyboard shortcuts. In here you have the location, so where you are changing your store. Since I registered this business as a French business, as you can see, my default store is France. But later on, when we set up markets and when we see how you can start selling all over the world, you can see that you can customize your store from one country to another. We will talk about this later, and I'm not talking about only customizing the language, also customizing the layout. So let's say, for example, you want to show for French people, you want to show them in the French market a banner with the French flags, or for Germany, you want to show a banner with the German flags. You can do this, okay? And we are going to cover this later. But in here, you see where you are changing. And at the beginning, you must be changing on the store default. Later on, if we want to change some things from one market to another or from one country to another, we go back in here and do the changes. But first, we need to be working on the full store default. By the way, if you are not seeing this, you might be on the basic Shopify plan, the first one. In case you were subscribed to that plan, you will not have the ability to change your store between markets. In case you need this feature and you are going to sell worldwide, you need to upgrade your Shopify plan. And in here, you can see what page you are changing. So by default in here, we are changing the home page, and this editor every time will open on the home page. But if you want to change any other page in here, you will go and choose the page. We are going to go over every one of these through this course, but just I wanted you to see how you can navigate in here. So I'm here changing the home page. If I go to products, I can change the default product template. Okay, let's go back to the home page because this is where we are going to start to work. Then you have the open Sidekick. Sidekick is Shopify's AI, and it's a very, very, very nice tool, especially when you start selling, because it can help you a lot, especially with the analytics. So sometimes I would want to know the number of items we've sold from a certain product, and I don't want to go to the reports or to analytics. I go in here and ask Sidekick, and it replies in seconds. I will show you also later how to use it more, but this is basically the AI tool from Shopify. In here you have this, which is inspector. So as you can see now, whenever I'm hovering over things on my store, they become blue. So I can click, it opens, it becomes blue, I can add a section and so on. If you want to turn this off, you just need to click on this one like this, so you turn it off, and instead of navigating from here, you will start navigating from here. We will talk about this section now. Then we have the desktop view, the mobile view, and the full screen view. Here I have a small notice. The mobile view is accurate, but not 100% accurate. So sometimes not sometimes, actually all the time, when I finish working, I like to preview my store directly on mobile. So I would take the link and preview it. Let me show you how you can do this before we forget. For the non-published theme, like this one, all you need to do is to click the three dots, click preview, and when you do that, and you will see this bar in here, and you can simply click on copy preview link and send it to whoever you want to preview the store. But for the published theme, it's a little bit more complicated because the preview won't take you to a preview. What you need to do is to click the three dots, click on the preview, click right click, and click on copy link address. This is how you can get the preview link of the published theme. Okay? So this is a small note in case you want to preview your store on mobile. So in addition to those, later on you have the undo, the redo, and the save for sure. And in here you have the sidebar where you are going to do most of your work. So first you have the sections part, and this is where you are basically seeing all the different sections of this page. As you can see, if I change in here from one page to another, I will see different sections. So if we go back to the home page, you will see I have a list of sections. Okay, so in here you see the structure of your page, and you have the header group, you have the template, so your current page, and you have the footer group and the overlay group. The header group and the footer group and the overlay group are common between all pages. Okay, in all themes you will see the footer group and the header group. In some themes you might not find the overlay group. It depends on how the theme manage the overlays, and by overlays we usually means the pop-up, the welcome pop-up, or the drawer card. In case you don't see the overlay group in your theme, most probably you will find the settings of the pop-up and the overlay within the theme settings. And this takes us to the second tab in here, and it is your theme settings, and in here you can basically modify all the general settings of your theme. This section in here is going to be, let's say, similar from one theme to another, but not 100% the same. You will see different settings in here, but it's all the same logic. Okay, you will always find layout, color, typography. Most of these you will always find. You just need to know how to modify them. Then we have the app embedded, and this section will start make sense when you have app added on your store. So basically when you add an app to your store, you need to tell Shopify that you are allowing this app to show in this store, so you need to have it activated in here. We are going to go over this so that you don't need to worry at all. So if you go back in here, again, you can see all the sections in this page, and you can start customizing these sections from here. If you want to modify a section, you click on it and you modify it. And if you want to hide a section, you can click on the eye in here and hide it. And if you want to delete a section, you can click on delete in here. We are going to start by seeing first how you can modify or customize your theme settings. In here, you go to the second tab and you start by these one by one. It's very important to go over all of these settings before you start, because there are so many general things that you can set up once and for all. So let's start first by the layout, and this is where you define the width of your store. Actually, this might not be available on every theme. It depends on the theme, but you can keep it as it is. I think the default options are already nice. Then you have the colors, and in here, this is where you need to spend a little bit of time because you are basically modifying the general colors of your store. If you recall, at the beginning of this course, I showed you how to add your brand colors within your Shopify general settings. And now we are going to use them in here. So if you scroll down in here, you will see that we have the different colors of different things on the store. And we can modify these colors. The amount of, let's say, informations or options you will see in here will depend on the theme you are using. The more professional the theme you are using is, usually the more options they will give you. Some themes, they will give you some of these options at the section levels, not in here. In the case of this theme, they are giving us a lot of customization at this level in here. So the first thing we need to define is the text. So we have the base color, whether we want it to keep it like this or we want to change it. Okay, in my case, my brand main color is the blue, so I want to make the text blue. I can either come in here and type the hex number every time, or I can use the colors I have defined at the brand level. So if you click in here on this icon, which tells you to connect to a dynamic metafield, you will see that your brand colors, the ones that we have defined previously, are going to show in here. And you can simply choose the color in here. What this means that instead of, let's say we decided at some point to move from dark blue to dark green, let's say. Instead of going to every one of these in here and changing the colors, we just change it once at the brand assets level, and it's going to change in here, because instead of typing the name every time or the hex every time of the color, we have linked it to a dynamic source, which is the brand color. So for the links, I usually like to use one of my accent colors. So I will go in here and let's actually go, I think we had a dark green one. Let me go back and see. So I will save and go back to my colors to make sure that I had the dark green saved. So I will go back in here, general. I will go to the brand and I will see if I have another contrasting color. Actually, I don't, so let me edit. I will add this one. Let's make this one our accent color. Okay, and I will click on save. Actually, it's already saved. I will go back now to my theme, click on edit theme, go back to my colors, and this time for the link, I'm gonna choose this color. So I will click on replace, and I will choose a secondary contrasting color. So in this way, my links are in this color. And I continue doing this. So the headings are usually the titles. So this is gonna be applicable to product titles usually. So I will go in here and choose my primary color. The store name is basically if you are not using a logo and you want to show your store name. Sometimes on the checkout also, you need to pick the color. I will also go with my primary color. This is the product card page sale. And here is something that, let's say a term that you need to get used to it. Product card is basically this. Okay, it's when you list a product. So it's your product listing. It's called the product card. So when you change this, you're changing the settings of the product card in here. In here, this is the banner or the thing that's going to show if the product is on sale. So you need to choose the color. I'm gonna choose my accent color because it's a sale thing. This is the sold out. So if a product is sold out, so how do you want to show it? So I will also choose the same color, or maybe I can choose this one. And this is product card pre-order. I can also modify it to be similar to the sale. In case later on you wanted to change any of these colors, you can come back in here and change them. Sometimes it's very hard to decide on the color before you visualize it on the store. So maybe later on you want to change it, but you will always be within your brand colors. Now we move to the second thing, which is the primary button. So if we go to a product, usually the primary button, for example, this is this one. So let's say for the primary button, I'm gonna make it the brand color, which is the blue. As you can see now, it's blue. For the background hover, I'm gonna make it the accent one. So it's like this. As you can see, it changes colors when I hover over it. And for the text, I can keep it white, or I can make it, for example, beige, which is one of my brand colors. So this is a primary button, and you will see it across all the store, like at the checkout, maybe after the add to cart, like now. Let me see. Yeah, this is one of the primary buttons. Sometimes at the section levels, you can change the type of the button from primary to secondary. So in this case, the colors change. So we've set up the primary. The secondary button is going to be this one, for example. So as you can see, the background is white, the text and border is black. I'm going to go with a beige background. So let me go with this one, let's say. And for the text and background, I will choose this one. Okay, but let me link it to my primary color. Okay, and you continue like this. Then we have the background, and when we say background, we are talking about the full store background. So if you want to have a color in here, so if I change this one, for example, to my light beige, you will notice that this is going to become colored. Okay, I'm gonna actually remove it and keep it white. I think it's easier for people to see it. You can even choose an image, which is not something I recommend. And when you choose an image as a background, you can decide how you want to show it. So do you want to repeat it or not repeat it, tile it, and so on. Then we have the header. So basically this is the header. So we have the background color of the header. Again, this is the header. This is something you should never forget. This is the header section. And in here we are changing the colors of this section. So we have the background color. Let's say I want to make it beige. Okay, then we have the text color. I'm gonna make it my blue color. Okay, and then we have the main menu. And the main menu is this one. Okay, this is the menu that you are showing on your header. And in here we are changing the colors of this menu. So we have dividing lines. If you want to have dividing lines on our mega menus, I'm gonna keep it like it is for now. And later on when we do the menus, I will show you how to modify it. Then we have the text color. For text, I will pick my primary. This is what happens when I hover over the text. So as you can see now, when I hover over something, it changes color. I can make this my accent one. So let's say you can even add a background color. And finally, you have the featured link color. So if you want one of these items to be featured, you can change the color. I'm gonna choose my accent color. Okay. And as you can see now, I have these settings. Okay, now we move to the image overlays. And if you look at this slide in here, you will see that above the image, we have like a dark overlay. We use this one, like this transparent black one, in order to make the text pop up better. You will see that if I increase this one, it's going to become more dark. This is usually very helpful. I'm not gonna change anything now in the setup. I will keep it for later to when I upload my images to see if I need to change anything. Then we have the section color schemes. And the color schemes are actually Shopify's way of making our lives easier. So we have some colors, some brand colors, let's say 4 or 5, and we want our store to show these colors, but we don't want always to show them in the same way. So let's say for one section, like this one in here, I wanted the dark beige with the blue text, but for another section, I want to have an accent color background with a dark blue text. Okay, so basically with color schemes, you define different combinations of how you want to use your brand colors, so you can alternate between sections so the design doesn't become boring. So first we have the background. I'm gonna choose the first one, which is, we're gonna make it white. So this is the first one. You can even have a gradient if you want. The heading color, I will choose my primary color. For the text, I will do the same. And for the links, I will choose my accent. So basically, I'm setting up the first scheme. And as you can see, under this one, I can have different settings for my primary and secondary buttons. So since the background is white, I will go in here with the accent color. On hover, I will make it, let's say, dark blue. And I will keep the text as beige. And in here, I'm changing the secondary colors. So I will keep the background, let's go with our beige. And for this one, I will go with dark blue. Okay, later on when we use these schemes, they will make more sense. But for now, just follow up with me and you will see how to use them and how efficient they actually are. This is the first scheme. We have defined this one. We have also a second one that we can define. Well, this is going to be different from one theme to another. Some themes will allow you to define more schemes, maybe 5, 6. Some themes will not allow you to define schemes. They won't have this option. So it's really up to the theme, but you will always be able to change the colors, or at least most of them, either at the section level or at the settings level. But I think having schemes make life easier. So for the background, this time I'm going to pick my beige. For the heading, I will pick my dark blue, and same for this one, dark blue. And for the links, I will go with this one. And let's change those as well. So let's make this one dark blue and on hover, let's make it the accent one, and let's make the text beige. I will do the same in here, so I will actually change it. So I will make it like this, and in here like this. Later on, when we work on the section, we will see if this combination is nice or not, but just for now, I'm setting them up. After this, you have the product quick buy. And the quick buy is basically, if you hover over a product, this is the product quick buy. Okay, so you can decide whether to make it default. So these are the colors that we have set up in here, the primary and secondary the default colors, or to choose one of the schemes. So again, depending on the theme that you are using, this might be different, but as you can see in here, I can change the product quick buy settings. Again, depending on the theme, this option might be available or not. So this term, quick buy, or the terms that you are saying in here are common between all themes. This is why I told you that whatever you are learning here is going to be applicable, because you just need to basically search for the thing that you want to modify. So this is the quick buy. And next we have the product overlay labels. So these are the labels in here, and you can modify them. So you have the reduction background, the inventory, and so on. I'm not gonna modify them. I'm gonna keep them as they are for now, because this is gonna take a lot of time. But basically, this is what you need to be modifying, and you need to make sure that all the colors are matching your brand colors. What I like to do is I like to finish the setup, and later on I will go and change just the things that I'm using. Maybe you're not using the low inventory background, so you don't need to change it or to lose your time over it. Okay, but this is the product overlay labels. So basically these are the labels. Then you have the product inventory level. This is when you say that the product is in stock, or if it's low in stock, and so on. So basically these are the things in here. Again, it depends on if you are going to use these features or not. In case you're not gonna use them, you don't need to worry or change anything in here. Then we have the product rating. For this one, I will actually change to my accent color. And then we have the footer's background. So if you scroll down, this is my footer in here. And as you can see, I have this background. I will choose my beige one. For the text, I will choose my dark one. And for the heading as well. I might change this to different colors later on, but for now, this is what I'm going to choose. Okay, and finally you have this features, which is the color blending. This is not gonna be available on every theme. I don't think it's going to be available in most themes. But this is a way, if you have a lot of products and you want to have the same background color, basically by activating this feature, you can make the theme unify the colors of the background of all your products. Okay, we're not gonna use this in here. So that's it for the colors. And as I said before, you don't need to modify everything now. Just modify the most important things, and later on when you are previewing your store and you want to modify a color or something, you can go back in here and modify it. And I will show you while you are working where to find, like how to find where the color setting is for like everything. So after colors, we have typography, and it's related to your brand fonts. And if you recall at the beginning of this video, I recommended you to check fonts, to select fonts actually from Shopify fonts library. In this case, you are sure that your font is there and you don't need to do any custom coding to add it. So again, depending on the theme, these settings in here will be different, but mostly they are like with the same logic. So first you have the heading font. So this is the main heading font. You have this option to make all the headings capital if you want. You have the heading letter spacing. So this is the horizontal spacing. You have the text and buttons text, the navigation text, and finally you have the store name text. Okay, and you can in here decide to bold the mobile navigation if you want. I'm not gonna change those. I'm fine with this font, but if you want to change anything, you just click, you choose the font, and after choosing the font, you can check in here if it has different styles and pick the style that you want. I will cancel. So this is for typography, and after this you have the sizes, so you can modify the heading size, the base size, the navigation, the store name size, and so on. And finally, for the buttons, you can decide whether you want them to all to be like all capitals, normal, whether you want to have the buttons slightly rounded or fully rounded. This is going to be different from one theme to another. Most themes will allow you to change the corners of the buttons on your store. It's nicer to have this option if you want to have rounded corners, because otherwise you need to custom code this. But this is an option in here and you can check it out. But in this case, for example, for this theme, they have offered this option by default. After colors and typography, we have the product cards. And as I told you before, this is what we call a product card. I think almost all themes will have the settings in here because this is something very important to customize, and most of them, at least the one that I have worked with, and I've worked a lot of Shopify themes, have this option, so most probably you will have it. And these settings in here will allow you to modify this card in here. So first we have the image shape. At the beginning of this course, I recommended you to prepare all your product images in the same size in order to make sure that all your images look nice. In case you didn't do that, this is where you can find a solution. So let's say one of your images is square, the other is rectangular, but you want to have a unified layout on your homepage or on your product listings in general. This is where you're basically deciding on cropping the images to fit the same exact size. The only issue with this is that when you do that, the original image might be cropped in a weird way in case you don't have a lot of spacing around your product chart. Okay, that's why I prefer from the beginning to have all your products in the exact size that you want to show them in the homepage. When you go to the landscape, you can see that the theme squeezed it and make it landscape. But many of the themes will not do that. They will actually do this. They will crop the image to make it fill the required shape. Okay, so you required a landscape shape. Most of the themes will do that. Well, luckily with Symmetry, you can choose between this or that. So you can change the shape without cropping the image. So I can decide not to crop the image. But this is not going to be actually practical. That's why I told you from the beginning, have your images uploaded in the right size. The main problem, or most of the times what's gonna happen, is that you will have some square images and some portrait images. So basically something between square and one of these options, and you will need to unify them. So if we go with a square one, for example, and I want my images to be square, so I want them to show square. Now they are not square, I need to choose this option. And as you can see, the theme is going to crop them. In this case, I'm still already okay with the crop. It's not the end of the world yet, it's still okay. But in some cases, I might not be okay with it. So I need to have the images uploaded in the right size. Because as you can see, for example, for this one, when I did the crop for the bra, I'm still seeing it actually. No, it's fine. But most of the cases, this is what you will be facing. Like you would have square images and rectangular and you want to unify them. So this is when a feature like this will make sense. But again, most of the themes will not give you the options. Most of the theme will crop the images and sometimes the images will look weird or they won't show the product in the right way. So this is just something that I wanted to highlight in this section. I will actually make it automatic because all my images are actually the same size. So as you can see, they look very nice. Then in here, I can decide the image alignment. So how I want to align my images. If I go, for example, top, then I can choose the image alignment. And this is going to make sense, I think, when we do the crop. So if we go back in here and choose square and choose to crop the images, I can align how the crop is going to happen, I think. Yeah, so as you can see, they cropped from like the bottom middle. If you go button, they will crop from the other way. Okay, I will actually keep this as the shortest, it's the same, or the tallest image. They are all the same image. Then on mobile, you can decide how many products you see on one row. I usually recommend you to keep it as 2. So this is a mobile view, and as you can see, we have 2. You can go with 1. So you show 1 product in here. I prefer to keep it 2. It's better for like the store to make it more user friendly. Then you can choose the text alignment, so whether you want the text in the product cards to be aligned to the left, center, or to the right. I'm gonna go with center. Then in here, you can decide to show additional images. So it's when we hover over the image. I think it's a very nice feature, so keep it. For the symmetry, which is not necessarily for every theme, you can also add a subtitle. And in order to add it, you must use Metafields. We will talk about this later. You can also decide to include the collection URL to show the collection URL. So in case you want them to be able to go to the collection. And you can decide how you want to show the quick buy button. So in here, it's button, but you can go with, let's say, a whole product. So in this case, basically when you click on it, it will open the product in here and your customers can buy it. In here, you can change a little bit the settings of the quick buy. So when I click quick buy, you can decide to show app blocks in quick buy. So let's say we are using a review app and we have like an item in here that shows the ratings. Okay, in this case, this is an app and we have allowed the app blocks within our theme in order to show the rating. You can also allow them in the quick buy, so we see the ratings in here as well. Same for this one for the subscription. This is also very related to this theme. In different themes, we will be managing things in different ways. Sometimes you will see the quick buy as in here. You can change it from here, by the way. Then you have the overlay labels. You can like decide where you want to put your labels, top right, middle, and so on. Like you change the location of the label. I think top, right, or left is very good. You can show reduction. So if an item is on sale, I highly recommend you to do this. You can show the reduction by percent or value. It depends on the reduction you can choose. Again, these are settings that are related to this theme. That's why I like this theme, because it has a lot of customization options. Depending on the theme you are using, you might see different things in here, or you might not see any of these options. You can in here like find more settings related to the inventory. We're not gonna touch them. And as you can see, more settings related to the labels beside price, sold out labels, and so on. We're not gonna use them, so let's just ignore them. Then after that, we have the swatches. I will not modify the swatches now, because later on, when we are at the product level stage, we are going to talk about swatches in details. So let's keep this for now. Then you have the social media, and in here, basically, you can add all of your social media links, so they show in footer. Most themes do that, so they show in here. So you can add all the links and you show them. You can add like just few links, like Instagram, TikTok, the ones that make sense. You don't need to fill everything. After the social media, you have the search, and these are the settings related to the search feature on your store, so this one. Later on in this course, I'm going to show you, actually I think I showed you, like the search and discovery app. This is the app where you can modify a little bit the search result, so you can decide what your customers are going to see. Let's say, for example, you sell jewelry and you have bangles and bracelets on your store. And you think that if one of your customers is searching for bracelet, they might type bangles instead. So what you can do is that at the app level, tell it that bangles and bracelets should be grouped together and they should lead to these products. We will see how to do this, but just to give you an idea. In here you can see some of the settings. So if you want to like enable quick header search, like allow customers to search via tags if you have like the right tags on your products and so on. After the search, actually within the search, we have the collection card. The collection card is the same thing as the product card, but it's when you are listing your collections. So instead of listing your products, you will be listing your collections. So if I go in here and I would go, for example, with a section called collection list. So I will go in here and go to the collection list. And I will add like I will add some collections to show you how it looks like. So let's say this one, I will choose my accessories collection. And for this one, I will choose my, and for the second one, I will choose my leggings collection or bras. We're gonna go over this, but basically this is the collection card. Okay, this is when you list your collections. So it's very similar to the product card, but this time you are listing the collection. And you can also modify the image shape, the image alignment, how many products you want, how many collections you want to show on mobile, the tax position, and so on. Similar to what we have changed at the product card level. Again, almost in all themes, you are going to find these settings. Then we have the favicon, and the favicon is the small icon you will see when you open a tab. I told you about this before, and I have uploaded actually my favicon, so I'm going to link to it in here, and it's going to show on my store. Then we have the animation, so whether we want to animate a little bit when people are scrolling, we can keep it. After that, we have our cart, and this is where we change the cart options. So it depends on the theme, you might find different options, but mostly all themes will offer you two options, the drawer and the page. So now when I go in here and click on quick buy and click add to cart, I see a pop-up, a drawer. Okay, this is where I decided that, because in here it's chosen as drawer. I could have chosen page, so in this case, every time someone's add a product, they will be going to the cart page. I don't like this because it means that I need to click back and go back to the store. I think cart drawers are amazing, so you can simply use them. Okay, and depending on the theme, you might be able to change things related to the cart drawer. In here, as you can see, you can add a free shipping bar and you can modify the colors. Then we have the currency formats, and basically in here you can change a little bit of how prices appear on your store. You can modify them if you want. I'm gonna keep them as they are. And finally, we have advanced. So this is related, like some options related to the filters, some options related to the links. By default, what you see in here is as default is okay. You don't need to modify them if you wish, and you won't find these options on every theme that you are like using, so it's fine. But if you want, you can like change some general settings in here. And finally, you have the custom CSS. This is actually where you are doing coding to change the display of your store. I'm not gonna talk about CSS because most of you are not web developers, so you don't know what CSS is. But this is basically a feature from Shopify that allow us to modify the display of the store using CSS, custom CSS. This could be like the style of the fonts, the sizes, and so on. And when you do them in here, you are changing them on the full theme level instead of changing them on the section level, because at the section level you will have also a custom CSS section. This is a light way of customizing or coding within your theme instead of going to the theme basic files and changing them, which is a little bit risky. You're basically just adding some code in the editor that's going to override the code of the theme if you want to change it. If you are not familiar with this, just ignore this part. You don't need to worry about it. So basically that's it for everything related to the general settings. And finally we have this section, which is the theme style. And in here, basically you can change between like the different demo stores that we have seen before. So you can go with one or the other. You can start from here. This could be the first thing that you do, starting from here. But most of the time I'm going to change all the sections, everything. So I don't really change this. But if you are starting out, this might make your work a little bit easier by going directly in here and changing the theme style from the beginning. So these are the demo stores. You just need to choose the one that looks the most like what you want, and then you customize it. Now that you know how to customize your theme settings, the next thing that you are going to do is to set up the header and footer sections on your Shopify store, because these two sections are common between all of your store pages. So in the header group, you will see these sections already there. And when you click this small arrow next to the announcement, you can see the different announcements. So for example, in here, we have 3 different types of announcements. When you click on the section, so just to make things clear, this is the sections, and what you find inside of every section are blocks. So section, when you open it, you will see the blocks. Okay, just understanding these different, let's say, words will help you through this tutorial. So when you click on the section itself in here, you change the settings of the section. When you click on the blocks in here, you change the settings of the blocks. So these are the only 2 places where you might find settings related to this section, in addition for sure to the theme's general settings. So when I click on the announcement bar in here, I can see all the list of settings related to this theme, to this section. And in here, I can see the part of the theme settings that actually affect this section as well if I want to modify them. So in here first I have the font size, then I have the background color. I'm going to choose my brand color. As you can see, for example, in here the colors weren't under the theme settings colors, they were at the section level. Then you have, if you want to have a gradient and the color, the text color, I'm gonna choose this one. And if you want to have a small menu within your announcement bar, so let's say you want to have like about us or contact us or something like this, a small menu, you can even select it in here. We will talk about menus in seconds, so you can wait. We will talk about menus in few seconds in case you don't have any idea about them. Then we have country, if you want to allow your customers to change the country and regions, and this is very important if you sell in the several markets. And for example, let's say I'm in France, but I want to order to the UAE, I should be able to change the location. So in this way, I can see the out of stock or the available products depending on where I'm shipping from, not where I am located. Then I have the language selector. If you have offered different languages on your store, I'm gonna keep them. And as you can see, these two settings are related to the theme itself. Now, when I click in here, I can see the different blocks within this announcement bar. So I have 3 different announcements. I have first the free shipping. It's a normal text. You just need to type it. You can link, like as you can see in here, they have linked to the free shipping policy, and you can add a countdown timer in here. So you need to show it, you need to select the end date, and just change like the styling a little bit if you want. In addition to that, in here also, this theme allows us to modify the announcement bar style at the message level. So as you can see, we can style this one in here. I'm gonna turn it off, so in this way it will be following the general settings of the announcement section. Okay, so this is my announcement first one, this is my second one, same thing in here. I can modify the message. I can even add more. Usually themes allows you up to 3 in here, and usually they are more than enough. When you click here on the header section, you will see the general settings of the header. So the logo width, if I want to make it bigger, for example, or if I want to keep it small, the mobile logo dimensions as well, I can change them in here. I can also enable a sticky header. So when I scroll in here, as you can see, the header is sticky. If I remove this option, when I hover, the header is no longer sticky. I recommend you to do that. You can in here also allow transparent header. Like in here, for example, the header is transparent. I don't see it. I usually like to see the header like this. So it's really up to you and to your first image, but I'm gonna keep it like this. But if you want it to be transparent, it can be transparent like this. And you can even change the logo for the transparent header. So I'm gonna turn this off, and then we have the navigation. And this is where you need to select the menu. So basically this in here, the menu that you are going to show in your header. And in order to create this menu, we need to go back to the Shopify backend. Okay, so in here you select the menu. We need to create this menu first. I will click on save, and I will go back and show you where you do that. So in here under content, you will see that you have a section called menu. And by default, you have a main menu that Shopify set up by default. You can modify this menu or start one from scratch. I'm gonna modify it, then I will show you how to create one. So we click on main menu, and as you can see, it has the home, catalog, and contact. These are the same things that we had on our store when we were editing it. Instead of this, I will remove actually shop. I will remove also catalog, and instead I will add one called shop. And I will put this sign. When I put this sign, it means that this item is not clickable. I can make it clickable and take my customers to all my products. I can do that. So instead of putting the hashtag, I can go simply in here, choose products, and choose all products. In this case, this is gonna lead me to all the products. I'm gonna move it up, and actually I will create menus under it. So it's gonna be 3 levels menus or 2 level menu. If you go back to the Decathlon example, you can see that when you hover over it, we have, this is the first level of menu, the second and the third. We can create something very similar in Shopify. So if I go back in here under shop, I can add a menu item, and let's say I'm gonna call it clothes. And I will not make this one clickable. Okay, I will click on save. I will drag this down under shop. So this is my second level. And under this one, I will be linking to my legging collection. So I will go to collections, to my leggings collection. And I will move it to be under clothes. Okay, as you can see now I have 3 levels. So visually you can see that there are 3 levels. Then I will add the bras. And then I can add, for example, jumpsuits or overalls. And let me name it properly. And in this way, I have 1, 2, 3 levels. Now, with this in the same level as clothes, I will put accessories. And under it, I will link to my bottle and to my mat. So I will click on Add Item. So this time from Products, I will go and basically I will link to the mat. I will drag it to be under Accessories. Then I will do the same in here and I will link to the bottle. So one more time, Products. I will go and choose my bottle. Click OK, OK. So in this way, I have 1, 2, 3. This is a 3-level menu. Then 1, 2, 3, 3-level menu. It will make more sense when we go back to the editor, but this is the first thing I've done in here. So trust me on this. Let's say I want now to add another link in here. Maybe I want to link to my About Us page. So I just need to go in here and to go to Pages and select from my existing pages. For now, I just wanted you to see this. I will just show you how you can link directly to a collection. So let's say in here I want to directly link to my leggings collection. I can do this and just move it up like this and click on Save. Once you do that, you have your menu updated. Once you finish creating your menu, you go back to the theme editor in here, and now we are going to link to this menu. Actually, it was already linked, so it will update by itself, but I will show you how you can link to another menu if you want. So as you can see, it was already updated, and when you hover over it, you can see the 3 levels. So this is shop, this is clothes, and under it I have my collections. So basically I have the collections and the sub-collections. I can even make those clickable. I just need to create a collection for everything that's clothes and a collection for everything that's accessories, and that's it. What you are seeing in here is basically a mega menu. So you are seeing items in mega menu format. You are not seeing them just like levels. If you click here on the header, as you can see, you have here the menu, so you are choosing the menu. If you choose, for example, to replace it by the footer menu, you will be seeing something different. I will go back and choose my main menu in here, but if you've created a new menu, you will find it in here listed and you can connect to it. Then you will choose the menu alignment, so left, center, or underneath. You can have it like this. I prefer to keep it left. And this is gonna be the featured link. So if you have sale, for example, you can make this one featured. I'm gonna do the leggings. And as you can see now, it's colored. Okay, you can also, in this theme, this is not going to be available in all themes, create a mobile menu if you want. So you basically select a different menu on mobile. So when you choose leggings as a featured link in here, this is gonna be colored. As you can see, this is gonna be very useful if you have a sale or an outlet collection and you want to highlight it. Okay, under this you have the mobile navigation, and in here you can basically choose a different navigation menu for your mobile in case you want to make it simpler, for example. This is not something you will find in all themes, but it's a nice feature that you might use. If you scroll down in here, you can also see the featured link on mobile as well, and you can decide whether you want to enable search or not. And you can also change the icons, and usually this is this part where you have the account, the search, and the cart section. So you can like change this if you wish, play around a little bit, and so on. And when you click here on theme settings, you will see the settings, the part of the settings of the theme that are related to this section. So if you want to choose it, I'm happy with what I have now, so I'm okay with it. I'm gonna go back and show you some other features. So when you click here on add block, so we have finished with the header main settings. When you click here on add block, you can basically add something else. This is going to be different again from one theme to another, but most themes will offer you the option to improve the menus usually. Okay, in the case of Symmetry, they are allowing you to add a small promotion menu. On the case of other themes, they might offer you several spots to put your main products or to highlight some products and so on. I will see what we have in here. So let's go with this option, so wide menu promotion. When you click on it, you basically need to select which of these items in here you want it to make like a wide menu. I will go with shop because this is the one with the most complicated stuff. So as you can see, when I chose this type, when I click on shop now, I have this fancier, let's say promotion style. Let me see, if you go in here, this is the full section. As you can see, I have here a call to action and so on. So basically, this is just a way to improve your navigation menus to make them fancier. I can also add an image to this promotion. So if you click here on select, I will add one of my landscape images, for example. And as you can see now, when I hover over shop, I can see the image in here. I can modify the image in mobile. I can change some of the settings and change the text that you see in here. So if you have like a collection that you want to highlight or new drop-ins or something special, this can be actually very nice. So you have this first type of menus, and when you click on add block, you have also the small menu promotion. So this is going to be different depending on the theme. That's why checking the demo store is important. But these type of things are actually nice, especially if you are on a luxurious niche. They can really add more elegance to your store. I'm going to remove this one and just keep the simple header. And also we have the section in here, which is the store message. As you can see, this is a small section where you can add some store messages. So if I click in here, I can add more messages as well. So let's say if you want to highlight pickup option available, free shipping, order to process in the same day, you can put them in here. I will hide this one. As you can see, I can delete it, but I can add more sections. When you click here on add sections, you are going to basically see all the sections that you are allowed to add within the header. And as you can see, there are so many things that you can add. Basically, you have the full list of sections. I don't recommend you to add anything, because anything that you add in the header group will be common between all of your pages. And you want to keep this simple. You just want people to navigate your store, to be able to see what you sell and so on. So just keep it simple, don't add anything else. It looks very nice now. What you need to spend time on actually is deciding how you are going to divide your products into collections and sub-collections. So as you can see in here, for example, I put shop clothes, shop accessories. I can put shop by activity. So under shop by activity, I would have yoga, I would have Pilates and so on. The same products will be common between the different collections, but in this way, I'm giving my customers different ways of how to explore my products. Some people will go to my store looking for a yoga legging. Some people will go to my store just looking for outfits for activewear. So those are different. The people who are looking for yoga leggings, they know exactly what they want. So they want to see the word yoga. This is where their mind is. There are people who are just looking for activewear, they don't care. If you go to the Decathlon in here, you will notice that they have done this exercise. So you have, for example, so if you go to sports, you can see the different sports types. If you go to men, you can see the different sections, and also to women. So if I'm looking for something related to ski, I will go directly in here. But if I'm a woman and I want to navigate from this angle, I will go in here and find my products from here. Once you finish setting up your header group, we need to set up your footer. And it's a very similar work, but this time in the footer, we are going to link to less important things, or let's say more static pages. So I'm gonna scroll down, or I can click in here and the page is going to take me in here. So the colors of the footer, we have defined them in the theme settings. And when you click here on the footing group, you will see that we have all of these sections. So first we have this scrolling banner. This could be useful, let's say, for example, if I want to show them as seen in some fashion magazines, for example, and I want this section to be available across all my pages, so I add it to the footer menu. I will actually remove it, keep things simple, and this is my footer. This is where I will be working. When you click in here on the footer, you will see some of the settings related to the footer itself. And when you click in here, you will see that you can add inside the footer some blocks. So first you have the text. So this is this part, the text with the logo. You can modify them in here. Second, you have a link list. And finally, you have the newsletter. I don't think you you're forced to put the newsletter anymore, because now we have pop-ups and stuff like that for people to sign up. So you can hide it, or you can keep it if you like. The links is where we are going to work a little bit. So I have this section in here, and as you can see, it has a menu inside of it. So basically I need to create a menu or maybe multiple menus for the footer. So I can have one, for example, for quick links and link for my policies. I can have one for example, help customer support and link all the customer support links in there. In order to do this properly, I need to go back to my backend, and I need to generate my policies, because this is where my policies are going to show. Basically, this is where I should be putting them. So I will go back in here, and we have talked about policies before. We go to the settings and we go to policies, and I will be basically just generating them. So in terms of services, I will insert template. For sure, I need to go over everything. And I will do the same for this one. I will put just like trial shipping policy. I will also, this one is already in here. I will insert template. I will click on publish, and I will do the same just for all the policies. And let's say for this one. So now I have my policies in here. What I need to do is also to create an About Us page. We will later see how to change it and modify it, but for now we will just create it to be able to link to it. So we will go to pages. So under online store, pages, this is where you create pages. So you have the contact us. I will add another page and I will call it About Us. And I click on save. I won't change anything in here. Later on, I will show you how to do it. Okay, so now let's go back to content, to menus, and let's create the first footer menu. So I will call the first one helpful link, helpful links. And in here, I will add my policies. So I will go policies, and I will start adding them one after the other. Now let's say I want to have another menu next to this one. I will go back in here and I will create a menu. Let's call it this one, this time quick links. And I will link, for example, for my contact page, for my About Us page, maybe even if I have like a customer support page, I'm not sure what, we can add it. So I'm gonna go to pages and I will add About Us. Feel free to organize those in the best way possible. If you go back to Decathlon, you will see like they have services, help, and about, so you can have something very similar to this. I'm going back to my store now, and I will go to online store, and I will link to these small menus that I have created in my footer. So going back to edit theme, and this time you scroll, you go to the footer section, and in here, for this one, for example, I will choose to link to my helpful link collection, menu, and I will add another one actually in here, plus. As you can see, when I hover between two blocks, I can add a block, so I can click on plus and add another links block, and this time I will be selecting my quick links one. I can name it from here, so let's say support, and just click on save. And basically that's it. That's how you set up your store header and your store footer, and they are going to be common between all of your pages. Now we are finished with the header and footer, and we will start modifying the home page. It's the same logic, but at the same time it's different somehow. So we've done the header, which is this part, we've done the footer, which is this part, and we have now the template. Whatever you are seeing in here on this side is basically in here, in your home page. So you are on the home page, and these are all the sections, and by default these were the sections that the theme came with, and these are not only the available sections on the theme, these are the sections that they have added by default to the home page. You can remove them, you can add to them, you can do whatever you want. Okay, I think this is too much. You don't need all of these sections in your home page. I will show you how to navigate around them, what to keep, what to remove, and stuff like that. So usually I like to start my homepage with a slideshow like this one. Before we start this, I want first to show you how you can check the different sections available within a theme. So from here, from the template section, you just need to hover between two sections, click on the plus, and you can see all the available sections, and they are organized by types. So in here you find the banners. If you want to add a banner to your store, if you want to add like something like a big image with text over it, you find them in here. Then you have the collections. So you have a collection list section where you list your collections, and you have the featured collection where you show one collection and you show all the products inside of it. Almost all themes will have these sections. All themes will have them, not almost. Then you have these sections in here, like if you want to feature something, you have a countdowner, a gallery, logo list, and so on. Logo list is also a very common section that you might find in so many themes. You have forms if you want to add like a form. You have info, as you can see. You have product list, product features, and you have some other sections like if you want to add a rich text, testimonial. As you can see, there is a very big library of sections. What you need to think about is what you want to have and search for the section that you want to have. So the first thing I have in here is the slideshow. I usually recommend you to either have like one image or maybe a video or maybe 2 or 3 slideshows. You can keep it simple. You don't need to make things complicated. But the most important thing is to use this area, the first banner, to talk about your brand, so to tell your potential customers about what you are selling or your newest collections or your new drop, and to link to this specific place. So I will go in here. I will actually keep 2 slides and I will click on the section first. I will keep only 2 slides and I will start setting up the first slide, the second slide, then I will change and modify the settings of the section. So I will click on the first slide in here and I need first to select an image. So I will go select an image. For sure in here it's better to select a landscape image because it's going to look better on laptops, on desktops. And if you go in here, you can see how it's going to be cropped on mobile, or you can decide to add a totally different image for mobile. As you can see, this theme allows you or gives you this option. You can also add a full link to this section, so if someone clicks, they go directly to this link. I will add in here my brand slogan. So as you can see, within the slide, I have subheading, which is this one. I have the heading, and I can change the properties of the heading. I can change the size, and in here I can even add extra text. I can change the text of the button, and so on. Let's start setting this up so you can see it better. I will start first by adding the slogan. So let's say this is my slogan. I will copy it. I will go back in here and paste it in here, for example. So this is my slogan. It's so big, we're gonna modify it now, and let's add this one as the subtitle, let's say. So I will go in here and put it as subheading. Okay, in here we are choosing the maximum heading width. So as you can see, because the width is small, it was all like in a vertical column like this, but I can make it bigger, so it goes like this. I like actually this, I think it's very nice. And in here, I can change the heading text size. So I can make it smaller if I wish, or bigger. It depends on how I want, like the style of my brand. I will keep it as 50. And in here, I can add an extra text. So as you can see, if you add this text, it's going to show in here. I actually like the location in here more than this one, so I'm gonna remove the text from here. And then I would have the button, so I can add up to 2 ones. I will add only 1, and for this one I will actually link directly to the overalls, since this is an image of the overalls. So shop overalls, and in here I will go to collections, and to all collections. Sorry, no, I will go to collections, and in here I need to choose my collection. So collections, and I will go with overalls. Okay, now when someone clicks in here, they will go to the overalls. I can also select a link for the full slide if I don't want to show a button in here. So I can set it up in here. I will go collections and choose the link from here. Okay, so this way I have set up the first slideshow. I can see it on mobile to see how it looks like. So if I'm okay with it, I can keep it. If I want to change it, I can actually change it on mobile. So I can select a different image like this one. So now I have a different image on mobile. Later on, I will show you how to change the height of the slideshow in a few seconds actually. So we've set up the first slideshow. Let's go to the second one and basically do the same. So I'm choosing another picture. And in here, I will link directly to collections, to all collections. In order to remove the buttons, you just need to remove the label from here. And in this case, the buttons will be removed. And I will click on Save. You can change in here the text overlay position and so on. I'm gonna keep it as it is. Now, in order to modify the general slideshow settings, I will click on the section. And as you can see, the first option in here is to define the height. So do I want it to be full screen, adapt to first image, or fixed height? I like to make it adapt to first image and make sure that I have uploaded the images in the right dimension. But if not, we can go with fixed height and go with something like, let's say 600 on mobile and 400, maybe 400 is too little. We can make it 600 also on mobile. So let's see, on desktop, it's going to look like this. And on mobile, it's going to look like this. If you don't like how this image was cropped, so if we go full screen, and if you don't like how this image was cropped, what you can do is you can go in here to this image and click on Edit Image and change the focal point. When you change the focal point, basically you're telling Shopify, this is the part where I want to keep this part. So if you crop it, you need to keep it. I will show you when I click Save Now. You will see that the crop is going to shift up because I've chosen my focal point to be at the face of the model. So as you can see now, when the theme cropped the image, it kept the face because this is where I put the focal point. You can do this, or you can simply upload the images in the right dimensions and ask the theme to adapt to first image. In this way, you make sure that you show the full image. Okay, then you can choose to make it full width or not full width. I will go with full width. Show text below images on mobile. So if you do that, let's say you can see the text below. I don't like this option, especially that with this theme you can upload a different image for mobile. So why would you do that? And in here you can decide the transition style between slideshows. You can decide the speed, and basically these are the different options. Let me modify this a bit. So now we have the slideshow setup. Let's say instead of having a slideshow, you want to have a video. All you need to do is to click here on the plus sign, search for videos, or scroll down. You will find the video section in here and choose the video section style that you want. Do you want to have a full video, or video with text, or a video background video? Let's say you want to go with this one. You need to choose something where you can add basically a call to action. So it's better to choose, I think, not this one, but the background one. So let me remove this one, click on plus, and go and choose the background video. And yes, this one, I think it comes with the ability to add a button. So in this way, you can do your call to action in here. By the way, if you want to reorder blocks within a section, you just need to hover over it like this, and you drag like this, and it will be moving here. If you want to change the content or the text of the blocks, you either click here and you change the content, or you can turn this on and directly click and change the text in here. So you double click and you type your text. So it's really up to you and how you want to design your store. I'm going to delete this section. And by the way, the same logic that we have used to reorder blocks within the section can be applied in here. So you can drag the elements like this and move them around the page. So first we have the slideshow, and we are showing our, let's say, two main collections, let's say. What I like to have usually after this is either a brand statement or a section that shows, let's say, a scene is something related to social proof. So what you can do in here, or maybe a UPS section showing the unique selling propositions of my brand. I will actually do that. So I will click here on plus, and I will search for a section called logo list. And in here, I will set up the logos. If you don't have a logo list and the theme that you have chosen, you might have something like columns, multi-columns, or something similar that you can use. It should allow you to add an image and a link and a text, hopefully. So when you click in here, you can add logos as much as you want. So let's say I will add those. And for each logo, I will add one of my unique selling propositions. So I will click on plus and go here. And let's say I will go with this one. And in here, I can add a title for this one. So if I go back in here, let's say, okay, I will go in here and put the title in here. This section you can use also for any other things, like, as I said before, if you want to do a scene, or if you want to show certifications or anything similar to this. So I've added some of my, let's say, unique selling propositions. For sure, you need to do a better job in here and add relevant things, but I have added them in here just to give you an idea about how this is going to look like. So I will click on logo list, and in here I will remove this one. Maybe I will put white choose us. Okay, and I will increase the logo opacity, and I will go back in here and see if I can adjust the logo widths. I will make them for example, smaller. I should have done this before, because in this way I could have like duplicated this one and preserved the same dimensions for all my logos. Okay, if I want to change the sizes of these logos, I need to click in here, and in here adjust the logo widths. If I wanted to have all of them the same widths, it would have been better if I minimized the first one, so made it, let's say, 100. Then instead of adding, just duplicated the block. So like this, you can duplicate, and when you do duplicate, basically the new one will come in the same dimension, and I would have replaced the logo. In this way, instead of going every time to these and make them smaller, I will gain some time. And here I will take this moment actually to explain two things to you that you can do in here in the editor. So you can click on a block or on a section and click on duplicate. In this case, you are creating another copy in here, or you can click copy and paste it wherever you want. For the blocks, you can paste them wherever you want, because you need to paste them in a section where this block is available. But for the sections, you can paste them anywhere you want. So let's say I copied this one, I can go to any page on Shopify and paste it, or I can like simply click here and put paste after. So if, for example, there is a section that you want to keep repeating or that's common between pages, you can create it once, copy it, and paste it across pages. This is actually something new that happened a few months ago with Shopify. Okay, when we finish with this logo list, the second thing that I want to do is to add a bestsellers collection. So basically, I will click here on the plus, and for this, I will add a section called featured collection, because I want to feature one collection from my store. So I will add featured collection, and when you do that, you will see that you can select a collection. Some themes will allow you to select the products in here. Okay, in this case, they are only allowing us to select a collection. We don't have a bestseller collection, so we are going to create one, and we are going to take this time to actually make sure that you have understood well how to create collections. So I'm gonna save in here, and I will go back, and under products collections, I will create a collection, and I will call it bestsellers. And for this one, I will have the same idea. I will choose tag is equal bestsellers, click on save. And now I will go back to my products. I will select all of them, click bulk edit, and just add this tag to some products. So I will add it to here, let's say also here, maybe to 5 or 4 products. So let's say this one in here. I think this is okay. I will click on save. So now I have created my bestsellers collection. I will go back and go to the online store and edit theme. And this time, in here under featured collection, I will be selecting my bestsellers. Let's click on save. And as you can see, these are my bestsellers featured in here. This is a very nice section, and I always recommend you to show your bestsellers on the homepage. Your bestsellers are bestsellers for a reason. People like them, so always show them. By the way, let's take this moment to try our color schemes. So in here under featured collection, we have the option to choose to change the scheme. So now we have the default one. We can go with the 1 or we can go with the 2. As you can see, with the 2 we have a beige background. With the 1 we have, it's very similar to the default basically. So if you want to change the colors, you can do this by choosing the scheme in here. After the featured collection, another section that you might want to have in here is a collection list section like this one. So I'm gonna move it up. And you click on it to modify the settings. And if you want to add more collections, you click on add collections. And let's say for this one, I will select the bestsellers. Then I will select the leggings. Okay, because I didn't set up images for the collections, they are pulling the first product image. I can also add the image directly from here for each of these collections if I want. I'm gonna keep it as it is. Okay, for this one, because I want to make a little bit the colors contrast, so I'm gonna go to the color schemes and choose 2. After that, you continue building your homepage one section at a time in order to have the structure that you want. Okay, I'm going actually to remove a lot of these sections because I don't want them. This theme comes with a lot of options. You can explore them, see what you want to keep or not, what you want to remove. It's really up to you and to the type of information you want to show in here. I will actually remove most of them and makes things way simpler. So now we have the slideshow, we have the logo list, we have the featured collection, the collection list. We can have as well a section like an image next to it, some text if we want to talk a little bit about the brand. So in here we can search for a section called images with text, and it will show something like this. So let's say I go in here. For the image I would select, let's say, let me upload some new images actually. So I can add those, add some few lines about the brand. Let me add an image in here. So as you can see, I have the 2 images. I can add the text in here, modify it, change, write something about the brand. And finally, at the bottom level, I can click in here and link to my About Us page. So pages, I will go and choose About Us. Okay, and in this way, I have created an About Us section in the home page. Then after that, for sure, having a testimonial section is important. This is coming by default by the theme, but if you are using an app, you might need to add the app widget, which is like adding an app block. It actually goes in here. You click on plus, you go to apps, and you will see the app widget in here. We're gonna cover this later on when we talk about apps, but also this is something worth mentioning. As you can see in this section, the testimonial, for every testimonial, you can add a text, you can add a small image if you want. So let me add just a random image just to make things look better. Let's go to the second testimonial and also choose an image. Okay, so now I have images in with my testimonials. They look very nice. So what you can do is you can highlight some of the best reviews that you have ever received on your store and show them in here. For this section, I will actually change the colors to make them alternate. So I will go with the second one. And in here, by the way, you can change the image shape if you want. So you can make it natural, landscape, portrait, it's up to you. Okay, let's scroll just to see what we have now. So we have these sections. We can also link to our blog post if we have a blog post, or we can hide it. It's really up to you. So with the same logic, if you want to add any section to your Shopify store, I'm gonna do this one last time. You click on Add Section, you go to Sections, And in here, you search for the section that you want to add. So let's say I want to add the rich text section. You click on it. When you do that, you can either move it up and down like this, or in the first place, you could have hovered between the two sections and add the section in here. Once you add a section, you click on it, you can modify the settings of the section, and under the section, you will find the blocks. And when you click on add block, you can see all the available blocks under this section. So you can add if you want, or you can modify these by clicking in here and modifying them. So this applies to any section that you want to add to your Shopify store. So while you are checking the theme that you want to use, make sure that to go over the sections that you find in here. So for example, if you are in a cosmetic niche and you want a before and after section, you need to make sure that you have it in here available. So that's it to how you set up your store homepage. Hi, this is me interrupting again, and this time I want to tell you about a new feature from Shopify as well. This feature is actually related to Sidekick, and it's also going to make your work way easier. So now within your editor, you can ask Sidekick for things to change, and Sidekick will be doing these things. I still think it's better to be able to manage your theme settings by yourself, but this is going to be extra helpful for beginners. So let's say I'm inside my editor and I want to change something in this hero section. So you click on it, and as you can see, there is an option to ask for changes. So you click on ask for changes, and we can here tell Sidekick what do we want to change in this image. So let's say I want the button text to be red and to be 25% bigger, and let's see how it goes. So as you can see, Sidekick did exactly what we asked for. Let's say now we want to make this grid a little bit different. So let's click on it and let's click on ask for changes. Let's make it vintage. So as you can see, Sidekick did some modifications in here. You might not like them, so you can ask for more modifications, more customizations, but it did turn this into something vintage. And this can apply to any section in your store. You can click, you can even open a full chat in here and ask it for modifications. If you click in here, you can see like the changes, you can follow up with them. So in case you want to change something or you want to redo something, you can redo it. Just note that at this stage, Sidekick is not changing the code. It's not changing the code, it's just updating your theme settings. So if you want to change something in one section, it might affect your other sections. Let's say you want to make the heading red in one section, Sidekick might change the headings in all sections if this is how the theme works. So just keep this in mind. In case you want to use this Sidekick in order to actually code sections for you, this is something that can happen, and we have covered it in this course as well. Next, we are going to see how to set up your collection pages, and after that, how to set up your product pages. Your collection pages are very important, especially if you want your traffic to land there. So if you are running ads and instead of sending them to one specific product, you are sending them to a collection. In this case, your collection pages are super important. In my case, for example, I'm selling activewear, and the main difference between these different pieces can be the model or the colors or something like this. That's why most probably if I'm gonna run ads, I'm gonna run ads toward collection pages. In very few specific cases you do that. Usually you drive people toward the product page, but in some cases when you sell fashion or stuff like that, you might need to lead them to a collection page. And when it comes to optimizing and customizing your collection pages, there are actually a few things that you can do. And in here, I need you to focus on the user experience and how people are going to explore the different products within a collection. So what you need to focus on here are the collections, how they are structured, the sub-collections. So if you want to show sub-collections within a collection, how you are going to do it and what are these sub-collections, and finally the filters. These three things are mainly the things that you can do when it comes to optimizing or improving a collection page. Let me start doing this in front of you so you get a better idea about the things that you can do. So from your Shopify dashboard, again, you go to theme and you click on edit theme. And this time, instead of staying on the home page, we're gonna click in here and go to collections. And as you can see, under collections, we have default collections and we have landing. Usually, default collection, you will find it in all themes. The idea is if you don't create another layout or style of collection pages, you only need to work on the default collection page. This layout is going to be applicable to all of your collections. So as you can see, by default, the default collection page was assigned to 6 different collections. But in some cases, you don't want all of your collections to have the same structure or the same layout. Maybe in some collections you want to add promotions. Maybe in other you want to add a huge banner. In this case, you need to create different templates in here. I know that this might not make a lot of sense now, so let's work, and while working you will understand more what I'm talking about. I will start first by working a little bit on the default collection page, then show you how you can create a different page. So in here you click on default collection, and as you can see, we are in here previewing the accessories collection. I will actually choose something else, so I will go with the bestsellers, let's say, because I think this is a collection with a lot of products. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a collection and I will call it clothes, and I will add everything inside of this collection. So I will click on add collection, and this is going to be a good exercise to let you discover more ways of creating your collections. So I'm going to call it activewear, and instead of using a tag, I will use a combination of different things. So I know that any product that's tagged with legging should be in here. And what I want to precise in here is whether my products should be verifying all of these conditions or only any condition. I will go with this one because what I will do basically is I will choose tag is equal to bras and tag is equal to overall. So what I have done in here is basically I told Shopify I want to create a collection of products, and every product that's tagged by leggings, bras or overall should be inside of this collection. And I will click on save. As you can see, all my activewear are now in this collection. So let's go back to the online store one more time and let's customize this page. So we go to edit theme, and from here we go to collections, to the default one, and let's preview our activewear collection. So when you click here on the template on the left, you will see the options or the things that you can modify within this template, within the collection page template. So first, you can show or hide the collection title. You can show or hide the collection image behind it if you have a collection image. You can choose the heading image height if you have an image. You can decide to add an overlay style or to show the description. I didn't add any of this information for the collection, but if you are doing SEO, most probably you would need to do that, so you can add them. Then in here, you can decide the layout. So how many products maximum you are going to show by one page, and how many products you are going to show on every row. I'm going to go with 3 products per row just to make them bigger. And you can decide to show or hide the product vendors and to show or hide the number of products. So if I go with this, the number of products in here is going to disappear. Then we have the filter. And as I said before, filters are super important. And if you recall at the beginning of this video, we have set up some filters. Okay, so the fabric, for example, and the price, but we are going to add to them. Okay, so under filters in here, you can change some of the basic settings, and this is going to be different depending on the theme that you are using. As you can see in here, the theme is allowing us to show some filters as buttons, and this type is for sizes and so on. So let me go back to the filter app and add some filters. Since I'm in the activewear collection, so what type of filters I might need? I might need product type, so customers can filter between leggings, bras, and so on. I might also need to add the color swatches so people can filter by colors as well. I already have fabric. So I will save and I will go back to my search and discovery app to the filters. And I will click on add filters. So this time I will add product type, and as you can see, it should be under standard because this is something provided by Shopify, so I will go with product type. And it's as I noticed, I only have one, so it means that I didn't enter the information for the other products, so I need to do this, and I will click on save. Then I will add the color, so I will go back and add filter and add color and click on save. Okay, now let's go to the products and let's make sure that all of these products have the product type in there. And let's click on bulk edit. And let's search for the product type or see if it's in there. So product type, let's edit. And now I can see it. So this one is legging. Let's put this one as matte. What else? This one is bra. We can't put them with NS if we want them to show on filters like leggings, bras. Okay, and in here it's going to be legging. Just make sure that you are writing them the right way so you don't have legging and leggings in the filters. Okay, and for this one it's overall. For this one it's bottle. And for this one, let's go with overall as well. Did I miss something? So this one is actually a bra, not a legging. Okay, so basically that's it. I will click on save. Once you do that, and you go back in here to your online store, you will see that this new filter now has results. So if you click on edit theme, and you go to the collections, to the default collection, and let's in here preview our activewear, you can see that now we have the fabric, we have the product type, and we have the colors in here, which we can select or we can use to filter. We still need to add the size. So let's go back one more time, click on search and discovery, and click also on filters and choose size to choose to add size to the filters. So add a filter and let's choose size. Click on save. So now we should see this filter as well. And by the way, you can organize the filters from the app in here. So if you want to show one filter before the other, you can in here decide how they are organized. Okay, I would say product type comes before fabric. I think this is good. Size can come in here, by the way, and I will click on save. If we go back to our collection page, now we can see that we have all of these filters set up. So we have the price, the size, the product type, the fabric, and the colors. Depending on the theme you are using, the option or how the colors are going to display will be different, but most of the themes will allow you to display colors, and it's now one of Shopify's native features, so you will have it there. Now, if we go back a little bit to the editor and we actually click on this section in here, you will see some settings related to the sorting. So how do you want to sort your products? So do you want to sort them by best selling? Do you want to sort them alphabetically, price low to high, and so on? And as you can see in here, the theme is offering us like a possibility to add collections or sub-collections. This is going to be like based on the theme that you are using. You're not gonna find this in every theme. I will show you later how you can show sub-collections or add sub-collections within a collection page. But before doing this, I want to talk about color swatches. Now, if we remove any type of filters, you will see that I have these products listed in here. Well, for this one, for example, I think this one, I know that this product comes in 2 different colors. But when I look in here, I don't see the colors, which is bad. I want my customers or my potential customers to know that this product is available in 2 different colors. And this is why color swatches are very important. Depending again on the theme that you are using, you will have a section for swatches. You will have the ability to modify swatches and how they look like. When you go to settings in here and you click on swatches, now if we want to show the swatches in here on the collection page, we must choose this option, theme. And as you can see now, I have these 2 colors in here, but the colors aren't showing because I need to define them in here under this section. So basically, I'm telling the theme for the product card, I want to see the swatches, and these are the colors that I will define for the swatches. So your other option is to choose to show variant image. So as you can see, when you do that, you see the variant image itself. So it's really up to you whether you want to show a color list or a variant image like this one. When you want to go with a color list, all you need to do is to go in here and tell Shopify. So if, for example, we went with color list, we want to tell Shopify, this is the red. So the red, this is the hex of the red, let's say. So let's put anything. So red, and you put the hex. Let's put anything. So go to Google in here, red hex. And just simply copy it. And put it in here. You will see that when I do that, the red color is going to appear in here. And so I need to do this also for the navy. Regardless of the color that you are using, you can always do this and define the colors in here. And if you want, instead of just defining the colors, you want to add an image, all you need to do is to have this image. So instead of having red, maybe you have a pattern that you want to show in here. All you need to do is to add an image within Shopify with the same name of the variant. So basically, let's say for red, it would be like this red, and you put red.png. In this case, the theme will know to pull out the image and use it in here instead. Okay. This is very similar, or let's say I've worked with so many themes and most of them work in the same way. But when it comes to color swatches, there would be some changes here and there, but all themes, all of them will allow you to have color swatches. So in case you are not seeing color swatches on your store, most probably there are some settings that you need to update or that you need to change. I will go with variant image in here. I think I like it better. So like this, and just click on save. And now when you go back to the collection page, you will see in here that under colors, we have the pattern instead of the color. If you want to know more about color swatches and how to set them up, I have a video on this YouTube channel where I talk about color swatches in details. So I give you examples, I show you how to change them, how to add images, and so on. You can check it out in here, and I will leave the link for it on the description as well. So we have updated our filters and we have our color swatches in here showing on the collection page. This could be enough. This could be all the work that you need to do, and it could be fine with you. But in case you want to take this to a second level, in case you want your collection pages even to look better, or in case you sell a lot of products and you need to include sub-collections within the collection page, this is where you need to start using the different collection page templates. So after setting up the general settings of your default collection page, this is when you start working on specific collection pages. So for the clothes, for example, let's say I want to have a section at the beginning of my collection page, like a row, that shows the different sub-collections, so legging, bras, and overalls. Okay, in order to be able to do that, I must create a different page template for this specific collection, and I will only use it for this collection. So from here, you click on collections, and you click on create template. And we're gonna call it activewear. So I've created the template. Now I want to modify it. I would like to preview the activewear collection in here to be able to visually see it. If I have this theme already purchased, I can go in here to my products, to my collections, and I can go to the activewear collection, and in here tell Shopify that I'm assigning the activewear collection or the activewear template to this collection. But since I didn't purchase the theme yet, I can't do that. I can't see the templates from here. Okay, so you go back in here to online store, you click on edit theme. So if you have already purchased this theme, this is going to be a little bit easier for you. You go in here to collections and you go to the activewear, and in here you change the preview to the activewear. So what we are seeing now is the template for the activewear collection, and later on when we buy this theme, we are going to assign this template to the exact collection. That's why I gave it the same name. And I want to add in here a banner that shows the different sub-collections. So what I'm going to do is to click on Add Section, and this is, by the way, the same thing, the same logic that we have used with the homepage. You can basically add any of these collections. I will actually look if we have multi-column section, and I will go with it. I will move it up because I want it to be above the collection, and I will remove all of these and just keep the first one because I want to modify it and then duplicate it. So I will click in here, and I will actually remove the full text. I will just add in here leggings, let's say. And for the image, I will select any legging image. So let me go with, for example, this one. And for the link, I will link to the collection, which is leggings. So let me go back, and link to the leggings. Okay, so this is my first one. I will then duplicate this one, 1, 2, believe in the process, and I will come in here and I will make the media width smaller. So as you can see, it's now way smaller. Okay, then I will go back in here, and for this one, I will, instead of choosing the leggings, I will choose a bra. So let's say I will go with this one. And I will link to the bras collection. And finally, I will do this for the overall. So I will change it, select an overall. So let me go, for example, with this one. And in here, link to the overalls collection. And for the title, I will put in here activewear. And I will go back to my collection and remove the title from here. So I will go in here and remove the title. So let's see if there is an option to hide it. Yeah, hide. And let's also hide the number of products. So now it's like this. If you want to make this better, maybe instead of using images, you will use just the items with a transparent background. So this is going to look better. I'm going to show you this example from a store using the same theme. And as you can see, in here, we have these small items. These are our sub-collections. This was set up in the same way that we have set up this in here. Okay, so in this way, you have created the feeling or the look of a sub-collections section within your main collection. And this is going to be super valuable because especially if you have a lot of products, this is going to make your store even more user-friendly. If you want to add more content in here, you can add a rich text section above this one. So you can go and add a rich text if you want to add some lines or something. Simply remove the title from here and use this section or this to tell them, for example, choose your products or select by product type and so on. This same logic you can apply to anything, to creating any type of collection page templates. All you need to do is after creating the templates is to go back to your collections in here and to make sure that you have assigned the right template for every page. So in here you should come and you should assign it. If you didn't yet publish your theme, you won't be able to see them here. So it's fine, you can do it once you publish the theme, or if you published it already and you are using a coming soon page, you won't have a problem. Because we didn't purchase the theme, we won't be able to publish it. So that's why we won't be able to see the templates in here. There is still one last thing that I would like to cover when it comes to collection pages, and it is how to use Metafields in here. I know you might not even have an idea about what Metafields mean. I'm going to explain to you what they are and how we can use them and where to use them actually. So when you define any collection in Shopify, when you go to any collection, you will see that there are some fields in here that are there in the editor. So for example, you have a title, you have a description, you can add an image, you can choose the template, and basically that's it. You can in here change some SEO information if you wish, and that's it. This means that every collection by default can have a unique name, a unique title, a unique description, a unique image, and a unique URL. But let's say you want your collection pages, many of them or all of them, for example, to have a specific section where we talk about this collection. Maybe you want to create something fancy, maybe you want to add a lookbook within the collection page, or maybe a specific promotion. In this case, you have two options. So let's say we have an activewear collection and we have the accessories collection. And for the activewear collection, we want to show a promotion section showing our sale for the activewear. And for the accessories, we want to do the same. So we want to have the same section, but the content of the section is going to be different. So this is the problem we need to solve. By default, when you are working on a default collection page or on a layout common between different collections, whenever you add a section, so let's say in here I've added an image with text section. If I add this section in here, and let's say for this section I decided to add this image, I will keep the text as it is. When I do that, this section is going to show the same across all of my collections. So this is a static section, it's in here. But the title, for example, is not static, or the content, because this is the content of this collection. If I change in here and I showcase the bestsellers, you will see that this section remained the same, but in here the content is different. So this is a dynamic content that's changing between one collection to another, but this is a static content that's common between all of my collection pages or all the collections where I'm going to apply this specific layout. If the section that you want to add is the same between your collections, you don't have a problem. But let's say for your accessories collection, you want to show a different image or a different text, or you want to link to something different. This is where we use Metafields. Again, this is one of the things that it's easier explained when you see it in action. So this is the first collection. And as you can see, so this is our section. When you click in here, you will notice that you have two options. Either you select the image or you link it to a dynamic metafield. This is very similar to when we link to the brand colors, if you recall at the beginning of this course. If you click in here, you will see that Shopify is allowing you to choose a collection metafield. Okay, so what we need to do in this section, we have so many elements that we want to be dynamic and different from one collection to another. So basically, we want this image to be different. We want the text to be different, the title, the body text, and the button, and even the link. So all the elements in here should be dynamic, right? Let's start with the image. We're going to click here on Add Metafields, or what you can do is you can go actually to the Shopify settings and add the metafields from there. I'm gonna go from the Shopify settings just to show you how to do it. So from your Shopify dashboard, you click on settings and you go to Metafields and Metaobjects. You choose collections because we're creating metafields for collections. So you choose collections and you click on add definition. So the first thing that we wanted to create was an image. So we'll call it, let's call it a promotion section image. And for the type in here, this is going to be a file. So we scroll and you will find here the image. So we're gonna select the image and click on save. So what happens now is that when you go to the collections, you will notice that something new is there. So if I go to the activewear and I scroll down, you will see that I have now a new meta field called promotion section image. So I can define this field in here. Okay. Now, when I go back in here and click on select dynamic source, you can see that I can select this source. I'm gonna select it like this. I can do the same for the second image. I'm not gonna do it. I will do this for the text now. So we go back in here, we click on the heading, and instead of filling the heading in here, I will click on connect dynamic source and I will click on add a meta field. It's the same page that opened before, but this time it's directly opening in here. I will call it promotion section title. As you can see, I'm using names that make sense for me because I want to be able to understand what I'm filling when I'm on the collection page. In here, I will choose it to be a single line text because it's a heading, and I will click on save. Now I will go back in here and I will link. I will save actually. I will go back in here and I will link for it. Then I will do the same for the content. So I will go in here, I will remove everything, and I will click on Connect Dynamic Source and click on Add Metafield. By the way, these are the ones of the collection. So this is the title and the description of the collection, the ones that you have by default. I will click on Add Metafield, and this time I will call it Promotion Section Text. I will give it a single, you can have multi-line or rich text. Rich text comes with the ability to make bold and italic, so I'm gonna go with rich text. Then I will actually create the button metafield and the link metafield. But let's link in here to this new metafield. I need to save. Click, and this is the promotion section text. Now we're not seeing them here, they are disappearing because they are empty. Well, if you go back in here and you refresh, you will see that we didn't fill them yet, so they are empty. That's why we're not seeing them in here. Now we need to do the same for the button, because maybe in here I want to link to something different than from one collection to another. So we'll click on the button, and for the button text, let's say I'm not gonna make it a metafield, so shop now. But for the button link, I'm gonna make it a metafield. I will click on this one, click on Add Metafield, and this time we're gonna create a metafield which is a link. So we'll call it Promotion Section Link. And in here under type, you can either decide to have a URL, so any URL that you want, or you can have a link. It's up to you. I think link, it's within Shopify. URL, you can go outside Shopify. Let's choose link and see. And I click on save. I will close, go back in here and see if I can select. No, I actually need to save. I will save and refresh. For some reason it's not showing, so I will do the same. Sometimes if you're not seeing the metafield that you have created, it means that you didn't create the right type of metafield. So if you're not seeing it in here, it means this is not the right link of metafield. So I will go back and try to create, maybe this time I will choose URL instead of link. So I will go call it Promotion Section URL, let's say, and choose in here the type to be URL. Let's see if now it's going to show. So again, if you don't see it in here, it means that the type, or you don't have a metafield with a type that this field supports. So let's click, and as you can see, I should have defined it as URL. So now it's defined, and I will click on save. So now we're previewing the bestseller collection, and that's, as you can see, these are empty. So I'm going to go back in here, and I will go to my collection, to my bestsellers collection, and I will fill these metafields. So let me go in here, products, collections, and I will go to the bestsellers. I will put in here any link. You can choose any link from your store, so just fill the link. For the section text, I will put just best text. For this one, I will put title. And for this one, I will choose, let's say, this image, the red one, and I click on save. Now I'm going to fill this information for a different collection and show you how this is going to affect our layout. So I will go back to collections. I will use the bulk edit. So I will go with, let's say, the overalls, and let's select the bestseller and click on bulk edit. In here, choose to see the metafield. So I want to see the text, the title, and the image. Okay, so for this one, instead of putting bestsellers promotion text, I will put overalls promotion text. For this one, I will put overall roles promotion title. And for this one, I will select a different image. Let's go this time with the two girls and click on save. And I will save. Now, when I go back to this section in here, I will refresh, and you will see that the content of this section now is showing the content that I have put for the bestsellers collection. So this is the bestseller collection, I'm previewing it, and as you can see, this is the content for the bestseller. If I change now and I preview, for example, the one that I worked on, which is the overall, you will see different content. So basically what we have done in here is that we have used Metafields to create new fields within our collection page and assign different values for those fields. When this feature can be very valuable, it can be very valuable when you want to have the same exact layout for your collection pages, but you want to change the content from one collection to another. So again, if you want to have a promotion bar everywhere, if you want to have whatever you want, like just if the layout is the same, Metafields is what's going to help you to make the content dynamic. If you want to change the full layout, that's when you go and you create templates instead of using Metafields. We'll talk more about Metafields when we start with the product page optimization, because Metafields are more useful and effective there, and I'm pretty sure you will profit from them a lot. Now in this part of the course, we will focus on your product pages. And this is one of the most important things that you can ever do to your online store, and this to ensure that your product pages are well optimized, well customized, because this is where your potential customers are going to decide whether to buy your products or not. So you better make sure that you have organized and customized these pages in order to convert the highest number of your store visitors into customers. So before you start actually building your product page, you need first to decide on the sections and elements that you want to have within a product page. And in order to figure out this, I recommend you to do a small research. Go to your competitors' stores, or go to other stores in your niche or in a niche similar to yours. Look at the type of information they have included in their product pages. And I highly recommend you to check out big competitors in your niche, because usually these brands, they have done a lot of testing, so they know exactly why they are showing the things they are showing. So go to these pages and try to understand from their structure what your customers actually care about. Also, you can do a research on the reviews even on Amazon, and see the type of questions they might have, the type of hesitations or objections they might think about before buying your product. So, for example, one of my clients sells pasta, and it's a different kind of pasta. One of the objections that we knew we have from day one was the taste, because people were actually worried about this. We knew our customers are going to be worried about this. So taste was something that we needed to prove or to showcase within our product pages. So how can you prove to someone that a pasta tastes good? You need to add reviews. You need to show other people tasting the pasta and saying that it is delicious. Another objection that our potential customers might have could be, for example, whether our pasta is really healthier and better than the normal pasta in stores, especially that our pasta was 3 times more expensive. And in order to reply to this, in order to fight this objection, in order to be there with the information before even the customer asks about it, we must include facts in our product page that actually back up our claims. So we claim, for example, that our pasta better. We need to showcase the numerical facts, the scientific facts that proves that our pasta is better. Every niche is going to be different, and depending on what you are selling, your product page will be different. So let's take my example. We are selling activewear, and when it comes to this type of product, there are few objections, because it's not like a problem, it's something that's solving a very big solution. It's more about maybe being a part of the community, or about the specs of the products if we are providing something new in the market, something that hasn't been done before. So for a niche like mine, I think the most important thing is to provide very detailed size charts, because this is where customers are going to hesitate the most to make sure that they are picking the right size. I need to include information related to the fabric, why it's better than other fabrics. I need to include information about the support of the bras and the leggings to make sure that they are not going to buy an activewear that is going to be ruined in after a few wears, for example. I need to include information about how to care for the items, like how to wash them and so on. And I must include maybe a comparison table between my products and the other products in the market, especially if my products are more expensive. It depends also on how I am presenting my brand. If I'm presenting my activewears as a new invention in the full activewear market, I need to tell the world why this is happening. If I'm using a sustainable, I need to tell the world why this claim is there, why I'm different. So for example, if I'm using a different type of fabrics that provides for stretch, I need to mention this, and I need to give them a certification that says that I actually do that. If my product supports women better during their workouts, I need also to show that. Maybe I can show women with larger sizes, for example, show that the bras still look very nice on them, they still support them through their trainings, maybe on headstands and so on. Maybe I can include videos of women training, wearing my outfits and so on. If I'm claiming, for example, that my activewear fix the problem of camel toes, I need to show proof of this. I need to show women saying this, or pictures of women doing this. If I'm saying or pictures of women that proves this. If I'm saying that my high waist legging is more comfy for training, I also need to do the same. So you need to think about your brand, your product, how you're positioning your brand, and reply to every question or every objection your potential customers might have. Your product pages should be packed with information, and the more complicated your product, the more expensive your product, the more detailed your product page should be. After having an idea about what type of information you need to include in your product page, you start the design phase. And it's also very important to mention that the same information could be mentioned twice within the product page in different formats. So for example, let's say we're talking about ingredients. We can have a tab about the ingredients, for example, of my lip balm. This is a section in there. But I can also have another section within the product page that shows the lip butter with the ingredients and the benefits of each ingredient. These are two different formats of the same information, but why they are important? It's because people consume information in different ways. That's why sometimes you go to a dog supplement store, for example, and you notice that within the images, you have images showing the benefits of the product. And at the same time, if you scroll down in the page, you will find sections talking about the benefits of the products. They have included this information twice, or maybe even more, in different formats to make sure that all customers are going to spot them. Also, using different formats between charts, infographics, images, and so on, comparison tables, make the product page more digestible, so you make it easier for your potential customers to go through it, to read it, and to make up their minds. Once you decide on all of this information, we start building the product pages. And you can, by the way, revise this. This is not like something that you need to do once. Your product pages should be updated, and you should keep working on them in order to improve your store conversion rate more and more over time. So from your Shopify dashboard, I need you to click on Edit Theme. And this time, we are going to start by changing the product page template. And as you have seen with the collections, it's very similar in here. We have a default product page template that we can use to all products, or we can create different product page templates. So in my case, for example, I'm selling bras, I'm selling leggings, and I'm selling accessories, okay? I might decide to have one template for the bras and leggings because most probably I will have similar information, or I will have a similar layout for the pages, and I can have one layout for the accessories, okay? Or I can have one layout for the bras, one layout for the leggings, and one for the accessories. It really depends on how complicated you want to make things. I will show you how to create one product page, the default one, then we will talk about templates later on. So let's start with the default one, and let's assume we're creating the one for the leggings. So in here, I will go and choose leggings. So the first thing I have in here by default is the product title. I have the price, I have the seller. We can definitely hide this if we are not selling different brands, but if you are selling different brands on your store, you might want to show the brand in here. Then we have the variant picker. So in our case, because it's a legging, they need to choose between the size and they need to choose between the color. Then we have the quantity and the buy button section. So this came in here by default, we need to add to it. When you click here on the left, you will see the product page. It's usually the part you see in here. So the part you see before you start scrolling. All of this part is called the product page, and it's where you have the product image or images, and you have the direct product information. When they scroll down, they will see more information. So if we want to change anything related to this section, we need to click in here on product pages. And when you click on the section itself, you will see the section settings. But inside of this section, as you can see, we have different tabs or different information. So let's start first by talking about the settings, then we go over the information. When we click here, we can see that we can show breadcrumbs or not. Breadcrumbs are those, so they are basically the road someone took to arrive to this page. You can hide it or keep it, it's really up to you. Usually they were recommended for SEO, so you can keep them. Then select the first variant, first available variant. This is, in my case, for example, here by default, this is selected. So if you look, this option is selected. If I remove this one, no option will be selected, and my customers need to select the two options. Well, I usually prefer to keep this as first available variant selected, unless I am a little bit worried that my customers are going to click add to cart without actually being conscious of what options they are choosing. In this case, I remove this option to make sure I don't receive a lot of orders and then my customers contacting me saying, you know what, I've chosen the wrong color. Okay, then we have show description below media. Let's see what this is going to show us. This is actually showing the description in here. I don't like this option. I prefer to have the description here. So I will keep it actually next. It's now here. We will move it. We will talk about it. Then we have show inventory transfer notice. No need for this one. I'm going to hide it. And enable a sticky column. It means that if the information in here are too long, this is going to stick and this is going to be scrollable. We will see this in a few minutes when we set up more information in this area. Then you have the sticky add to cart, and it's basically when you scroll down, you see the sticky add to cart in here. I highly recommend you to keep this option available, especially on mobile. It's very user friendly and it makes the whole store navigation easier, so keep it on. You can decide whether you want it center, left or right, and you can choose the behavior, choose the button style if you wish, and so on. Then we have the media section, which is this part. This is the media part. And as you can see in here, you can decide the size and you can decide the layout. So now for layout, we have the carousel layout with the images below it. The options you will see in here will depend on the theme you are using. So when it comes to how you want your product images to appear, I highly recommend you to make sure in the phase where you are choosing your store theme to take good care of this and to make sure that the theme that you have selected actually provide this option. Some brands would like big photos like this because they are selling, let's say, jewelry or very luxurious items, and they want the images to be huge in huge resolutions. If this option is not available in your theme, this is going to be a problem. Or if you prefer to have smaller images because you won't be able to get high resolution images, or you prefer to have let's say to let your customers see more products or more images at the same time, it's better to choose a theme that supports your choice of how you want your media to show. In my case, I like this option. It's not bad. I will try the small. I think the image is too big now. Let's see. Yeah, I would go with the small option. And the second thing I would do is I will see if I can put the thumbnails on left. I think it's better. Okay, but with this disposition, as you can see, this is not nice because this is not scrollable. They continue to be in here, so this is not nice. Let's see if we can choose something else. So maybe this option. Okay, so in here, as you can see, okay, actually we need to do something. Did you recall this option in here to enable a sticky column? I think if you go with this one, this is now going to be scrollable. Even if we go back in here and we choose this option, I think it's going to be scrollable. Let's see. Not really. Okay, so this option doesn't work for me. I will go with this one, which is collage style one. These options are going to be different from one theme to another, so just I'm giving you an example. You can enable or disable image zoom. This is going to depend on what you are selling and if your customers would need to see the details, but usually it's recommended to keep it on, especially if you have good photos. Okay, and here you can show alt text over image if you want. The alt text is actually a text that you can enter for every image. Let's do it so you have an idea. So if I go to a product in here, and let's say we're checking which one, this one. If we go to this image in here, we can add an alt text for the image in here, as you can see. So let's say legging front view, something like this. Okay, and we click on save. Then let's go to the second one, and for example, for this one, let's put, for example, full body. I've never tried this option, by the way, so I'm testing it with you. Full body view, to click on save. I will go now in here and refresh. And let's see if I turn this option on. Actually, yes. So as you can see, lagging front view, and for this one, full body view. I think this is a nice option, by the way. It's not bad at all. It's nice to have this. And here it's like gives me better, I think, experience. Okay, then you can autoplay videos, enable video looping if you have videos in here, and you can decide to media group. So in our case in here, we have two different colors. And as you can see, the images for the two colors are showing regardless of the choice. So if I choose this one, okay, I see it, but I still can see the red option. If I want to do this different, if I want to only see the red options when I choose red, I need to enable this one. When I do that, you will see that when I'm choosing the red, it's only red. When I'm choosing blue, it's only blue. This is because this theme allowed the media grouping options. Almost all professional themes do that now. So this is something you need to check while you are buying the theme for your store. Make sure that if you want this option, make sure it's there. There are some third-party apps on Shopify that allow you to do that. But if you can already buy a theme that has this option by default, why bother and pay for an app? Some themes will have an option like this. This is one of the most user-friendly ones. Some other themes will simply require you in the alt text in here to put the variant name. So basically, like for this one, I would put red like this. And once I do that, like for all my red images, the theme will know that the red images with this tag are for the red variant, so it will show them. All you need to do actually is to put the images in order. So you put the first color, then you put the second color, like I have done in here. As you can see, red, then blue. For other themes, it would be about changing the alt text in here. So you put the variant name in here like this, red, for example, and it will group the variants by default. These are the two types of logic I have seen so far with variant image grouping in themes. I didn't find something else, so it's gonna be either this or that. But if your theme shows this option in the demo store and you couldn't figure out how to actually make it available, just look at their help center. Most probably they have an article about it. So let's go back in here, and basically these are the main settings of this section. Now let's go back and let's start by discussing the disposition and if we actually like how things are. I usually prefer to have a small description in here before the buy buttons. Not a very big one, a small one. If your product has very clear benefits, or if your product is a product that solves a solution where benefits should be directly shown, I recommend you to add the benefits in here as a bullet list of, let's say, 3 ideas or 4 ideas. This is going to make the decision-making process easier for your potential customers. In our case, I'm gonna move the description up in here and put it under I'm gonna put it under the divider. For the vendor, I will delete it. I don't want to show the vendor. So now I have the title and I have the divider, I have the description. I would actually want to add a section which is the benefits. The description, this one you are seeing in here, is being pulled from the product description you find in here. So this is the product description. Now let's say I want to add something else in here, for example. So I click on plus. Let's see what options do we have. We have SKU, barcodes, inventory levels. Some stores would like to show that the items are almost running out, so they would add inventory levels. In order to be able to do this, you should have accepted, or you should have set up the products in a way so Shopify is tracking the inventory. Then you have collapsible tab. We're gonna get back to this. We have text, rich text, pop up in case you want something to pop up. You have link, image, icon column, custom option, custom liquid, let's see, complementary products, fit measure rating. This is actually super nice for my niche, countdown timer, sharing, and divider. So I have all of these blocks and I need to decide what to add from them. But first, I want to talk with you about the description in here. So we've added this description and it's pulling it from here. But let's say I want to add a text in here about the benefits. I would click on plus. I could have added the information directly in here and show them in here, but I want to show you this so you learn how to use Metafields within product pages. So I will click on plus, and in here I will choose rich text, and I will call it in here benefits, let's say, or it could be benefits or USP, yeah, and it's gonna be a rich text block. But if I keep it now filled in here, this content is going to be the same between all my product pages where I'm using this template. I don't want this. I want this block to be specific and different from one product to another, same like with the description. So what I'm going to do is to create a meta field. We have done this before on the collection, so let's do it again in here. We will go in here. As you can see, if you scroll, my only product meta field is the trial filter. I will click on settings, Metafields and Metaobjects, products, and I will create one. I will call it USP, benefits, and for the type I will choose rich text. Remember, the text type I've entered there was rich text, so I need to enter this as rich text as well, and I will click on save. Now when I go back to my product, I will see the new meta field, which is the USP or benefits. Now let's say for this product, these are my benefits. I will enter them. I need to modify the styling in here because I've copied them from somewhere else. I would put this as heading 5. Let's say this at heading 5, and this as well. For sure, you can format them the way you want. This is a rich text, so it has bold, it has everything. And I will click on save. Now when I go in here, I save and I will click on connect dynamic source, and I will choose my USP benefits. As you can see, it's in there. I will choose it, and now it's showing in here. And it's going, if I change the preview, if I go to another product, so if I go back in here and I change to another legging, let's say this one, as you can see, it doesn't show in here because it's empty. I didn't fill this meta field for this product. Okay, this is very similar to what we have done with columns, but at the level of product pages, you might need to use this even more. Okay, maybe I don't want to include the description in here. Maybe I want to include it somewhere else. We will see now. So we have the benefits. I like to include dividers. This is something I like. It's really up to you. I'm gonna duplicate this one as you can. I'm gonna duplicate this one from here and move it under the benefits like this. So now I have the variant pickers, I have the size, and I have the color. And as you can see in this part in here, this is where I can define the size chart. This is also going to be different from one theme to another, really. But in this case, this is what we are seeing in here. In other themes, you might see another option to support size charts, or maybe you need to use a pop-up, or maybe you need to include the information within the collapsible tab. It depends on the theme you are using. But when you use a theme that has the fashion mindset in mind, for example, most probably they will have an option for the size guide. And as you can see in here, I can enable the size guide. And once I do that, I need in here to select a page that contains the size guide. So basically, I need to go in here to my online store and to pages, and I need to create a size page. And the size in here, it would really depend on how you are adjusting your sizes. Maybe you want to create an image on Canva as a table and put it in here, or maybe you will include the text in here. But let's put anything. So let's call it trial size chart. And I will go in here, I will add a table, and I will insert like a column before, another column before, and maybe I will insert another row, so row below and row below. Okay, and I will go like this, size, let's say waist length. So small, medium, and I will add anything in here, any number, and any number, and click on save. Make sure to make your page visible. Once you do that, you go back to your theme, you save and you refresh. This is important because otherwise maybe you won't be able to see the page. And once you do that, you click on select and you choose the size chart page from here. So now when I click on size guide, I can see my table, and if I'm on mobile and I click on size guide, I can also see my table. If you want to customize this table even more, what you can do is you can go in here and click on this show HTML code. Don't be scared, you click on it, you copy this and you go to ChatGPT and you tell ChatGPT how you want to improve this table and to give you the HTML back, and you just need to paste it in here. Okay, very simple. Or you simply forget about HTML and you do your editing from here. Okay, once you finish, you just need to click save, and this is your size chart and it's available in here. As you can see, for the size page, we could have also used a Metafield, because let's say you are using the same layout for your leggings and for your bras. In this case, you need a different size chart between your product. Or let's say your leggings don't have the same size chart, so your size charts are different from one product to another. In this case, you need to remove this page and then here replace it by a Metafield. Let's create the Metafield for this type and link to it in here. So in this case, we need to go to settings, and from settings, we go to Metafields and Metaobjects, and then to products, and we'll click on add definition. This is going to be a size chart page. And for the type, we need to scroll in here and choose page. So I'm going to go with page and click on save. Now, when I go back to my product in here, and I scroll down, I will see the new Metafield, and this time I've named it wrong. I will select and choose a size page and click on save. When I go back now in here, let's refresh. I will select in here and I will choose this one. And as you can see, it's now showing. If I click, I can preview it. But if we go and choose a different one, so let's go to a different legging, you will see that now I can see the size chart because I didn't define this Metafield, or I didn't fill this Metafield for this product. Okay, so let's go back to the legging we're working on. And as you can see, now we have the images, we have the benefits, we have the size chart, which is super important. Let's see what other things we want to add in here. I usually like to add a collapsible tabs answering the most common questions. So for this legging, for example, we can add a section about fitting, we can add a section about care, we can add a section about shipping and details, and so on. So let me click on plus, and this time I'm going to choose this option, which is collapsible tab. And in here in the content, I would actually link to my description. So I will click in here and I want to show the product description because I want to remove it from here. And I will call this one description. And you can add a small icon if you wish in here. So like, let's say, for example, if you want to show your certifications, this is an award one. So if, for example, you want to show your awards, this is an award one. Or you can choose like any of these things if they make sense. Okay, then after this, I will actually hide this description or even remove it because I don't want it anymore. I will add a second collapsible tab, and this time I will add like fitting information. And I will add, let's say, shipping and return information. I will click in here, add a collapsible tab, and let's say this time I want to add the shipping and return information, so I will do that. And I can in here enter the content directly, or I can select and choose my shipping policy if I have a shipping page. So it's really up to you. What I usually like to do is to include like some small information, like a summary of my shipping and link to the page. So let's go back to pages, create a shipping page. So I'm gonna click on add page, call it shipping. And in here, I will add anything. So I will call them just shipping information. Click on save. Then what I like to do is I will go in here. In here, include like a small summary of my information. So let's say free shipping for orders above $100, 30 days money back guarantee, return policy, and I will add, for more info, check our shipping and return policy. For sure you need to do a better job than me, and I will select this one in here and link to my shipping and return policy in here. So I would go to link, pages, and choose it. I think I didn't publish it, so I need to publish it first. Let me go back in here, click on save and retry. So pages, and now it's showing, so I'm linking to it. This is what I like to do. You don't need to do it, but I think it's more practical. So I usually include a small summary of my shipping and return policy, and then I link to my full page. For icons, you can choose a delivery one if you have in here something related, and put it in here. Then you can continue in here adding information. I recommend you to add the most important things related to your product. So we have added description and shipping. We can also add one for care guide. So let's add a collapsible tab, and let's call it a care guide. And I'm not gonna change the content, but now you know how to make this dynamic and different from one product to another. If your care guide is the same along all of your products, just type the content in here, and basically that's it. Let me add just any icons. So let's say something like this. Okay, and for sure you can always organize your tabs like this. Okay, the Symmetry theme offer a very special feature for fashion, and it is this one. If you click plus, you will see it. It's the fit feature rating, and as you can see, it gives you a rating. If you buy from Adidas, if you are a fan of them, you will see that they have something very similar. So basically, you should show how true to size the fit is. You can use it for any other thing, like other than fit. It's really up to you, but it's a very nice feature. You can also make it dynamic, so you can change the results in here from one product to another to make it different. And to make it product based. Okay, so we have finished this part in here. I'm thinking if there is something else that we need to discuss. Actually, yes, we need to talk a little bit about the buy buttons. So as you can see now, we have two buttons. We have the add to cart and the buy it now option. The buy it now option is basically a dynamic option from Shopify, especially if you activate Shopify payments. Actually, only if you activate Shopify payments, it allows customers to directly buy the product in one click. It's good if you know your customers are going to buy only one product. If you know your customers are going to buy multiple products, I would say you can hide it and stick with the add to cart, because they would be adding multiple products to cart. In case you kept this on and you have Shopify payments, this is going to defer. It's not going to be buy it now. It will show the payment gateway that your potential customer use the most. So if this customer uses Apple Pay the most, they will see Apple Pay. If they use Google Pay the most, they will see Google Pay. If they use PayPal, they will see PayPal. So it's going to change depending on the customer's, let's say, preferences, if you kept it. And if you decided to hide it, you just need to click here and hide it. Okay. Also, showing the quantity selected in here, it's also up to you. Maybe you don't think any customer is going to buy 2 items at the same time, so you can hide it to save some space. So that's it for our product page section. Now let's talk about the remaining of your product page. Actually, before we continue working on the product page, before leaving this area, there is something that I want to talk about, and it is the complementary products section. And we have seen it in here, and it's part of the product recommendation system, or let's say setup that you should have on your store. When you are shopping on Amazon, I'm pretty sure you always notice that whenever you are checking a product, you see like these small items that Amazon recommend with the original purchase. This is what we call product recommendations, and they are very important because they help the customers first, and second, they help you to increase your store average order value. I like always to give the example of a Kindle. Imagine I'm buying a Kindle or an iPad, okay? And while buying it, I see next to it the option to add an iPad protection and an iPad cover. Okay, as someone who's buying the iPad, the protection and the cover are things that I need. They are purchases that make so much sense with my original purchase. I might even feel grateful for Amazon for like showing them, because oh my god, I didn't think about buying them in the first place myself maybe, or I just forgot. So your complementary products should feel like this. Whenever someone is buying a product, you should be recommending something that goes with it. So in our case, for example, we're selling the legging, okay? And for someone who's buying activewear, because I know I'm a very big fan of activewear, if I'm buying a legging, I would love to see next to it the bras that goes 100% with it, or the hoodie that goes with it. Those purchases are very complementary to my original one, and most probably if I'm buying the legging, I'm going to buy the bra as well. Then this is where this section here that we have seen, which is called complementary product, is going to be super beneficial. It's where you add product recommendations, complementary products to the original purchase. So we've added this section in here, but as you can see, nothing was generated because we didn't yet define what's the complementary product for this one. So what we are going to do actually is to click here on save. And in here we are going to this app, the search and discovery app, but this time we are going to the product recommendation section. And we are going to choose for this legging, for this specific legging, so this is the one, which is the product complementary to it, or which are the complementary product. And for this one, I'm going to definitely choose the bra and click on add. And now, when I save and I go back in here and refresh, you will see that the theme is going to show this product as a complementary product. So I know that now I can buy this product. This is the bra for this product. If you click in here, you can see the settings of this section. You can add multiple products. For the product recommendations, I recommend you to be very specific and to only recommend the very related products. You don't want to bombard your customers with 10 options. You want to give them the next purchase that makes the most sense. Okay, focus on this idea. So this is a complementary product. I can recommend the mat with it if I wish, but that's it. Okay, 2 products is more than enough. So we will talk about this later on, but I wanted to mention the complementary product. And by the way, with this app, you can go back and set up the complementary product for each product. By default, Shopify will select the related products, which are those. You can modify them, but the complementary product is going to be empty unless you select a complementary product. So once you finish with this section, which is the most important section, you start building up the remaining of your pages. And usually after this section, I like to add a section that builds trust or give more information about the brand. So I'm thinking about going back to my homepage and actually copy our unique selling proposition section from here. So I will click on the section. Let's go back to the full section, this one, and I will copy it. And I will go to my product page and simply paste it. So I will go in here, see the legging, and I will paste my section after. So as you can see, now I have this section in here. I might want to change the color scheme so it contrasts best. And as you can see, now I have this section. I was able to edit in seconds because I just copy and duplicate from another page. So after this section, I might want to add a section where I talk about, let's say, the main features of this product. So I can go in here and add, for example, a highlight section. So I'm gonna go in here, click the plus and add a hotspot section like this one. So you add this section in here, and this is a section that you can use to highlight the feature of your product. So I'm going in here to this section. I can select an image. Let's say something with a lady working out, let's say this one. And I can highlight different features. So as you can see, I have different features in here. Let's say this one, this is first hotspot. I can name the feature in here, change the content of it, and I can move it horizontally or vertically. Well, this section is not going to be available in every theme, so it depends on the theme that you are using. The most important thing is to think about all the information that you want to include and find the best way to include them within your product page. Also, it's very important to mention that sometimes you would need to use a section that doesn't exist here on the library. So every theme comes with a library of sections. Maybe after time you decide that you want to have a comparison table, and this theme doesn't offer this option. So when you purchase the theme, Shopify is going to unlock the AI section generation for you. And with this AI tool, you can practically tell Shopify what theme you want to create, and the AI tool will create the section that you want. So if I want a comparison table, I can tell this tool that I want a comparison table, and I will have the comparison table on my store. Let me show you. I will not be able to do this in my Symmetry theme, so I will need to do it within the Horizon theme. I will click on Edit Theme. But once you purchase the Symmetry, you will be able to do it. And in here, I will click on Add Section, and you choose Generate. Do you see the section in here? This is the tool that will allow you to generate any section that you want. I will click in here and ask it to generate a comparison table. So create table for me. It's very important to say something in here, that this tool, although it's amazing, it's as amazing as you are good at writing the prompt. Sometimes it's easy. You write the prompt and you get the section exactly as it is. Sometimes it takes time, especially when it comes to tweaking the little details. Sometimes it surprises you. It gives you an amazing section from the first trial. Sometimes it doesn't. So it's a little bit unpredictable, I would say, and it highly depends on how good you are at writing prompts. There is a video on my YouTube channel, and I will link to it in here. In this video, I show you how I use this tool, and I will show you some examples and some prompts that I used to create the sections I want. But one very smart, I would say, tip that I use, it is to ask ChatGPT to create the prompt for me and come in here and type it. If you are not getting the section that you want, most probably because you couldn't translate what you want properly to the AI tool. That's why it's not working. So make sure that you do it properly. Make sure that you write the prompt in detail. In this way, you increase your chances of getting the section created perfectly. And also there is something important to note, that after creating the section, unless you save, you can always go back in here and ask it for modifications. So as you can see with this tool now, I generated a comparison table. It might not be perfect. I might want different things, but it's already created the table for me with a lot of options to modify it in here. And this is by simply writing a small prompt. I can go back, give it in here more instructions, ask for more ability to customize, like maybe colors, maybe add icons in here, and so on, until I generate the section I want. I'm not saying this is super simple. No, it's not. Especially that sometimes you would create a section and you might find bugs on it on different, like, let's say, devices or something. So it's not like something I would highly recommend you to go to if you are a total beginner. But it's something that's worth testing and worth exploring. It's always safer to choose a theme that has most of the things that you want, but in case you couldn't go with this option, there is always this AI tool to help you out. And by the way, once you create a section, you can use it everywhere you want. You just need to click here on Add, you go to in here to Sections, and you will see it under AI generated sections. Now let's go back to our theme and let's continue talking a little bit about the product page. This section that we have added, which is a hotspot section, everything on this section as well can be different and can be dynamic from one product to another. As you can see, the image could be dynamic and the content of the section could be dynamic. Even if you go to the hotspots, the content could be dynamic. So you can create all of this using Metafields if you want. Just you need to create the right type of Metafields. And you continue creating this page with the same logic that we have used to create our homepage. Basically, you add all the sections that you want. If you want to add a video, if you want to add anything, you just click here on plus, you add your content and you modify it. Now concerning this section, which is the related product section, as I told you before, by default, the search and discovery app will be creating the related product section. You can keep them as they are, or you can go to your product and you can adjust those and choose them manually. So you can click browse and choose manually your related product. Let's say like this. So by default, those are now my top related products. I will click on save. If I go in here and refresh, you will see that they are going to show the first, because this is the ones I've put as in here in my recommendations. And you can do this for all of your products as well. So now you know everything about how to customize your product pages. I still want to mention something. If you want to create a new template or a specific template for a specific product category, you just need to use the same logic we have used for your collection pages. So you go in here to edit theme, and instead of modifying the default product page in here, you simply click on create template and you create this template. So what I recommend you to do is to first modify the default page. Make sure like at least the things that you want to be common between your templates, set them up once at the default page level, because later on you can start creating copies out of this original version. So instead of redoing the whole work, you will just modify some things. So let's say I'm going to create this for leggings. Once you do that, you will see this option. So when you do that, and you go to your product, you will be able in here to go to your legging in here, let's say to this one, and under template to choose the legging template that you have just created. Again, I can't do this in here because I didn't publish my Symmetry theme. So in order to view the layout, you should be creating them in the published theme or on a version of the same theme. But since I didn't purchase Symmetry and I couldn't publish it before, so I can't create the templates, or at least I can see them in here. So in your case, create the templates, and like a few minutes before publishing, you can just go in here and assign the right template for every product page. Now, basically, you can create as much templates as you want. I just want to tell you to stay, or let's say to be smart about the number of templates that you are creating in order to make your work easier. Sometimes it's easier to manage things through Metafields. So I would say keep templates for different product categories and Metafields when you want to make the content dynamic from one product to another. So now we have finished basically this section, and the collections. Well, one more thing, when you click on products, you will see that this theme comes like with a pre-order template, with the alternative template if you wish. You can check them out. Also for collections, sometimes they will give you like some other options if you want to. So let's say, for example, here we have lending. You can also explore them. But basically, you will spend most of your time on the default collection or on the templates that you have created. Now, after homepage, product and collections, we have the collection list. And this is a page that lists all your collections. And so many stores actually like to link to this page, whether in here or in here. And it's nice because sometimes you would like to link to all of your collection pages. You just need to modify it with the same logic. So you can keep, like by default in here, they listed all the collections, or you can decide, for example, to hide this one and instead design this page yourself. So let's say I want to divide them between clothes and accessories. So I can go in here at section and I will go to collections list. So I will first list my, I will call it activewear. And I will link to all my activewear collections in here, so I can add them one by one. So let's say in here I can add leggings, let's say bras first, then leggings, and then overall. So in this way I've divided, let's say, my collections. So this way I can make this one be 3 per row, let's say. And then I can come in here and add another collection list. Let's say I want to list my accessories or whatever. Here is an example of a very nice collection, all collections page where we have listed our sub collections, because this is a store with a lot of inventory. So and a very large catalog. So as you can see, we have dog apparels. They are in here like divided. We have dog accessories, we have dog everyday essentials, and so on. We have health and care. So it really depends on your store, but this is like just the idea of how you can organize your all collection list page. Then after this one, we have the gift card, and this is going to be valuable if you want to offer this option on your store. And actually in Shopify, if you go back here on Shopify, you will see that you have a gift card section. So you can go in here and under products, you have a gifts card section if you want to create a gift card. Well, the gift card that you create within Shopify is a digital one. You can create, if you wish, a physical one and send it as well, but it's a digital one, so someone can purchase it, they will receive an email and they can forward it to someone else to use it. So basically in here you will change the things that you want to include within this page. So you can, if you wish, let's say add a section. As you can see in here, the things that you can do are limited. You can change the gift card image, but basically that's it. Okay, after this you have the cart, and this is your cart page. If you are not using the cart drawer, which is this one, you might be using the cart page. So, or maybe even if you're not using the cart page, sometimes customers, if you are not using the cart drawer, this is where your customers are going to land every time they add an item to cart, or they might just need to access this page by clicking here or the cart to see what they have on their cart. As you can see in here, we have our product listed. I don't usually like to spend a lot of time in here. Sometimes I would like to change this text or change something in here, I would do it. I will show you later how you change this default text for a theme in a few minutes, but here's, you can like do whatever you want. You can add sections, even you can add an app section. You can, if you want, add some product recommendations. It's really up to you. You just need to build it up with the same way you build any other page on Shopify, but I recommend you to keep it simple. When you click on the cart page in here, you can modify the settings. So if you want to hide this one, if you want to add stuff, or if you want to change settings, you can do them from here. This is going to change depending on the theme that you are using, but most probably it's going to be the same logic. Okay, after cart, we have the checkout and customer accounts. We will keep this for later, but this is basically where you modify your checkout page and your customer account. Let's say you don't have a lot of flexibility when it comes to changing your checkout page, because Shopify locks the checkout page unless you are on the Shopify Plus plan. There are some things that you can do, like you can add apps to hide or show some things within the checkout page, like payment gateways and stuff like that, but not much. After this, we have pages, and this is where you basically design the static pages on your store. So let's say you want to create an About Us page. This is basically where you go and you create a template for this About Us page. If you include your text, if you go back in here and you create an About Us page, let's say this one, the About Us page, and you write the text in here, you will have a static page with text on it, nothing more. But if you want to have a fancy About Us page with images, sections, and so on, you need to create a template and put the information within the template, then go back and assign the template from here. So what we are going to do actually is to create together the About Us page. So you go in here to pages, and we have the story. I think we have created this before. You click on it and you start building it like any other page on your store. I think this actually was given by the theme, but it's almost the same logic. You just need to go in here and modify these sections. This is a very long one. You don't need all of these, but for example, you can keep the image with text overlay in here at the beginning to add an image of your brand. Keep the rich text to tell the story. Image with text is also a nice section. Maybe in here, I'm not gonna use the shop the look on the homepage. I will also remove the hotspot one. The scrolling banner is nice. Image with text is also nice. A video with text is also nice. I'm gonna remove this one. So I just need to decide on the sections that I want to have on my About Us page and start filling out the information in the same way. So just simply put the information in here like we have done with the product page, with the home page, and with the other pages. So let's start. Let's put an image in here just to have a feeling about how this is gonna look like. And here you can choose the width. You can go as well and change the content. So what you want to have in here as text, as you can see. I'm not gonna change this. This is the rich text. You can keep it as it is or change it. Then we have an image with text. For sure you need to change it. Okay. Then we have the rich text. Here you can like talk a little bit about your brand, talk a little bit about your story, and just simply you click in here and you change the content. It's very simple. Okay, then we have an image with text section in here. I will actually like to, for example, modify the scheme to this one, and I will select an image, let's say this one, and I can change the text in here. Maybe even, let's say if I don't want a button, I can remove it. And then after this one, I want to have, let's remove this one. I will keep the scrolling banner maybe up, and maybe in here this time for this section I want to add a different image and I want to flip them. So I want to put the image on the right. I will do that, and I will remove the button and change the text. Since this is a static image, you don't need to use Metafields. You can simply just fill the content in here. All you need to do after you finish is to go back to your About Us page on the back end and link to this template. So you click Save, and you go back, and in here to the pages, you go to the page, and from here you select the template that you have just created. This logic goes for any other page that you want to create on your store. If you want your pages to look nicer, if you don't want them to be static and boring, you can use templates to level them up and make them even better. So as you can see, you can find all types of pages in here under this pages section. Then after that, we have the blogs, and on Shopify you can have one or multiple blogs. So let's say you sell groceries and you want to have one blog about recipes, one blog about health facts. So what you can do is you can go back in here, and under content in here, you can see that you have blog posts. Let's say we're gonna create our first blog post. So let's call it recipe number 1. Click Save, make it visible, and click Save. I will actually select any image to it just to, okay. So let's call it blog 1 to make more sense. Blog 1, let's call it this one news. Click on Save. So we've created our first blog post. For sure, we need to fill the content in here, put anything. So I'm gonna put blog post content. And click on Save. So this is how you create your first blog. I can now create another one. Just this one is going to be, instead of news, it's going to be, let's say, workouts. I will make it visible and select any image and click on Save. So now I have 2 different blog posts, and they are all within the blog called the news, but I can change this. So I can click on Manage Blogs, and this is by default the blog that you have, which is the news. I'm gonna add another blog, and this time I will call it Workout, and I click on Save. So in this way I can, like, let's say in one place link to my workout blogs, and another place link to my news blog. Okay, then I will refresh. And as you can see, we have 2 blogs. Now, when you go to the workout blog in here, you can scroll and choose the blog. I'm not sure why it's not showing. I think it might not have been published. Let's check. So it's in here. We click on workout and we click on Save. So in this way, we have created 2, let's say, blogs, separate blogs, or 2 families of blog posts that we can have on our store. So you can keep your blogs organized. So when you go back in here to online store, in here under blogs, you are practically changing the blog. So in this case, news, or you can change and see the workout one. So you're changing the homepage of the blog. Now, if you want to change what's related to the blog posts themselves, you go in here, and this is the default blog. This is how people are going to see it. So if you want to add sections, or if you want to modify some of the settings, you do it from here. But if you want to modify the settings for the page where the blogs are listed, you modify it from here. You click on blog page and you modify it. So do you want to have them listed, or do you want to have them grid? The image ratio, let's say I'm gonna keep it square. So you can, for example, hide author. You can make this square. You can like decide whether you want to like show the date, or and so on. Like, you play around with these settings. And when you finish, you click on Save. And you can link to this blog post in your menu, like we have linked to anything else. So if you go back in here to content and you go to menus, let's go to the main menu. We can go in here and link to the blog. So if you go to blogs, you can link to one of these blogs in here. So let's say workout, Now you will see it on the home page. So if you click on edit theme, we need to refresh sometimes to show it. And as you can see, it's showing in here in the main menu. Then let's go back in here and see what other pages do we have. We have the search page, which is the page that your customers are going to use to search within your store. You can modify the settings in here as well. You can even add sections to this page, maybe some product recommendations and so on. After this, we have the password protection page, which is the coming soon page. And it's just like any other page on your store. So as you can see in here, we have a form for someone who wants to submit, and people can log in using password. If you want, you can add more sections to it, or if you want like to modify the settings, you can do it in here. You can add a background image, whatever you want. So let's say I can go in here and choose this to be my background image, and for sure the text is not contrasting anymore, but I'm just giving you an idea. After this, we have the error page. You're not gonna touch this. So basically, these are the most important pages. We just need to touch base on the checkout and customer account page. We've almost seen everything related to how to customize your theme. We still need to see how to customize your checkout page and your customer account page. It's very important to note that if you are on any of the, let's say, normal Shopify plans, so anything but Shopify Plus, the amount of things that you can change or update within your checkout page are actually very limited. They are way better than before, especially now after Shopify Winter Edition. They are promising us more abilities to like change stuff in checkout, adding blocks and so on. Even like a few years ago, they allowed us to add apps that makes payments flexible, so you can show or hide a payment on a certain country or for certain audience. This is very important because let's say, for example, you offer a cash on delivery option and you want it also only to be available in one country. Now we can use an app to make this option only available in one country. So only, for example, French people are going to see it, but all over the world, they won't be able to see the cash on delivery option. But other than this, if you want to add blocks to the checkout page, add notes, add upsells, add cross-sells, you can't do this unless you have Shopify Plus. Some warehouses, we are going to talk about warehouses later, they might ask you like to modify the fields of the shipping address to make them more accurate. So instead of allowing people, for example, to type out their cities, they ask you to have a drop down with the cities already like chosen. So people need to choose one of the options in the list in order to make the shipping addresses more clear and to make the warehouse work easier. But if you are not on a Shopify Plus plan, you won't be able to do this. So the amount of things that you can modify within your checkout are really limited unless you are on Shopify Plus. If you are on Shopify Plus, you can basically do whatever you want. So let me go in here to edit theme. And there is actually a reason why Shopify did this, lock the checkout page, not only to push us to like subscribe to Shopify Plus, no, but because it's very important to keep this page secure. So it's very important to make sure that the amount of customizations that you are doing are limited, and not only that you are only doing them if you know what you are doing. So over the years, this is what kept Shopify checkout like 100% secure. It's because it's locked. So basically you can't touch it. And customers are used now to the Shopify checkout page. So they feel directly familiar with it because it's common between all Shopify pages. They feel it is like, it's the same design basically between all the stores. So when you see it like directly, you feel this is a checkout, I know it's familiar, I'm gonna buy from it. The checkout page design, if you are using, for example, WordPress, you have full ability to customize the checkout page. It might look spammy in some cases or different to what we are used to. I think Shopify checkout page is amazing, and there are some few things that I would change if I can, but otherwise it's amazing as it is, especially now that they are offering a one-page checkout option. Let me show you. Within your theme editor, you click here on homepage and you go to checkout and customer account. And then here, basically, Shopify is going to allow you to change the checkout page and the customer account page. So let's say I logged to my profile on your store, I can see all my orders, if I have subscriptions and so on. Shopify took us to the checkout settings. And as you can see in here, they are giving us the option to have a special domain to the customer account. So your customer account's domain, which includes the order status page, is using the shopify.com domain instead of your domain. Change your customer account domain. You can do that by actually having a domain for your customer account. If you click here on change your customer account, they are going in here to ask you to configure your customer account. And as you can see, you have two options. You have the customer accounts and you have the legacy. The legacy is the old Shopify customer account, which I don't recommend you to use. It's basically asking customers to sign up using an email and a password. This might be important if, for example, you have a marketplace store and you want merchants to sign up to create an account. Maybe in this case you would need the legacy, but with the customer account in here, it's super simple. Basically, you don't need to set up a password, you don't need to do anything. Whenever you try to log in, Shopify is going to send you the passcode, you use it and you sign in. It's super simple, super direct. And in here you will see some configurations. So let's start by them one by one. First, we have configure apps, branding, and features for checkout and customer accounts. Under this, you have more settings related to the customer account. We are going to go over them, but let's go back to the checkout page to talk more about the settings in there. So this is the checkout page in here. And as you can see, we have the ability to customize. So you can click on customize and customize your checkout page. And under it, you will have more settings that you need to configure. Well, the default settings provided by Shopify are okay. You can go with them unless you have specific things, or let's say specific logistic stuff related to your business. We're gonna go over them and I'm going to explain this a little bit more. So if you start in here, for example, this is the customer contact method. So you can allow your customers to sign up or to purchase by using a phone number or an email. So at the checkout page, they can either fill an email or a phone number. I usually prefer to keep it as email instead of keeping these two options because I want to capture the email of my customers. I will capture the phone number anyway in the shipping method, in the shipping address. So I prefer in here to keep it as email to make sure that every one of my customers fill out their emails. Well, yes, you can collect phone numbers and run SMS campaigns and so on. But if you can collect more information about your customers, why not? Especially they do it naturally. So I will go with email in here. In here, you can also give them a link to track their orders in Shop if they are using Shop. And in here, you can force your customers to actually create an account before checking out. I don't recommend you to do this because so many customers don't like to create an account. So just keep it open. Then after that, you have the customer information. So what do you require as information from your customers? So you can only require the last name. You can require first and last name. I usually keep it as required last name, and people usually fill out their first name anyway. In here, the company name definitely don't include unless your business is B2B. And in here you have the address. It also depends on your warehouses and how they work, but I prefer to keep the default settings in here. And finally, shipping address, phone number. I would make it required, okay? Especially if you are doing cash on delivery, you want to make it required. And because we didn't collect the phone number in here, let's collect it in here. Again, people fill out those at the checkout page without thinking a lot because they are buying. So they want the item. They want to make sure that you can contact them. So they will fill their phone numbers. So in this way, I secure two things. I'm gonna collect their emails in here and I'm collecting their phone number in here, which is a win-win situation. After that, you have this option, and it is to basically display a checkout box for customers to sign up for email or SMSs. So whenever they are buying, under the field where they are filling their email, and we are going to see this, they can see a small checkbox that allow them to sign up for email marketing. Let me explain here something very important. There is the difference between collecting someone's email and phone number and between being able to actually send them marketing campaigns. So if I bought from your store, I have given you my email and my SMS to receive the product. This doesn't mean that I'm accepting marketing from your side. This doesn't mean that I want to receive emails from you about launches or sales or something like this. I'm not talking about order notifications and stuff like that. Those definitely you have the right to send, but unless someone accepts marketing and say it clearly, you have no legal, let's say, backup or let's say they didn't actually agree on receiving the marketing emails. So how can you make them subscribe to marketing? Usually you would have a pop-up on your store allowing customers to sign up via Klaviyo or Omnisend or any of these things. We are going to talk about them. But also you can do that while checkout by giving them a small option. And I'm pretty sure you have seen this 10,000 times. Whenever you are buying a software or buying a product, there is always this option to subscribe to marketing. Basically, when people checked it in, when people they choose to subscribe to marketing, you have all the rights to send them any emails you want. This is very important for two things. First, because legally it's required, especially if your business is located in Europe, for example, you must make sure that you are only sending marketing campaigns to people who agreed on marketing. And second, because people, when they agree on marketing, it means they are interested in receiving those emails, so they are going to open them, which will increase your emails repetition and make your email marketing more effective. So, as a summary, in here, Shopify is giving you the option to show the small checkbox next to the email field or font field to allow customers to sign up to email or to SMS marketing. When you turn this on, you will notice that we have two options. Well, before, Shopify used to allow us to choose between two things. Either we pre-select the option, so when you are at the checkout phase, it's already checked and you are already signing up to marketing, or you keep it unchecked and customers should intentionally click on it. Well, the difference between these two options is that usually when you make customers intentionally click on it, so if it's not pre-selected, usually people who sign up are serious people who are really interested about your brand and your products. But very few people will actually do the effort of checking the box. So you are left with between two options. Either you make it pre-selected, so basically everyone who's buying from you is already subscribed into email marketing and they need to uncheck it while purchasing at the final stage, or you make it not pre-selected and people should choose it. With the first option, you will get more subscribers, but many of them won't be interested because they didn't notice that they need to uncheck this. Or with the second option, you will get less subscribers but more engaged customers. So it's really up to you. Usually for a new business, I will keep it pre-selected. For a old business with a lot of traffic and a lot of customers, I won't make it pre-selected. Now with Shopify, things are different. Now Shopify is actually allowing us to make it pre-selected for some countries and not pre-selected for others. And the reason is because in Europe, for example, I think it's not legal, especially in UK, to make it pre-selected. So you can go in here and customize where you want it to be pre-selected. So they are giving you the option to make it pre-selected in the United States, for example, or to choose the countries or the regions where you want it to be pre-selected. It's up to you. Okay? And after that, you have the SMS and you can do the same for the SMS option. These are basically the two things that you need to look at. I'm gonna keep this on because it's very important. After that, you have the tipping, and it is if you want to allow your customers to tip you at the checkout. Usually I don't leave this on. Then you have the abundant checkout emails. I'm not sure how far many of you knows about email marketing, but the abundant checkout emails are basically emails that Shopify sends by default to anyone who left at the checkout phase. So imagine, for example, that I am buying your product, I filled in my email, filled in my information and got distracted or changed my mind or something like this. Shopify already registered the email, so Shopify will send, based on the settings that we've put, an email to our customers saying, hey, you left something on cart, this is your product, this is your cart, don't forget to check out. So Shopify in here is reminding you to turn this on. It's very important because when you do this, usually it gets you a lot of sales. I'm not gonna turn this on because for the abundant checkout emails, I don't use Shopify. I use Omnisend or Klaviyo to send these emails. But if you are starting out, you can simply turn it on and that's it. Well, I want to differentiate in here between two things actually. In Shopify, we have the notifications, and those are the default emails Shopify send whenever someone purchased an order. So we have the order confirmation, the order shipped, and stuff like that. These are pre-made templates from Shopify. We're gonna see them later on. And these are totally under Shopify's control. We can change stuff on them, but Shopify handles them. Second, we have the normal email, so the marketing campaigns, the launches, the abundant cart, the win back campaigns, and stuff like that. Those we manage within our email marketing system or within our email marketing software. You can do it within Shopify. It has tools for this. It has a free tool for this. It's called Shopify Flow, or you can set it up using Omnisend or Klaviyo. If you want to know more about email marketing and how it works, I have a full course about this, and you can check it out in here. But for now, you need to know that you can set up the checkout email if you wish within Shopify. This is like the basic thing that you should be doing, and it's very important. And to do that, you go to Marketing Automations. Let me say first, you go to Marketing Automations in here, and basically all you need to do is to activate the Recover Abundant checkout. Getting back to our checkout settings in here, we basically went over everything. In here we have like the checkout language, we can change it, and we have like some advanced preferences, like if you want to limit the amount of items someone can add to cart. And this is actually funny because you might use it at the launch. So let's say you don't want your customers to know how much item you have in stock. You can simply limit the number of items they can add to cart, or you don't want the same person to buy a lot of stuff from your store because you don't have a lot of inventory. So you can limit the amount of items someone orders at the same time. So let's say I can limit this to 10. So if I have a product, they can only order 10 items of this product per purchase. Okay, this is a new feature and it's very useful and very recommended, and I highly recommend you to use it. Then you have the address collection, and these are some settings related to the shipping addresses. You can keep the recommended settings as they are fine by themselves. So basically we are finished with this. Let's go to the customization part to see how you can customize your checkout page. So you click here on customize, and it's gonna take you to the theme editor. And this is the sign up box that I told you about. This is where customers can select and sign up to your marketing. As you can see, it's not intuitive, so many people might not even click it or notice it. That's why some businesses like to keep it pre-selected. So this is the checkout page, and in here there are some settings that you can modify, but they are actually limited. So first you can add a logo for the header. So let's add a logo. So as you can see, it's showing now in here. We can make it a little bit bigger. So we can make it, for example, 170. Then you can change the logo alignment. So where do you want to show it? In the middle, center, or right? Then you can decide the logo position. You can add a background image to this area in here if you want. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna keep it simple. Then in here, you can change the background, and usually this part is related to this area in here. So you can change the color, for example, to match your store color if you wish, like this. You can like modify, add an image if you wish also, but I don't recommend you to do this. And in here we have the second part, which is this part. We can also do the same, change the color, let's say, or keep it as it is. And in here we have the colors related to the accents, so the buttons and the error messages. For the buttons, I highly recommend you to use the same colors that you use on your store to keep the experience consistent. So if your contrasting color is the orange, keep it orange. So I'm gonna go in here, and for the button, I'm gonna choose, let's say, now,
red.
if you go in here to the apps, you can see that you can add in here you can change some settings about
this is what I told you about. This
and
is
finally you have the
new
typography, so you can choose
like
the font.
I think it's
and as you can see
1
in
year
here,
ago,
you have the option to choose whether you want to go with a checkout, one checkout page,
apps
or with
that
multiple
checkout
steps
some
checkout.
blocks.
Before
So you can
Shopify
click
used to
on
do the
this
multiple steps checkout.
and
So
go
you
to
fill
the
out your
Shopify
information, then you go to the next page, and you fill the shipping and embed blocks within
it's allowing
your
the one-page thing,
and I highly recommend you to keep it as one page.
Don't
so
usually see this available in our stores, by the way,
within
so
one
you
page.
might not
It's
even have
better
this option yet,
user-friendly, and
but
Shopify
it's how you can
recommended.
add blocks to your checkout
Once you finish, you
page.
just click on
and
save,
you can manage
and
them
that's
from
it.
here.
After finishing with the checkout page and you click here on this option, you will see that you can modify some other stuff. So you can modify the review. This is where you see, let's say, your order summary. So you can change stuff about this one. So if you go in here to blocks, basically there is not much to do, but you can add blocks from the apps. You can also modify the thank you page in here. And as you can see, there are a few things that you can do in here. Again, you can add some blocks, but basically that's it. And you can also in here change the order status page. Again, in here, the blocks that you can add are only related to the apps that you are using. And you have the orders page. So this is the page in here. And same, again, the number of blocks or the blocks that you can add are limited to the apps that Shopify allows you to use. And finally, in here, you have the profile page. And as you can see, this is also limited in terms of the blocks that you can add. Now that we are finished with the checkout settings, let's talk a little bit about the customer account. So we talked about the difference between customer account and legacy. I highly recommend you to go with this option, which is the recommended one by Shopify. Next, we have the options to configure the information of the customer. We've done that at the checkout. So if you click on customize, it's going to get you back in here. And as you can see, they are the settings that we have set them up. And if we go back in here, we will see like the first option is to do the authentication. So manage sign-in methods and account access. You can click on manage. And basically, you can allow your customers to connect via their shop, their Google account, or their Facebook account. These options are new, so you can allow this and allow authentication through these apps. If you go back in here, you have also the self-return option. And this is very new as well. This is basically allowing your customers to return the items themselves. If you remember at the policies section in here, there was the returns and refund policies and there was the return rules. So all you need to do is to basically set up the settings in here. So you click on manage and you set up your returns rules. And once you do that, you can activate the self-return at the customer account settings. These two are new, so you can test them out, see if they work for your business. Let me go back again one more time in here. So we have the self-return, we have the store credits, and this is where you allow customers to see and spend store credits. So let's say someone refunded an item, they can get their money back, or they can get store credits and buy again from this store. You can do that at this level in here. This is also a new option. And finally, you have the URL, and it's the URL your customers will see when they sign in or when they are about to sign in to their customer account. By default, it's going to be this. We can modify it to make it something branded. So let's say accounts.lumaro.com, something like this. So all you need to do is to click on manage and to add the domain name in here as a customer account domain name. Basically, it will most probably ask you to change the NSS, and we have done this when we've talked about domains, so it shouldn't be a barrier or something that stops you. Okay, we've done this already, just follow the same steps and you will be able to do it. Now that we are almost finished with the front end of the store, in this part of the course, we are going to talk about some tools and enhancements that you can do to your store. And I'm going to start by talking about discount codes. And in Shopify, there are so many discount codes types that you can create. And sometimes you might find a limitation and you might need to use a third-party app to fix this limitation. But basically, the default options provided by Shopify are okay, but later on, at a more advanced stages, you might need an app to have better or more complicated discounts set up. So let me go over discounts and you will understand more what I'm talking about when I discuss discounts in details. Let's go to discounts and start exploring them so you can understand more what I'm talking about. From your Shopify dashboard, you go to discounts in here. And Shopify will basically be asking you to create your first discount. So click on create discount. And as you can see, you have 4 different types of discounts. First, you have the amount of products. So this is a discount specific for certain products or collections. Then you have the buy X, get Y. So buy one, get one. It's the BOGO offer basically, and it's one of the most famous offers. People like it a lot. Then you have the amount of orders. So like you're telling them 10% off on your full order. Then you have the amount of orders. So basically you're telling them let's say 10% off on all of your order. And finally, you have the free shipping offer. So let's say you're offering free shipping during Black Friday. You can create a discount code or an automatic discount code for this in here. We are going to explore all of them. So let's start with the amount of products. And the first thing you need to choose is whether you want to have a discount code to apply this discount. So basically you will have a code and customers need to apply it at the checkout phase in order to get their percentage off or the whatever you are giving them, or you make it automatic, so automatically it's applied. It's really up to you, but usually automatic discounts are more practical because they are already applied. But in some cases, you might need to use the discount code if you are, for example, working with an influencer and you want to associate the sales to this influencer. You want to give them a coupon code so customers can use it. In this case, you might need a discount code. Or maybe if you are doing a welcome flow, a welcome email, and you want a discount code on the welcome email. In this case, you want to include the discount code within the email body itself. So you need the discount code in here created with the manual way. It really depends on you. So test them out and see what you prefer and what your customers prefer. I will keep the discount code just to see it in action. And in here, you need to name the discount code. So let's name it, for example, Black Friday 30. So basically, my customers need to copy this discount code and paste it at the checkout page in order to get the 30% off. Then we have the discount value. So how much we're discounting. Is it a percentage or a fixed amount? So let's say if it's a percentage, I'm going to put in here 30. Then in here, you select the collections or the products where this discount is applied. So I'm going to select specific products. So let's say I'm only applying this one on this and this. And after that, you can make it eligible to all your customers or to specific customer segment or to specific customers. So let's say you only want to offer this discount to your VIP customers. You can create a segment for your VIP customers and then here select those specific customers. I'm gonna keep it for all customers because most probably that's what most of you are going to do. Then in here, you can define minimum purchase requirements. So let's say you want to offer them 10% off, but only for purchases above $30 or $40 or whatever. You can choose this from here. And you can in here limit the number of times the same discount is being used. This is important if you don't want some people to abuse the discount again and again. So you can limit it by one use per person. But if you don't mind and you want your customers to buy anyway, just keep it open. Then you can allow to combine this discount with other discounts. So let's say you are offering free shipping and at the same time 30% off. If you in here choose this option, your customers can combine the two discounts and get them both. If you don't want them to combine the two discounts, you need to keep this in here like this so they don't get the two discounts. And finally, you can define when this discount is going to be available and when it ends. And this can be very important if you're doing Black Friday, for example, and you want to limit the time, or you're doing something that's limited in time, any offer limited in time, you can do it from here. So one of, for example, Shopify's limitations is that you can't define in here the maximum gap. So let's say I'm offering 30% on my products. I can't, for example, tell Shopify it's 30%, but it's also up to $100. So they can't save more than $100. This is not something Shopify offers by default. This is one example of Shopify's limitations when it comes to discount codes. When you finish setting up your discount, you will see in here a summary about your discount code, and you can read it, make sure this is exactly what you want before saving. And you can also allow it to feature in other channels. So when you choose this option, basically you're telling Shopify that anyone can see the discount. So your discount is going to show on Facebook and Instagram channel. If you don't want your Facebook and Instagram sales to have this discount code, better not to include it. So make sure that you have the right setting in here. Once you finish, you click on save and your discount code is created. You can either give your customers this discount code as it is and tell them to use it. You can either copy this discount code and give it to your customers to use it, or you can get a shareable link. So basically you get this link, you copy it and you send it to your customers. In this way, the coupon code will be by default applied to the checkout page. So if you are sending an email, for example, you can copy this link and make it the link that your customers go to when they are shopping. So this is gonna be your button link, for example. So we are finished with the first type of discounts. Let's go and explore the second one. So going back now to our discounts, let's click on create discount. And this time go with buy X, get Y, which is the BOGO offer. Let's make it an automatic discount this time. And let's call it buy X, get Y. And it's important to name this properly because this is what your customers are going to see at the checkout page. Then in here, you define like what your customers needs to buy in order to get this discount. So minimum quantity of items or minimum purchase amount. So let's say minimum quantity of items. If someone bought both one of, let's say, a specific product, let's say if someone bought the bodysuit, they will get one, for example, they will get the bottle. You can even offer a discount value on this item if you wish, or you can just make it free like this. You can also set a maximum number of uses per order, do the same thing, make it eligible for all customers or for specific customers, combined with other offers and so on. And when you finish, you click on save. Let's go back one more time and see the fourth type of offers, which is the amount of order. It's very similar to the amount of products, but this time you are offering the discount on the product value. So basically in here you are offering a percentage discount on all the order. So this is where I told you the limitation of the gap could be a problem. If your average order value is very high, let's say it's $1,000. And this is where the gap limitation I told you about could be critical. Let's say your average order value is high and you are offering 30%, but you don't want your customers to save more than $50 or something like this. In this case, you need this limit in the discount on the gap. Shopify doesn't offer this by default, but there are so many apps on Shopify that does this, so you can explore them. Sometimes you will find this type of limitations with Shopify discounts, and this is when you need to go to the Shopify App Store and search for an app that does exactly what you want. Because every business is special and you might have different offers than any other business, so I can't recommend one app that does everything, but you need to check out the app that does what you exactly want. If you go back in here, we have the last type of offers, which is the free shipping. It's very simple. You click here on free shipping and you're basically offering free shipping to all your customers. The last type of offers we have is the free shipping offer, and you can set it up in the same way that we have set up all the other offers. Now that you are finished with the discount codes, the next thing that you are going to discuss are the gift cards. And those are very nice and very, let's say, practical, especially on holidays and when there is no longer time to deliver the product. So assume it's Christmas Eve and we are on the 22nd of December and you forgot to buy a gift for someone you love. Most stores will not have the logistics to deliver your gift within the time. This is where gift cards can be very valuable. So as a business owner, you might be sending email campaigns like directly before Christmas or when there is any type of these holidays, offering gift cards as a way to purchase from your store. So I highly recommend you to do gift cards. Well, the downside of gift cards on Shopify is that they are digital. So basically you are not getting a physical card, but what I've seen so many of my clients do, and it's actually very nice, they would offer the option to also deliver a physical card to the person you're purchasing for example. But this is gonna require also time. So if your customers are in a hurry, digital gift cards are the answer. But if you want to make them fancier, you can also offer a physical copy of them. In order to set up gift cards on your store, you just need to go in here to products, and under products, you will see the gift cards option. And you can in here create a gift card or add a gift card product. I'm gonna click in here. And you create this gift card product in the same way that you create any other product on your store. So you start by naming it. So let's call it gift card. You write a description about it. You upload a media, so an image for the gift card. You can download any image or create any design and upload it in here. and in here you basically define the amount. So with this setup, we're basically allowing our customers to choose between 10, 25, 50 or 100 euros gift card. And finally in here you have the same Metafields that we have set them up. As you can see, by default it has the template of a gift card, and it have the donations in here. Let me upload any image for the gift card in here just so we can preview it on the store. So I have uploaded this image. I'm going to save. And if you preview it, you will see how it's going to look like. So let's click on preview. And as you can see, we're previewing it under the horizon theme because this is the live one. As you can see in here, there is the amount. So your customers can choose between these amounts. They can choose whether to send it to their emails or to the recipient email. So if you are sending this as a gift card to someone else, you can in here type all the information, even the message and the send date. So Shopify will be sending it at the exact date with this message, and you click here on buy, and that's it. Setting up gift cards on your store is a very smart move, and I highly recommend you to do it. I'm going to show you an example of a good gift card setup. So if you click here on gift card on this store, you will see that they have a very nice, as I told you, physical version of the card. So if someone purchases it, they can also receive the physical gift card as well, not only the email one. And as you can see in here, you choose the price, and then you choose whether you want the card as a physical one or as a digital card. This is a very nice option that you can set up if you want your customers to get their physical gift card. So many people would like to do it, so they will offer it manually, and that's it basically. By default, Shopify comes with a lot of amazing features, and so many of them are very advanced. But sometimes you might need some features that don't exist within Shopify, or maybe you want to change some features in a way that's not accessible or doable within Shopify. And in this case, you use a third-party app. In the past few years, Shopify developed some native Shopify apps, and they are all free to help you run your store better. So for example, now we have an app for subscription that's for free from Shopify, because by default in your store, you won't have an option to allow your customers to subscribe to your products unless you use an app. So Shopify developed a free app for this. Also, for example, if you want to create bundles on your store from your products, you can use a third-party app. And also Shopify has a free app for this. As I said before, in the past few years, Shopify developed so many free apps, native apps that you can use along your store in order to get some of these advanced settings or advanced features installed in your store. But still, sometimes you might need more and more, or maybe you want a more sophisticated subscription app, or maybe a more sophisticated bundling app. And in this case, you need to use a third-party app. And you find all of these apps along with the Shopify native apps within the Shopify apps store. All the apps in there are vetted by Shopify, so it's safe to use them. And here I will try to point out the most important apps or features that you must add to your store. And it's really up to you to choose which app exactly you want to use. There are so many good apps on the Shopify App Store, and it's really hard to judge, and it depends on so many things like what you want to achieve, your budget, and so on. Let's start first by talking about reviews. By default, Shopify used to have a free review app, but I don't think it's good at all, and it's not enough at all. What I recommend you is to have a review app that allows you to collect customers' reviews through emails. This is a feature that's now very common. So after a customer purchases from you, this app will send them an email asking them to review the product, like maybe after 5 days or 6 days of receiving the product. You can change the delay depending on what you are selling, your niche, or how much time your customers might need in order to be able to actually review the product. So this app basically will send automatic emails to your previous customers asking them to review the email, and they can review directly within the email. This method, this feature is usually very valuable because it makes collecting email very practical, and it lowers the friction, so more customers are going to actually review, and you are going to collect more and more customers. So the first app I highly recommend you to download on your store is a review app. And there are so many good review apps on the Shopify App Store. I used to recommend Stamp.io along other review apps for my clients, or even here on my YouTube channel. All of them are very good, but recently I started using Judge Me. and it's one of the most reviewed apps on the Shopify App Store. I didn't used to recommend it before because it wasn't that good before. So I tried it like a few years back. I didn't like it. I stopped using it. But in the previous year, I started reusing it again, and it's an amazing, amazing app. So the first app, again, that you need to download on your store is a review app. I think Judge Me is one of the best apps in this field. It's very cheap. It's very practical. It offers so many advanced options. It has an amazing support, and all for like maybe $15 per month, and that's it. With other apps, you might get more complicated options, more sophisticated features, but you might not even need them. So that's why if you are looking just to collect reviews, Judge Me could be an amazing option. But maybe if you are looking to also like do loyalty programs and stuff like that, maybe you would need something like Stamp.io. So again, do your research and try to find an app that gives you what you want. But as a starting point, Judge Me is an amazing review app that you can always start with. The second type of apps that I recommend you to have on your store is an app for bundling products. Depending on your niche, but in most cases, having bundles on your store is going to help you increase your sales because you are increasing the average order value. People like bundles, especially if you combine them with a small discount and so on. Shopify offers a free bundle app that allows you to bundle products from your store and even manage inventories within Shopify itself. So let's say you're bundling product A and B. The bundle would be basically combining these two products and managing inventories for these two products within the same logic. So if someone buys a bundle, the inventory of the product A and the product B are going to be -1 by default. It also allows you to show variants and so on. This app is amazing and it's for free, but it has some limitations. So if you are starting out, it could be more than enough. But if you are looking to more sophisticated things, maybe it won't be enough. If you want to know more about this app, I have a video on this YouTube channel where I talk in detail about it, and also I talk about the limitations and when you can't use it. The third type of apps I highly recommend you to have on your store is the subscription app. And this is going to be dependable on your niche and the products you sell. For some niches, subscriptions don't work. For other niches, subscriptions are like very good. So it depends on what you sell. If you sell supplements, if you sell food, if you sell coffee, if you sell makeup, maybe you can do subscriptions. But if you sell electronic devices, you can do subscriptions. So you need to think about if subscriptions work for your business or not. But if they do, I highly recommend you to set them up on your store. They will help you to retain your customers and to make them come back again and again to your store. Shopify has a free subscription app that you can use. It's okay also if you are starting out. However, if you are looking for more advanced stuff, you might need to go with a paid app. Now, the fourth app that we are going to talk about is actually the search and discovery app, and I have used this app through this tutorial. It's an amazing free app from Shopify. It allows you to manage your filters, your product recommendations, your search results, and so on. It's an app that you must have on your store because it's going to replace a lot of old paid apps. So if you are still using a paid filtering app or any, let's say, product recommendation app from before, I highly recommend you to uninstall them and start working with this free app from Shopify. It's amazing. It organizes filters and product recommendations in an amazing way. We have already used it in this course, so you already have a very good feel about it. So this is a free app and I highly recommend you to have it. Other than this, here your business specifications is going to play a role on what type of apps you need to have on your store. So it really depends on you. Maybe you want to offer upsells after the thank you page. There are apps to do this, and there are so many good apps on the Shopify App Store. Maybe you want to show video testimonials within your product page next to the buy button. In this case, there are apps that does this. Maybe you want to do loyalty. Maybe you want to do rewards and stuff like that, or maybe affiliate. There are also apps for this. So basically think about the type of features you want to have on your store and check out the Shopify App Store for what you want. In order to know which app you should be using, I highly recommend you to check the number of reviews, to read the comments, to try the app, make sure their support team actually replies, make sure it's a good option, and so on, before actually purchasing it and committing to it. Now, since we have already talked about apps, let's talk a little bit about your website speed and how we can optimize it. I know that many store owners are obsessed about the website speed, and it's something very important because it affects a lot your store user experience. But with Shopify, you don't need to actually worry a lot about this. There are so many quick ways to improve your store speed. Actually, Shopify gives you metrics to track in order to understand how your store is performing in terms of speed. When you start running your store and you start receiving traffic, you will see within your Shopify dashboard some metrics in here within your online store that shows you how your store is ranking. So you have 3 metrics that you can follow up. You have the LCP, the INP, and the cumulative layout. I'm not going to discuss speed in details because there is a video on this YouTube channel where I talk in details about speed and how you can fix it. But as quick fixes to speed, I'm going to list some things that you can do now and can improve your store speed. So we have talked about apps, and one of the things that can greatly help you to improve your store speed is to make sure that you are only using the apps that you must use. So only download the apps that you want to use and remove any app that you are not using anymore. Apps usually add codes to your theme, so they might slow your theme. That's why it's very important to stick to a limited number of apps and to make sure that you are only using the ones that you must use. Second, your store images, so your product images. Make sure that you are not downloading over, let's say, big images to your store. I know that you want a high resolution, but you don't need to have like a 4K resolution for everything. So make sure that you are downloading the right sizes of your images with an acceptable resolution. And actually, so many of the good themes on Shopify already shrink the images, so save this problem for you. But in case you want to fix it, there are apps on the Shopify App Store that can help you to actually minimize all of your store images in one click. So this is also something that you can do. There are other things that you can do when it comes to speed. I'm not gonna discuss all of them again because there is a video on my YouTube channel where I talk about this in details. I'm gonna leave the link for this video below in the description so you can watch it and improve your store speed. However, I highly recommend you to always look at these numbers, and whenever you do any change to your store, like updating the theme or adding an app or anything, you can actually go to these graphs and see if this change that you have made actually affected this metric. If, for example, you've added an app and suddenly you notice that one of these metrics became worse, so this app is affecting this metric and you need to fix it. Okay, keep track of your store speed. Don't over stress over it, but keep track of it. Make sure it is within the acceptable, moderate KPIs in order to make sure that it has a good user experience. After speed, the next topic I want to touch base on is your store SEO. Again, this is a topic that I know so many store owners, especially the new businesses, focus on a lot because it's one of the free traffic sources, and if you are building a business, you want this source as well, especially if you have a limited budget. SEO used to be super important and super beneficial before the AI era. I'm not saying it's not anymore, but it is different now, and you need to keep this in mind. Customers' behaviors changed a lot in the past few years after AI. Now customers are going to ChatGPT asking for recommendations, and that's why Shopify now is actually working with ChatGPT, so we have our products listed in there. So when customers search for something on ChatGPT, ChatGPT is going to recommend the products, and customers can directly check out within Shopify. If you are located in the USA, you might already, depending on when you are watching this video, you might already have the ability to list your products on ChatGPT and modify them. This is one of the newest Shopify updates, and it's still rolling out. It's not available for everyone. It's coming soon. So maybe you don't have it yet. It's totally fine. Maybe you already have it, which is great. But anyway, soon enough, we will be able to list our products within ChatGPT. So ChatGPT can recommend those products to customers, and we can have like some control over how our products are showing and so on. People are still going to go to Google to search for things, but not in the same way, and they are not acting or interacting with Google in the same way they used to use it before. SEO is still important, but now it's more important to tell those AI platforms and agents about your store, about what do you sell, how authentic you are, and how much they can actually trust you to recommend you to their clients or to their customers. Later on, when Shopify rolls this new update to everyone, I will definitely do a video to show you how to list your products on ChatGPT and all of these things. But for now, there are some basic things that you can do for SEO, and these are evergreen things that will never change. So when you define any product on Shopify or any collection, you will notice that within the product editor, there are fields in here related to the SEO. And this is where you basically tell Google or the search engines what's your page title, what's the content, and what's the URL that it's using. So as a starting point, what I recommend you to do, at least in terms of SEO, is to make sure to have those set up properly. So the product title, the meta description, and the URL handle. And as well, you can do the same for your collections and so on. Since SEO is a very long game and it depends a lot on your written content, so on your blog posts, on your backlinks, and so many other things, it's not something that we can cover now. But the basic things that you can do is to make sure that these are set up properly and to make sure that you are publishing articles on your store. These articles are going to help you whether to rank on Google or to rank for the AI agents. Before, we used to write an article that it would rank on Google, people will visit it and go to the website. This is not happening anymore because most people are going to the AI, asking the question and receiving directly the answer. But those articles, even if they will not get you traffic as much as before, they will show your brand as something that's trustworthy, and this is going to help the AI to recommend your products more. There is a video on my YouTube channel where I talk about this in detail, so if you want to know more about this and how to approach these new big updates, I highly recommend you to watch it. I'm going to link also to this video below in the description, so you don't need to worry. One last thing that I would like you to set up regarding SEO is to set up like the general information about your store, and you find those under online store preferences, and you have this social sharing image and SEO section. I highly recommend you to fill out the information in here properly. So an image, the homepage title, meta description, talking about what your store sells and what your brand is about. For now, we are done with these small tweaks and enhancements here and there. And we are going to move to the part 7, where we are going to discuss advanced features and settings that you must set up. And we are going to start by how to add reviews to your Shopify store, how to set up the app, how to start collecting reviews, how to show reviews on your Shopify store, and much more. So from your Shopify dashboard, whenever you want to install any app, you basically need to go to apps and in here search for the app that you want to find. Or you can go to Google and search there, or you can go to the Shopify App Store and search from there. In my case, for the reviews, I'm going to install Judge Me, and I'm going to show you how to set it up. From here, I will search for Judge Me, but again, you can go always to Google and do the exercise from there, and I will click on it. This is the Shopify Apps Store, and whenever you want to download any app, this is what you are going to see. This is the app landing page with the reviews, the ratings, and in here all that you need to know about the app. I highly recommend you, before installing any app on your Shopify store, to spend some time reading the features, checking out the images in here to see the app features, go down, read the reviews, see what other merchants are talking about this app, and so on. Sometimes you would be surprised that so many apps are not as good as they claim to be, so make sure to do this small exercise. But for example, an app like Judge Me proved greatly that it is a good app with a very good rating and a very high number of reviews. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be using a new app with fewer reviews, because sometimes you would need like a specific feature that only very limited number of merchants might use, and you won't find an app with a huge number of reviews. In this case, it's fine, but it's always good to do the comparison. So at least like try the app, make sure it's good before like you fully commit to it. I will click here on install and I will install it on my store. Whenever you are checking an app, you can view the demo store if it offers this as an option. So here, for example, they have a demo store. If you click in here, you click on view demo store, and you will have a feel about how this app is going to look on your store. So this is the store. As you can see, we can see the reviews under the image, which is very good. If we click on the product page, we can see the reviews on the product page. And if we click in here, we can see the reviews listed in here. So the demo store will give you a better feel about the app. if it's spammy, if it looks professional, the options it has, and so on. So I highly recommend you to do this as well. I've already used Judge Me before, and I know it's a very good app, so I already skipped those steps, but if you are trying a new app, make sure to do them. First, they are asking us to set up the language, and as you can see by default they are in there. I will actually keep them as they are and click on Next. You can in here tell them more about your business or simply click Skip. And they ask you if you want to import reviews from other platform or if you have reviews on other platforms. So if you are moving to Judge Me, or if you already have, for example, your products listed on Amazon and you are now listing them on your own Shopify store and you want to import reviews, you can tell them now this so they can help you to import reviews. So I'm gonna click Skip. And in here, they are asking us just to enable Judge Me on my theme. We are going to do this now so you can understand more about. And in here, they are asking us to enable the app within the theme. This is actually going to happen whenever you are using an app. It's not enough to install it on your store. You need also to activate it within your theme. So I'm going to click on Enable App Embed to show you how this works. If you don't do this step, you won't be able to see the app, or let's say in our case, the reviews on the product page. So as you can see in here, in the theme editor, which is something we've spent a lot of time inside, you have sections, you have theme settings, and you have app embedded. And in our case, since Judge Me is installed on our store, Shopify is asking us whether we want to activate it. So we just need to turn it on and click on Save. Once we do that, it means that we can start adding the blocks of this app within our store. Let me go back to the app in here so I can show you more how you can install it. Judge Me offers two types of plans. The first one is the free plan and the second one is the awesome one. The free plan is the forever free plan and the awesome is for $15 per month. And I think actually if you want to benefit from all the amazing features of this app, it's better to sign up to the paid one. It's not expensive at all, it's actually cheap. Especially if we compare it to the amount of features they are giving us and if we compare it to other apps in the market. So it's really up to you, but you will see some limitations if you are on the free option. I will go back in here to the app and I will try Awesome for $0, and as you can see I have 15 days trial. I will click here on Approve. I will start now setting up the app, and the first thing they are asking us to do is to install the review widget. So basically to show the stars on the product page and allow our customers to leave a review. You can click here on Install Review Widget, and it will take you to the theme editor and show you basically or lead you to add the review widget. In order to add the review widget, you need to add it at the product page level. And as you can see, they are giving you instructions of how to add it. So this is the section, it's already there, and it has the review widget, which is leave a review. It's already installed and you can keep it. Now, another thing that we might need to add is the stars in here. So we'll go to product information and let me add it in here under, let's say, the product price. Usually I like to add it. So let's click here on add block, go to apps, and this time I will add the star ratings. So as you can see, I can drag it now and put it under the price like this and click on save. If you already have a store and you already have customers and you are installing the app now, maybe you don't want to show these widgets at this stage. Maybe it's better to wait to collect some reviews before showing them. Because with Judge Me, you can send an email to all of your old customers, or maybe last 1 year or 6 months, we need to check and ask them to leave a review. So let me go back now to the app in here. So this is done. We saved and this is done. Let's refresh. So this is done. Let's mark it as complete. And then we are asking us to customize the widget. They are giving us like more options in here. You can go over them, or you can go to settings and set up the settings in here. So first, they are giving us the option to import reviews. So if you already have reviews on Amazon or on a spreadsheet or anywhere else, you can import the reviews directly from here. Second, we have the the request reviews. And this is basically what we are talking about, sending emails, automatic emails to your customers and asking them to leave a review. The first option in here is to schedule requests for previous Shopify orders. So again, if you already have customers, this is where this is going to be valuable. So you click on schedule request and you basically decide to send the request to all of your old customers. Don't do that before we set up the request email and make sure that we have done the needed modification and we branded it and everything else. Second, we have the send manual request. So if you want to send manual requests, you can do it from here. Next, we have collection channels, and the first thing we have is to manage email review requests. So let's click on it, and it's taking us to this second tab. This is where we are basically setting up the delays. So for example, for domestic orders, we want to send the email 14 days or maybe 7 days after the order is fulfilled. It depends on your business. If you are selling something that needs time for your customers to try out, you might need in here to increase the time or maybe lower it. It depends on your niche. But these are set up by default, the 14 and 5. And you can have different delays for the international orders and the point of sale orders and so on. If we go back in here to the review requests, we will see like some other settings that you can set up related to the SMS, push notifications, and WhatsApp. I'm not gonna touch those, but you can definitely explore them. Let's go back to the request scheduling. So this is done. This is where you schedule how much you want to wait until you get a review. And you can also decide, for example, here, how much, let's say I ordered 3 or 4 products, how many of these products you want me to review. Also in here, you define those. And I think you have a setting for everything with Judge Me. After this, you have email templates, and this is where you're basically modifying the emails that you are going to send to your customers in order to review your product. First, we have in here the review request and reminder emails, and those are the most important ones. If you want to modify it, you just click on edit. And in here, you can change some general settings, like for example, the review trigger. Do you want it to be a button or do you want it to be stars? When you do that, when they click on it, the form will open for them to review. You can also modify in here the language, change the subject line, the email title, and everything related to this email. So you have all the settings in here to review. The default ones are good, but I highly recommend you to also put your own touch on it. You can also preview it on the desktop version or the mobile version, and you can even send a sample email. Also in here, you can go to edit template styling to modify the general styling of your template. So you can add the store logo, you can like change the alignment, like make these things more fitting or more suitable to your brand, like adding the font, changing the colors, and so on. These are general settings that the app is going to apply to all of your emails. So for example, I can add my logo in here, change the font to my brand font, change the colors in here to my custom colors if I want, and so on. I'm not gonna go over this, but just showing you where these settings exist. Now, let's say you want to create an email that's different than this layout, because now, and at this stage, we were only able to change the subject line, the preview text, and the written content, but we weren't able to like change the layout because there is no option in here to change the layout. In this case, you basically need to create your own layout, your own template, and not use the default one provided by Judge Me. And it's super easy. There is nothing to worry about. You just go back in here, and in here you click on create, and you create a custom template. And you can start from scratch or choose any of their custom templates. I'm going to start from scratch. And it's a very basic builder, very similar to what we have seen before. It's a drag and drop builder. It's very nice if you want to, for example, allow your customers to directly review within the email instead of like showing a pop-up for them to review, you can modify this in here. Because by default, the option provided by Judge Me allows customers to review, but within a pop-up. So when they click, they need to, like, another tab opens and they review. But if you want them to review directly within the email without like leaving the email, you can do this by updating this layout in here. So as you can see in here on the left, we have the general settings and we have the blocks that we can add. So there are so many blocks that you can add, and you just need to simply drag and drop and build your own email. So if we want our customers to directly review in here, we need to use the classic form. So you drag it, you drop it in here. And as you can see, customers now can directly review the product in here, in the email. So instead of opening another email to review it, they will be able to directly review it in here. And you can add whatever you want. So if you want, for example, to add the product picture, you can scroll and add the picture in here. And as you can see, it's by default the product image. If you want, for example, to add the product title, you do the same thing. You go in here, you add text. And in here, you can click on this one and add email variables and, for example, add the product title. So let's go and put product title. So I just need to paste now. And I have the product title. I can, for example, make it bold like this and modify whatever I want in here. So basically, I can build whatever I want. I can go in here and make this bigger and allow my customers to directly review in here. So all you need to do is to continue building this email the way you want it. You can have the review within the email itself, or you can use the already provided email from the app. I will go back in here, and all I need to do is to turn this one on and turn this one off, so I have my new template live. You can also work on the other review requests in here. You can also work on the other notifications in here, check them out, make sure like they are branded, modify whatever you want in them. After that, I highly recommend you to go over all of these settings one by one. So for example, in here, they are giving you the settings or the rules for publishing or moderating the reviews. You can, for example, decide to keep all the reviews unpublished until you publish them. In this case, you have full control over the reviews. You can in here also modify the widgets. So the widgets are basically the elements we see on the store. So as you can see, you can modify every widget. You just click on customize and a window in here will open and you can customize everything about this widget. As you can see, you have a preview. It's very clear. You modify the title. You have like in here options, colors, review sections, and so on. Just make everything branded as per your brand colors and fonts to make sure that the whole store looks good. And you can go over all of these widgets or basically the ones that you are using. You might not use all of these things. Next, you have product groups, and here basically you can decide to group the reviews of two products. So let's say you are selling a product A, and then you have another product which is basically a bundle of product A with a product B. You can make the reviews between the bundle and the initial product common. So whenever someone review one of these products, the review is going to show on both pages. This is a very nice feature, and you can create multiple groups depending on how you have organized your catalog. Then you have the social sharing. If you want to share your reviews, you have Google and SEO, and you have some other settings in here that you can go over. By the way, one of the most important things about Judge Me, it's actually the most important thing about them, is that they have a very good support team. They reply directly and they help you with whatever you want. So if you have any question, just hit the support team in here and they will reply within minutes. They are really, really amazing. When you start receiving reviews, you will see the reviews in here and you can manage them, moderate them, and you can even see the review requests in here. So if you want, for example, to not send a review request or send it quicker or maybe delay it, you can modify these things from here. Now we will move to the part 7 of this course where we are going to discuss advanced Shopify settings. This part is very important and we will start by talking about Shopify markets and how to sell internationally using them. So let's say, for example, your business is located in the United States and you want to sell to Europe, or vice versa. Your business is located in Europe and you want to sell in the United States. Shopify markets is the way that you can sell internationally while making sure that your customers will have like a dedicated experience based on the countries where they are located. So we are talking about changing store layouts, languages, currencies, shipping fees, and so on. So basically managing all your business in all the countries internationally in one place. Shopify Markets is fairly new and it's one of the most amazing features that Shopify has ever offered because it allows you to manage your whole business from the same dashboard from the same place. So let me go to Shopify Markets to show you how you can set up your markets so you understand best what I'm talking about. From your Shopify dashboard, you will find markets in here on the left sidebar. Sometimes you won't find it in here in very few cases if this update didn't roll out for you. In this case, you will find it under settings in here. Okay, but generally speaking, you will find it in here under markets. So you go to markets, and as you can see, by default, I have my main country as the market. So the first market that you will have is a market where your business is located, where you have put your business address. And from there, you can go on and create more and more markets. So let's say, for example, I'm located in France, but I want to sell to Germany, Italy, and Switzerland, okay? Or to the SA, or to the KSA, or to the United Emirates. So let's start creating markets so you can get a better idea about how it works. From here, you click on Create a Market. And the first thing that you need to do is to name it. So let's name this one Europe, and let's include inside of this market, for example, the 3 countries where we want to sell. Maybe we don't want to sell all across Europe. We just want to sell in a few countries. So I will click on Add Condition, and I will add Italy. I will add Germany. And let's say I would add Switzerland. Actually, Switzerland doesn't fit with Italy and Germany in the same market because it's not in the EU, so it has different taxes rules. So I'm gonna skip Switzerland for now. I will stick to Italy and Germany. So this is where let me put them back again. So Italy and Germany. So now, as you can see, I have my market, which is Europe, and under it I have the 2 countries, and in here I have the currency and I have all of these options. For the currency, and if you want to change currency between markets, you must be using Shopify payments. This is the only payment method that I know about that supports different countries per markets. If your business is located in the UAE, for example, you might not have Shopify payments available in your country, and in some other countries it's also not available. For France, for example, Shopify payments is available. In order to activate Shopify payments, you just need to have a business registered because this is a must. Let's start with the prices. So basically what Shopify is going to do is going to show your customers your product prices in the local price. You can change your prices from one market to another, and I will show you how to do that. But let's say you don't want to change them, you just want to show them in the local currency. All you need to do is to choose the currency from here, and you can tell Shopify how you want to round the numbers so they don't look weird. So you can decide to round it to the nearest 0.95 euros or do not round it. I recommend you to round it to make them look natural so they don't look weird. Okay, again, in order to be able to use this feature, you must be using a payment gateway that supports currency exchange, and Shopify Payments is one of the best ones out there. Under that, we have catalogs, we have online store, domain, and taxes. Then after that, we have the catalog. And by this, Shopify is allowing you to actually decide which products you want to sell in each market. So let's say I have a full catalog in France, but I only want to sell 2 or 3 items of this catalog in a certain market. Or maybe I just want to remove one product from my catalog and not sell it to Germany because I have limitations or maybe low stock or whatever. So in here, you can basically define which products you want to include for every market. You want to open for every market. By default, Shopify is going to allow all products. If you want to change this, you must go in here and create catalog. So this means that you are going to limit the products or to, let's say, modify the products that are available in this market. So let's click on plus and click on create catalog. And in here, the catalog is already named Europe, and it is available for the European market. And this is the currency. You can change it in here. Again, if you are using a payment gateway that supports changing, you can decide to change the price adjustments in here. If you want to increase all of your prices or decrease all of your product prices in one market, you can do this in here. And in here, basically, you can see your products and you can see the prices. Once you click save, you can start being able to exclude products. So let's say, for example, I don't want to offer gift cards. I can't exclude from catalog. And as you can see in here, you can change the prices of every product. If you don't want to do a general price adjustment in here, or if you don't want to keep the same prices in every market, you can go in here and change the product prices one by one. You can even set up a compare at price. And in this way, your customers will see the before and after price. So this is a very nice feature. It's very practical, and I've used it so many times, especially if like some countries request more additional duties and I want to include the prices within the product prices. I would always change prices between markets. Now, when we go back to markets, as you can see, we have two markets. We have Europe and France, and in here we can have the sidebar if you want to check it. We can even here have a graph view. So if we want to include France within Europe because there are some common things between them, we can do that. All we need to do is to go to Europe and add France in there. Let me show you how it works. So we go in here, add France. So it's basically telling Shopify that France is a sub-market of the original market, which is Europe. I will click on save. And now when I go back to my graph, to my chart, I will see that France is inside of Europe. So this is Europe and France is inside of it. Okay, now let's go back in here and let's create a new market. Let's this time create the United States market. And in here, I will add United States. Click done. By default, they are choosing the US dollars. You can go in here and make the exchange rate dynamic or manual. So basically give Shopify the exchange rate you want to use, or you can keep it dynamic and round the numbers. It's really up to you. It depends on how you want to manage your numbers. And in here, we can do the same concerning the catalog. I'm not gonna touch it. I'm gonna click on save. And now when we get back to our markets, we will be seeing, if we refresh, we will seeing three markets. So we have Europe, France, and United States. And when we see the graph view, you can see that we have the European market, and under it we have France, and we have the United States. So now when you go back to the market, you will see that for every market, there are so many things that we can define, not only the price and the products, but also the theme itself. So we can have different layout from one market to another. So let's say, for example, there is a holiday in France and you want to change the banner for France only and have French flags on there. You can click here on plus and you can click on add theme customization and change the Shopify store only in France. So as you can see, now I'm here inside of the Shopify editor, and this time instead of changing the full store, the default, I'm changing Europe. I can even choose to change France and have something just dedicated for France. So if I go in here and let's say for the hero image, I'm gonna pick any random image just as an example. So now for France only, I have this image, and as you can see, there is this small green diamond next to the image. It's telling me that this is a modification that's done at the market level. So it's not common to the default store. If we go to the default store in here, the image is still the same. If we go to the France store, we have this image in here. And if we go to the Europe store, we don't have it in here. So in this way, you can create customizations based on the markets, and this is very, very powerful. I'm not sure this is available for the first Shopify plan. I think you need to go to the second plan to be able to use this feature. It's super important if you are selling internationally. I'm pretty sure you're gonna use it at some point. Maybe you want to show different shipping conditions, or maybe you want to deliver a message to a certain market that you don't want to show to other markets. This customization, this feature is going to be extremely important. So let's go back one more time to markets. When you go back in here and you click on the graph view and you click on friends, you will see that in here they have added a mention that the homepage was changed to this market. This is going to be extremely valuable if you do a lot of changes and you want to follow up with them and you don't want to forget about them as well. So let's go back one more time to one of our markets just to discuss one last thing. For every market, you can have different language or languages and you can set them up in here. So let's say my website is in English and I want to have another version in Arabic, for example, and I want this version to only be available to the KSA, for example, market. I can in here choose to add this language. I don't have any language set up in here, that's why I don't see it, but it's just simply selecting the subdomain name for this language. We're gonna talk about languages later on in this tutorial, so don't worry. But this is how you select the language for each market, and under it you have taxes and duties, and this is where things get exciting. So basically here you can define different taxing rules from one market to another. The best case scenario, and it's something I highly recommend you to do, never bill your B2C customers taxes. It's really not nice to pay for the product, then pay extra taxes for the product. I prefer to include the taxes within the product price and just don't surprise them at the checkout page with more things that I need to pay for. It's really annoying. So try to include the taxes within your product prices, then pay the taxes yourself. But in case you must do taxes, like especially if you are in Europe and stuff like that, this is where you can define different taxing rules. And I know this is going to be very valuable because tax percentages are different from one country to another. So setting up those in here properly is going to greatly help you. If you want to know more about taxes and how to manage them, I have a video on my YouTube channel that talks about taxes in Europe. I think it's going to be valuable for you even if you are not located in Europe, because it's going to give you an idea about how to set up taxes within Shopify and how this works and the logic and everything. Once you've finished setting up your markets, the next thing that you should be doing is to set up the shipping and delivery rates of each of these markets or even of each of these countries. And we are going to see how to set up shipping later in this course, but this is something that you should never miss. Now that we are finished with Shopify markets, let's talk a little bit more about taxes and where to manage them within Shopify. So basically from your Shopify dashboard, you need to go to settings and there is a section in there for taxes and duties. And in here you need to define the taxes and let's say legal stuff for every market where you are selling. So let's start with Europe because this is where my business is located. So I'm going to start with the European Union. I will click on it. And as you can see in here, I need to set up the business information. So first, my business is located in France, so I need to click on collect VAT and I need to put the information regarding taxes, and the same thing in here for the European Union. So it's very important to make sure that you are double checking all of this with a legal advisor because taxes can be a little bit tricky and very different from one country to another. But this is something that you must set up and you must understand, especially if you want to do cross-border e-commerce. If you go back in here, you will see the list of all the countries, and for example, for the United States, you can go and add the information if you want. And in here you will find a list of other countries. You can go over them in case you want Shopify to be collecting the taxes. The next thing we are going to discuss is locations and how to set them up within Shopify. So basically, locations are going to be your different warehouses. So let's say you sell in the United States and you sell in Europe and you sell in Africa. And for each of these markets, you use different warehouses. So you need to add these locations to Shopify. You need to do that because later on you are going to assign this location to these countries. So let's say, for example, you have a warehouse called Warehouse A, and this is the one that you are going to use to Europe. You need to assign this warehouse to the European market. And if you have another warehouse, that's Warehouse B, for example, and this is the one that you are using for the United States orders, you need to assign United States to this warehouse and so on. This is going to make much more sense when we work on them directly in Shopify, so don't worry. From your Shopify dashboard, you go to settings, and this time you go to locations. And in here, all you need to do is to define your different locations. Click on add location, and let's name this location, for example, Paris warehouse. And you can put the address in here. I'm not gonna do this. Let's add now another location. So let's go back in here and add a location, and let's call this one, for example, USA warehouse. So now when you go to a product and you check inventories in here, you can see that you can click on edit location and add more location. And this way you can add more inventories in different warehouses. So let's say I will click in here and I can add the number of available items in each of these warehouses. So for example, in here, let's say I have, for example, 50 items. I can put it in here. And that's it. You can do the same for all of your products. And you can manage inventory whether from here or by going in here to products, inventories. And as you can see, when you do this, you will see that you have first a Paris warehouse with all the quantities. And then if you choose in here the USA warehouse, you will see the quantities available as well. So this is very important, again, if you are working with different warehouses and you want to make sure that orders are assigned to the right warehouses. I will show you next how to manage shipping and delivery and how to tell Shopify basically which orders are going to be processed from this location and which orders are going to be processed from the second location. And this way Shopify will be able to manage inventory and manage quantities in the warehouses in the right way. So from your settings, you go this time to shipping and delivery. And this is a super important section in the course, and I highly recommend you to pay attention because setting up shipping and delivery is something so many people get lost with. That's why focus in here and make sure you set these up properly. So in here, as you can see in shipping, I have a general shipping rates. If I click in here on it, I will see that all my products are in there and my shipping location is basically for France and for the EU. And also I have the United Emirates and these remaining countries. Since I only have rates in here under France, this means I can only ship to France. If I don't have shipping rates for a certain country, if I don't tell Shopify how much I'm charging shipping for a certain country, Shopify will show that this product is not available for shipping for this country. So if, for example, I don't have shipping rates for the USA, Shopify will show anyone who's trying to check out with a USA address that this product is not available. So you need to make sure that you have the shipping rates set up for every country, for each and every country where you want to sell. I'm actually going to remove all of these and start from scratch to give you an idea. By default, Shopify is going to set up like the basic location, which is like your main country with the main warehouse. So in here, what I can understand from what I'm seeing, that the fulfillment location is the Paris warehouse, and these are the shipping rates for Paris. So for orders between 50 euros and up, the shipping is free. For orders between 0 to 50 euros, the shipping is 8.8 euros. I can change those for sure, but just so I understand what you are seeing. Now we are going to do the same exercise, but this time for Germany. But before doing this, I want to mention something very important. When it comes to shipping, it's very important to set up flat shipping rates. This is the easiest and most straightforward way to deal with shipping. So by this, I mean you can decide, for example, that I'm going to have my shipping rate for Germany as 10 euros for every order and as free for any order above 100 euros. Making your shipping rates flat will make it easier for your customers to understand and estimate how much they are going to pay on that checkout, and this is going to help you to decrease the number of people who leave at checkout. So always use flat shipping rates and always offer free shipping after a certain threshold. So I'm going to start by clicking on Add Shipping Zone, and I will add Germany. The orders for Germany are going to be shipped from the same warehouse, which is the French one. That's why I've added Germany under this location. Next, I want to add the rates, so how much I'm billing for shipping. I will click on Add Rate, and I will keep the Use Flat Rate. In here, you can add, for example, the tax, so what your customers are going to see. This is also important because if you give them an estimate of the time, you are going to also make it easier for them to check out. So you can also click Custom and put your own message. It's really up to you. I'm going to go with this one. And in here, I will put the price as 10, and I will add a conditional pricing. So for orders between 0 and 100, the shipping rate is going to be 10 euros. I will click on Done. Then I would add a second rate, which is the free one. And this one, I will give it a custom name and I will call it free shipping. For sure, I can add some tax regarding the 1 to 2 days, let's say 2 days delivery. And for the conditional pricing, for every order above 101 euros, I'm going to get the free shipping. And you can have here a preview of what your customers are going to see at the checkout. And I will click on done. So now I have defined the shipping rates of Germany. All I need to do is to save. So let's say now we want to set up the USA rates, and USA orders are not being shipped from the Paris warehouse, they are shipped from the other warehouse. So you scroll down in here, and as you can see in here, they are giving you the option to set up rates from this second location. So you click on add rates, and let's call this one USA, and I will search in here for the United States. And I can set up the rates in here. So let's say for the United States, I'm not going to offer anything for free. The rates is going to be always $20, for example, and I will click on done. Let's call it, for example, standard shipping. And click on done. So as you can see, in here, I have told Shopify that orders that are coming from France and Germany are going to be handled by this warehouse. So if someone buys an item in France, the inventory for the Paris warehouse are going to change. And if someone orders something from the USA, the inventories of the USA warehouse are going to change, and so on. In addition to the standard shipping and delivery options, Shopify also offers other options like pickup or delivery to pickup and stuff like that. And you can manage all of these in here. So you have pickup in store, local delivery, even like you have some delivery customizations. This is going to change depending on your business type. So if you sell groceries, for example, you might be using local delivery or maybe even using pickup in store options and so on. You can manage all of this from the shipping and delivery section within Shopify as well. If you want to know more about local delivery and pickup options, I have a video on my YouTube channel where I talk about these two options in details. You can check it out in here. Now that you know how to set up your Shopify market and how to set up shipping and delivery for each country in all of these markets, let's talk about how to have different languages in your Shopify store. So if you sell, for example, in the USA, and you sell at the same time in the KSA or in the United Emirates, for example, most probably you want to have two languages on your store. The first one is going to be the English one, and the second one is going to be the Arabic one. So how do you do this? Well, by default, Shopify is going to detect your customer's browser and their preferred language and show your store in this language if this language was available within your Shopify store setup. So let's say, for example, I have set up the Arabic language and someone from KSA opens the store and they have their browser in Arabic. Shopify is going to load the store in Arabic by default. There is always the option to change the language from the header or the footer if they want, but basically Shopify is going to make it easier by showing the store in the preferred language from the first step, same for the currency. So how to set up a second language? So by default, you must have set up your store in one language, and most probably it's English. All you need to do is to download an app, and it's a free app called Shopify Translate and Adapt. I'm going to install this app and show you how it works. It's a very user-friendly app. It's super amazing. Honestly, it has almost everything that you need to do, and you can use it to have multiple languages on your store. So this is the Translate and Adapt, and as you can see by default, it's showing me all the different sections of my store, and I have only one language, which is the default one. All you need to do is to go to settings and to languages, and to add the language that you want to have in your store. So I'm going to click on add language, and I will select Arabic and click on next. If you didn't yet install the Shopify Translate and Adapt app, Shopify would be asking you now to download this app or any similar one, but this is a free app provided by Shopify, so why not use it? And it's very good. And the next thing is going to happen is Shopify is going to ask you to assign a specific domain for this language. So let's say you want to have a totally different domain for this language, you can do it. I'm not going to do that. I will click on done for now and add this language. So as you can see, this is the Arabic one. The next step that I need to do is to translate my website to Arabic, and this app in here is going to do the full translation by itself, and you can go later on and modify it and improve it. So you will have like the basic translation, which is very good because in some cases you might like forget to translate something. So Shopify is going to translate everything for you, and the translation are actually very good. Then you can go back and modify things if you want. So I will click here and translate, and I will choose translate and adapt app to do that. And then here, as you can see, we are translating to Arabic, and I will click on auto translate and translate. By default, this app is going to give you 2 free languages to use. If you want to go up to more than 2 languages, you need to start paying. The translation started now, and it's going to take a little bit of time, and it depends on how big your store is. Once it's done, Shopify will be emailing us, telling us that the translation is done and that we can like check our store now in the second language. While the translation is happening, I wanted to show you how this looks like in a store where 2 languages were already installed, so you have an idea. So in this case, for example, for this store, we have 2 languages. We have English and French. And as you can see, the translation has already been done. What we can do in order to modify like special, let's say sentences, or if you want to change the product descriptions or whatever you want, anything you want within your product pages, you just need to go in here and search for the section that you want to change and modify the translation. So let's say, for example, I'm gonna change some things related to my products. As you can see, I have in here the original text and in here the translated text, and I can come in here and modify it. And if there are any missing fields or fields where the translation didn't happen, I can simply click on auto translate to translate these missing fields. So if some of the auto translation didn't like match really what you want, you can go back in here always and change everything you want. And this doesn't only apply to the product information, but also to your pages, to your product page layouts, to everything that you have in your store, even to the images. So if you have like some images with text on them, you can have different image per language. So in this case, like if the text is on the image, you can have another version with the text in, for example, French, instead of like needing to make this complicated. Shopify made it super easy by allowing you to change even the image per language. Once you have your languages set up and you change the translation and everything, all you need to do is to go back to the market and assign the specific language to this market, as we have seen before. If you want to know more about multi-languages, and if you want to go deeper into how to use this app and find everything related to your page templates and stuff like that, there is a video on my YouTube channel where I talk in details about this. You can check it out in here. And by the way, don't worry, I will make sure to link to all of these videos I'm mentioning in the description below if you want to go to any of these specific features and dig deeper into it, if it makes sense to you and to your business. Still in the markets thing and selling internationally, now we are going to talk about currencies. As I mentioned before, in order to be able to display the local currency for each of your customers, you must have Shopify payments. But actually, I wasn't 100% accurate. Let me tell you how this actually works. If you have Shopify payments, by default, Shopify is going to detect your customer location and show each of your customers the store in their preferred language and in their local currency, which is the best thing ever, because it means that every one of your customers will have like a unique experience that is very familiar to his usual experiences. The problem will start when Shopify payments is not available in your country, and in this case you must find a solution. And in order to fix the problem of showing currencies or showing products in the local currencies, you can use a third-party Shopify app that shows the prices based on the local currency. The only problem with this is that at the checkout page, your customers are going to only see the original currency of your store. So if you are not using Shopify payments and you have used a third-party app to change currencies in your store based on your customer's location, the full experience, like starting from seeing the prices on the product page or on the collection pages or even on the cards, will be okay. They will see the prices in their local currency. But when they go to the checkout, they see the price in the store currency. So if my store is set up in USD dollars and I can't use Shopify payments because my business is located in the UAE, for example. In this case, if someone is browsing my store from Europe, they are going to see the prices on the homepage in euros, same for the product pages, and same for the collection pages and the cart. But when they reach checkout, they will be paying in dollars and they will see the price in dollars. So this is the downside of not being able to use Shopify payments and using a third-party app to convert the prices, because no app has the right to manage or change prices at the checkout phase. So in case you don't have Shopify payments available, this is the limitation that you are going to face. And in this case, I highly recommend you to have your basic currency as a common currency that people know. So if your business is located in the UAE, I don't recommend you to use the UAE dirhams currency, for example, because so many people don't understand or can't convert easily. So in this case, you must use dollars, which is a more universal currency, or maybe euros, which is a more universal currency. Again, the best case is to have Shopify payments. In this case, everything is going to be working perfectly well. But in case you don't have Shopify payments, this is the solution that you can have. By the way, while filming this course, I decided to create a guide to help you or to guide you while doing the Shopify setup. So in this guide, I will be linking to the apps I recommend you to use and giving you some tips about the best use case of these apps. So if you want to get the guide, just comment below guide and I will be more than happy to send it to you. Now, after currencies, the second thing we're gonna talk about is payment gateways. And again, if you have Shopify payments available in your country, this is the gateway I highly recommend you to go with. It's the cheapest, it has all the options, it has Stripe, it has Apple Pay, everything. Your life is going to be super easy. And in addition to this one, I also highly recommend you to have PayPal, which is a very common payment gateway and so many people use it. You can also have it installed in your Shopify store. Now, if you don't have Shopify payments, your next best option is to have Stripe, because it allows customers to pay via card, and it also has Apple Pay. So having Apple Pay, paying through a card, PayPal are very important in your store. In order to manage payments, all you need to do is to go to your Shopify settings and to the payment section and basically just add another payment method. So from your Shopify settings, you go to payments. And as you can see, the first option in here is to set up Shopify payments. And in order to complete the account setup, you must have a registered business, because Shopify is going to ask you about your business registration number and some papers. It's a very easy, straightforward setup. Just follow the clicks and that's it. But you must have a business registered, because otherwise you can't set up Shopify payments. Once you do that, you will have everything activated: Stripe, Apple Pay, and so on. Now, if you don't want to use Shopify payments, or if it's not available in your country, you just need to click here on Add Payment Method, and you can explore or search by provider and see all the different payment methods available in your country. Again, the options in here will be different depending on where your business is registered. So if, for example, it's registered in the UAE, you will have the Stripe option and the PayPal option and so on. Even in some markets, you will have like specific payment gateways for those markets, like Klarna for the UK, for example, or Tabi for UAE and KSA, and so on. I highly recommend you to check like the different options within your markets, the different payment options within your markets, and make sure that at least in your main markets you have all the common and most famous payment gateways. So if you are in the USA, this is going to be Shopify payments. And if you are in the UAE, this is going to be Tabi, Stripe, even PayPal, Apple Pay, and so on. If you are in Lebanon, for example, you must have cash on delivery option as well. So think about all of these different payment options and make sure that you have all the common ones, especially in your most important markets. Now, finally, in this part, I want to talk about warehouses and how to manage them. So we have seen how to add locations, so basically how to add your warehouses to your Shopify store. Now we need to talk a little bit about how to manage them. So let's say you have two warehouses, one in Paris and one in the USA. And each of these warehouses is responsible of one country orders or maybe multiple country orders. Every warehouse should be receiving the orders that this warehouse is responsible of. Or they might receive all the orders and filter them depending on how each warehouse works. But usually speaking, every warehouse will have an integration, especially if you are using, for example, Aramex or one of these famous fulfillment options. They will have a Shopify app that you can download, and this app will be automatically moving orders from your Shopify store to the warehouse. So whenever an order happens on your store, the order will be sent to the warehouse automatically using this app, and the warehouse will be fulfilling the order and sending it to your customers. The notifications, so order confirmation, order shipping, and stuff like that, will be still sent from Shopify. The warehouse will only be managing the technical side, so sending the products and so on. And every time the warehouse is going to do a step, they will be updating the order status on Shopify, so Shopify knows that a notification should go out and so on. Some warehouses will not have an app. They will have an integration that they need to install manually. In this case, you need to give them permissions to Shopify store, and they will install their integration and make sure that the orders that they need to be taken care of are being sent to them in order to fulfill them. So I'm happy to tell you that we are almost finished with everything related to setting up your Shopify store. Our next part is all about the launching phase. And in here, we are going to talk about one of the most important things, and it is to make sure that all your settings are set up properly. And the best way to do that is through setting up test orders and see how they go through. So what I highly recommend you, especially if you are managing different warehouses or different locations, is to set up orders, test orders in all of these locations. Shopify offers a way to do a test order, which is like a non-real test order. However, I don't really recommend you to just stick to this test order. One of the most important things to test is the payment gateway. So make sure you do real orders and you get them like fully fulfilled from your warehouse, because so many problems might arise at this step, especially if you sell a lot of products and you have a huge number of SKUs. In this case, things can get like confusing, or if you are creating bundles of different SKUs, also in this case your warehouses might get confused. Maybe the integration between the warehouse and your store is not 100% working properly, or maybe not all the information are being transmitted properly to the warehouse. Especially if you are expecting a lot of sales at the launch phase, if you have already done like pre-launch work and you already have an email list and you are going to start receiving orders the moment you go live, I highly recommend you to do a lot of test orders. I will name some of the problems that we usually have at this stage in order for you to make sure that you are avoiding them. First, the warehouse integration. This is the most important thing to double check. Second, the payment gateway. Sometimes after setting up your payment, it gets deactivated because maybe you forgot to add some business information, or Stripe or Shopify payments needs more verifications. In this case, when your customers try to check out on your store, they won't be able to pay, and this is a big problem. So double check this. Also, it's very important to double check the shipping rates and make sure that you have shipping rates in all the countries where you want to sell. Again, especially if you are launching and you are expecting a lot of sales at launch. Let's say you're selling in 5 countries, make sure that you have shipping rates for the 5 countries. Also, a very important thing to double check is the taxes, whether you want to collect taxes in Shopify or not. I highly recommend you not to do that, but in case you want to collect tax, you must mention this in the product page. In case you don't want to collect tax, you need to make sure that you have the right settings at the product page level, and we have talked about this. So taxes is also something so many people get wrong. Sometimes after launching, you would notice that, for example, Shopify is charging taxes at the checkout page, which is something very bad in case you don't want to charge taxes. Also, there is another thing that I must mention, and it's something that might happen if you are selling in Europe and the USA, for example. So in the USA, the duties and taxes are not predictable and you can't know them from Shopify. So it's very important to have a very clear note for people who are shipping from the USA and Canada that they might be paying extra duty and taxes. Okay, this might not be the case for Europe if your business is already in Europe. So people won't be paying any extra fees. But if you are shipping to the USA, they might be. So you need to make sure that the message is clear, that your USA customers know that they are going to still pay duties and so on. At least mention it. If they don't read it, it's their mistake, but it should be there in front of them. So do your test orders, make sure that your settings are properly set up and that you have everything ready to go. Again, if you want help with this, I highly recommend you to get the guide I have created with this course, because it will have the launching checklist to make sure that you have everything set up properly. Just comment below guide and I will send it to you. Once you are ready, all you need to do is to go to your preferences and remove the password protection, and your store will be live. And you will start receiving, hopefully, orders as soon as you go live, again, if you have done some pre-launching work. Once you do this, you need to start taking care of how to manage orders and how to manage and reply to your customers. And this is what we are going to cover in this part of the course. Let's start first with how to manage your orders. If you are working with a warehouse and you have already the integration set up, all of your orders will be going to the right warehouse, again, depending on the location and where you are selling, and the warehouse will be taking care of the order. So let's assume, for example, someone placed an order and this order should go to the Paris warehouse. The Paris warehouse will receive the order. Once the order happens in Shopify, Shopify will be sending the customer a confirmation email. This is a notification sent by Shopify. You can tweak it a little bit, but it is sent and managed by Shopify. Okay, so your customers will be receiving a confirmation email telling them that they have ordered and this is their order and that their order is well received. The order will be moved to the warehouse and the warehouse is going to take care of this order. So they are going to process this order. And once they do, they will be adding the tracking number to the order and pushing back this tracking number to Shopify through the integration or the app they have. And you will see your ordered status on Facebook updated. Once Shopify has the tracking number, it will be sending your customer an email telling them that their order is out for fulfillment and this is the tracking number to track it and see where it is. Again, all the notifications are still managed by Shopify, but your warehouse is responsible of adding the tracking number and pushing it back to Shopify and processing the orders. Now, if you are doing the orders yourself at home or in your own warehouse, if you are managing it manually, you just need to do the same thing. Basically, when you receive an order, you will have all the information in terms of address and everything. You need to print out the shipping labels. It depends on which company you are using and in where exactly you are located. You print out the shipping labels, you prepare the order and you send it and you add the tracking number to your Shopify order in order to allow your customers to track their orders. Managing orders in Shopify is pretty straightforward, especially that you don't need to take care of notifications. Shopify is doing those. The only problem you might face is like with warehouse issues or orders not being pushed to the warehouse, or if you are managing this manually, you need to find your system. So what shipping company you are going to use, the printing process, delivering the items to the shipping company and so on. But you will find your flow. Don't worry about this. Don't overcomplicate it or overthink about it. It's not that big of a thing. Hi, there are some few things that I didn't cover while I was filming the course related to the orders, and I want to make sure that I'm covering them now. From your Shopify dashboard, when you go to settings, under the general settings, there is a part related to orders. And in this part, you have first the order ID and the order processing. So for the order ID, this is basically you adding an extension before the order number or after the order number in order for your customers to hide the number of orders that you have received. I think I've covered this. The second part is the order processing part, and this is where you can modify some settings related to how you process the orders. So for example, in the first option, you can make the confirmation step required. I highly recommend you to keep this. So basically your customers are going to see a summary of their order before checking out. The second thing is to automatically fulfill orders. Also, I don't recommend you to change the settings. For gift cards, you can automatically fulfill them because Shopify is going to send the gift card by email, so there is no fulfillment time. But for the other products, most probably you will have fulfillment times, so keep this as it is. And the final one is to automatically archive the order once it is fulfilled. It's also up to you and your workflow. You can keep it or remove it. It's really up to you. The second thing I want to talk about are the notifications, and those are very important because they are part of your communication with your customers, and they are sent by default from Shopify. So you can't change the timing of sending them. You can't affect how to send them. Shopify is going to take care of them totally, which is actually nice because it lowers the error possibility margins, let's say. So from your settings, you go to notifications, and as you can see, you have several ones. First, you have the customer notifications, and those are the most important ones. So you have first the order confirmation, the draft order invoice, the shipping confirmation. So the order confirmation is going to be sent directly when someone makes an order. They will receive this email on their inbox with all the information. If you allowed your customers at the checkout to give their phone number or their email, they might not be receiving the order confirmation by email. So in this case, you need to activate SMS, and that's why I highly recommend you to keep the email required at the checkout page for the order. If you click in here on the order confirmation, you will have a preview. You will see a preview of the email. So as you can see, this is the email and this is the SMS if you want to activate it. For the email, it's a HTML based email. So if you want to change it, you need to work on the code. Well, yes, you can go to ChatGPT and give ChatGPT the email and change stuff. I highly recommend you not to touch this email if you are not 100% sure of what you are doing. Personally, I barely touch this email. I might change the text a little bit, I sometimes change the colors, stuff like that, but nothing else, because it's a very important email and I want to make sure my customers received it with the right information. After you do your changes, you can send a test, if you wish, a test email and preview it on your inbox. After the order confirmation, you have the draft order invoice. So if you are doing draft orders, so it means you are basically putting the orders yourself in Shopify. And finally, there is the shipping confirmation, and this one is going to send the moment the tracking number is added to the order. So if you are working with a warehouse and they have an integration, once they process the order, they will be feeding the tracking number back to Shopify, and you will see it within your order. You will see the update. When you click on an order, you will see the update at the bottom of the page telling you the tracking code was added to this order. Once this happens, Shopify will be automatically sending the shipping email to the customers, telling them that their order has been shipped and this is their tracking number and they can track the order. In addition to those, you have some other notifications like the local pickup ones, the local delivery ones, the gift card ones, the store credits, and so on. You can go over all of them if you want to change some stuff here and there, but the most important ones are these first two, the order confirmation and the shipping confirmation. Again, if you want to modify them, double check that you are not ruining anything, because those emails are very important, and it's very important that they reach your customers in the right time and with the right content. Now, what you should be taking care of is your customer support. Again, especially if you are expecting a huge launch or a huge number of orders daily, customer support can be a thing. By default in Shopify, in your contact page, you should have added an email allowing your customers to email you, or a contact form, and you will start receiving emails from your customers as soon as you launch your store, believe me. And you need to look at each of these emails and take care of them, because if you don't reply fast and reply in an effective way, you are going to get those customers or those potential customers into angry customers, angry people who don't like your brand. So make sure to take good care of your customer support all the time, not just when you are starting out. One of the best ways to manage customer support is to have a person taking care of this. Well, there are some companies, you can work with third-party companies to manage customer support, but I think that when you are launching a brand at the beginning, it's better to have full control over this and to have an employee, or maybe yourself, or maybe someone in your family managing the customer support. Customers will be reaching out to you to ask you questions, maybe about the delivery, the shipping, or about their orders. If your product pages are well enough, they shouldn't be asking questions about the products. Most probably they will be asking you technical questions. In order to lower the number of tickets you receive, it's very important to have very detailed shipping policy and stuff like that. But still, so many customers are going to contact you, whether to change their email address or to fix their address or to change their order and so on. And orders in Shopify can be modified. So you can access an order on Shopify and modify, for example, the email if you want. It's not difficult at all, but you should be taking care of this. Another thing that you can do is to offer live chat on your Shopify store. And there is actually an app that allows you to do that. And it's a free app called Shopify Chat, I think, or something like this. I will be linking to it. It allows you to chat directly with your customers. You can have it as an app on your mobile and reply directly to your customers as well. Well, if you have a large SKU and you think your customers need second level help, maybe you might move to an AI tool that at least reply in the first stage to their questions, and if they need more help, they can be put in contact with a real person. There are so many good apps out there. Beautify AI is one of the best apps when it comes to AI chatting. I like this app, so you can use it as well. And basically that's it. Please keep in mind that it's very important to keep your customers satisfied. If you want to grow your brand and actually make it a sustainable one, your customers must be satisfied and they must be happy, because this is how you turn them into loyal customers. In the final part of this course, we are going to discuss Shopify Analytics. And it's actually a very, very important topic, because for any business to grow and for you to understand your customers and your business, you must be taking very good care of your numbers. And gladly, Shopify offers an amazing dashboard to track your analytics. And not only that, Shopify also developed its AI agent, which is Sidekick, in order to help you more and more in your analytics and in analyzing your numbers and even in creating reports and so on. I will go now through Shopify Analytics and show you how to use it. And I will give you an idea about how to use Sidekick, which is Shopify AI tool, in order to improve those analytics. So this is the dashboard, and I will go through everything in here to show you what they mean and how to use them. So the first thing you need to do in order to access this dashboard is to go to Analytics in here. And as you can see, under it you have two options. You have the reports and you have the live view. So this is what you will see if you clicked on Analytics. If you clicked on reports, you will see a list of reports. You can categorize them by category. You can even categorize them by who created them, because you as a user, you can create your own reports and add them in here. So let's say you want a report comparing your sales this year versus previous year. You can create this report and have it added to the reports library, so you can access it whenever you want. And second, you have the live view, where you practically see what's happening on your store in this exact moment. This is a nice way to just have an idea about how your store is performing, especially during launch phases and stuff like that. So let's go to the analytics, because this is where we will spend most of our times. As you can see, the first thing that you need to define in here is the time window. So when do you want to read your analytics? Usually whenever you are reading analytics, it depends really at what you are looking at, but you need always a, let's say, rich window, a long window, in order to make the analytics make sense. Because if you are seeing the results of today, and you just saw, for example, a conversion rate of 6%, this doesn't mean that your average conversion rate is 6%. You need always to look at the window to see on average during, let's say, 3 months or 6 months or maybe a year, how your store is how your store have performed and how things have changed. So you have first the window, and in here Shopify gives you a lot of options. You have today, yesterday, last 30 minutes, you have last 7 days, last 12 months, last year, and you can even have like quarters. You have week to day, so it's like, let's say we are Tuesday now. If we put week to day, it's gonna be Monday and Tuesday and so on. Month to date, quarter to date, year to date, and so on. You also have some specific section for the Black Friday, Cyber Monday thing, because it's a big thing in e-commerce. So also you can access it from here. Let's go with a simple thing, which is last 12 months. So basically this is a full year. Or I can go with last year. So basically this is last year from January to December. and I click on apply. The second thing you can do is to set up a comparison window. So you can compare what you are seeing now with previous year, or you can decide not to compare. But if you want to see where your business is going, you can choose to compare, for example, and see the different results between this year and the previous year. So as you can see now, I can see the graph of this year versus the graph of last year. And I can see that in some months I've done more improvement than other ones, like at the end and here in the slow season I was doing better than last year, and so on. So comparison can be nice if you want to see where the changes you have made or the strategies you are using have improved your store or improved your business. I'm gonna remove this because sometimes it's confusing, and put no comparison. In here you can decide the currency, so in which currency you want to see your results. It's also a very nice feature. It was added recently to Shopify. I think it's very nice, especially if you sell not in your exact currency and you want to understand your numbers better. In here you have the opportunity to do a live data if you want. In here you have the opportunity to expand this full view, so you will have a full view analytics window. And in here you have like the ability to change this platform here, change. And then here you have the ability to change and customize this dashboard. I will show you later how to do that. We will start with a default Shopify setup for analytics, but for sure it depends on you and what metrics you are focusing on the most. You might be changing this dashboard to match your workflow and your business. And then here, if you click on new exploration, you will be basically opening the AI tool of Shopify, and then here you can ask it directly of what you want. So let's say, for example, I want a report showing my conversion rate improvement in the last 2 years. So as you can see, the tool wrote the query, and this is the conversion rate in the last 2 years, and you can see it in here. I've given it a like very basic example, very basic task, but you can give it exactly what you want, and it should be returning the report that you want. Getting back to analytics, in here, the first thing we see is a summary of our cross sales, our returning customer rate, our orders fulfilled in the past year, and our total number of orders. So these are like the general information you must or you might need about your business, like how much money you've made, the returning customer rate, and so on. And in here you will see the total sales over time. So we will see the improvement or the decrease of sales, like for example from month to month. Okay, in here we have a total sales breakdown. It's very important to understand the difference between these different terms. So what gross sales are, what discounts are, and so on. It's gonna help you to understand your metrics more, because there is a difference between net sales and gross sales, and you need to understand them and how Shopify calculates each one of them. Actually, Shopify provides a lot of resources explaining those numbers and how they calculate them, so you can always check them out. Or if you want, I can create a full guide about this, just let me know. And then here we have total sales by sales channel, so you can see where your sales are coming from. You have average order value over time, you have total sales per product, and then here you have the total sales by sales channel, so you can know from where your sales are coming or where did they happen. And here you have average order value, which is a very important metric. You have the total sales per product, so if you want to check your best seller, you can check it in here. You have in here the number of sessions, the conversion rate, and the conversion rate breakdown. This is actually a very nice analytics. It shows you how your customers are behaving. So it shows you your funnel and where your customers have dropped. So for example, in our case in here, we have a 10% add to cart rate, which is very good. We have a 5.32 reach checkout rate, which is also good, and a complete 2.63 conversion rate, which is also acceptable for our niche. But if you, for example, notice in here that you have a very big shift between your add to cart and completed checkout, maybe you have a problem with your shipping rate and it's pushing people away. If you scroll down, you will find more and more analytics. Actually, this report in here is one of the most important reports that I highly recommend you to check out, and it is your customer cohort analysis, and it tells you over time how much you are retaining of your customers and when they are coming back. So if we click on it in here, the full report is going to open. And basically what we are seeing in here is in the last 12 months, our retention rate. You can see the retention rate month after month, so you can understand two things: when your customers are coming back, and how much of your customers are coming back each period. This is going to be very beneficial for you to help you calculate the long-term value of your customers. So how much money you make out of the same customer during a year or 2 years. So if I acquired 100 customers today, how many out of these 100 customers are going to come back and buy in the first month, in the second month, in the third month, or maybe in the 6th month, and so on. This is going to help you to be able to do reflections for the future to see how you can grow the business more. If you notice, for example, that your retention rates should happen. So if you notice, for example, that your customers come usually after 4 months, this means that if your customers didn't come after 4 months, you need to be sending them emails asking them where they are, why they didn't come back, inviting them to come back, giving them an incentive to come back. This report is super important because it will help you to understand your customers' behaviors. But it's not gonna make sense unless you start collecting those customers, you start running ads, having sales, and so on. At the beginning, if you don't have data, this is not gonna make much sense. But later on, after a year or so, you will have a full idea about your customer behaviors over time. Now, in order to change how you see these metrics in here, you can click here on this icon and you can start moving and shifting things around. So you can add something. For example, if you want to add something in here, you can add it. You can add something next to it. It's a drag and drop thing, very easy to use. You just choose what you want to see and you drag it and drop it in here. Now, after analytics, you have reports, and I've told you about them. These are reports about specific things in your store. So for example, you have the average order value over time, orders over time. You can also in here choose the category. So are you looking at acquisition, at behavior, at customers, at finance, and so on. Let's say we want to check acquisition. So these are the reports related to acquisitions. So sessions over time, visitors over time, sessions by social refer, so we can know from where our visits, our store visits are coming, and so on. If you go, for example, with the sales, you will see reports related to sales. So if you go, for example, in here, total sales over time, you can see the improvements of sales over time. And you can in here change what you are seeing, even change the tables and modify these things in order to reach the thing that you are looking at or understand more your business and how your numbers are changing. So that's it to our course. I tried to cover everything related to Shopify in this course, but I'm sure I might have missed something here and there. In this case, please don't hesitate to leave a comment below asking me any question you might have, and I would be more than happy to reply to every single comment and every single question you have. Before leaving this video, and if you didn't yet get the guide that you should be using along this video, I highly recommend you to do so. Just comment below guide and I will send it to you. After watching this course and building your Shopify store, your next step is to build your email marketing system. And for this, I highly recommend you to check this full step-by-step guide on how to build your email marketing system. It's a very detailed course that takes you through the full email marketing setup. So I highly recommend you to watch it in order to set up your email marketing system. Thank you so much for watching this video. Don't forget to like it and subscribe, and see you hopefully in this video next.